Ooh, baby. I'm gonna be real. I don't even know if I was really totally ready to go live, but the plan was to be live at 9, and I wanted to go live at 9. I'm gonna be real. Give me one sec. There we go. We got some good posture happening now. Some good high quality posture. Good posture. I'm just posturing, guys. I'm not actually a Twitch streamer. Mr. Wolf, dude, what's up? How it do? We here. Dude. Long time no see, Wolf. Ceiling. Ceiling? Bro. Just about to go to bed. Oh, so it's not a good time slot for you, huh? That's a shame. It's midnight for you. Oh. Why you gotta be in a different country to everyone else, bro? Why can't everyone just be in the same country? What the frick? This is this is kind of when you do go to bed though, isn't it? Man, why isn't there a time slot where everyone can watch the stream? Why can't they just make a time slot? Why can't they just make a time zone? Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Where everyone can watch the stream. You'll stay up some nights. Oh, yeah. What if you did what I was doing and you went to sleep really early and you woke up at 12 a.m.? I actually didn't mind it that much, to be honest. But I wasn't getting the viewers that I was sort of expecting. The data, not for you. Yeah, that's fair. It's not for everyone. And I probably never would have done it if I didn't think it was going to get me. I like daytime, bro. I was still awake during the daytime. I was still awake for all of the daytime. I just would go to sleep pretty much as soon as it stopped being daytime. Then wake up at 12. I guess it would only work like that during winter, though. That would only really work as a winter thing. Now, should I catch some fish? Should I do that? Is that a thing that I should do, guys? You will keep company until others arrive. That's my man. That's a real one right there. That is a freaking real one. What happens if no one else arrives, Wolfie? What happens if no one else arrives? Would you be here for 4 hours? So how was your day? Well, there really hasn't been a day. I guess that was yesterday. I stopped the stream. I stopped the stream earlier than usual. It was only like a 6 hour stream, and then yeah, I just gotten up. And yeah, then I did some life admin stuff. Well, I woke up. I ate some sausages and bacon. Um, that's pretty much the whole morning. I did that. I watched KY Boy for a hot minute. And now here we are. Here we are on tonight's episode of Peepcast. I think a good morning. Good morning so far. I drank some water. That's important. You got to hydrate. I always say hydrate or die, mate. That's what I say. That's my thing. That's my little thing. Good morning. I do wonder how much of a disadvantage it is to be changing my time slot all the time. I should put it in Discord. I should definitely let them know on Discord that I'm live. And then people might come around, relieve you of your post. You poor 12 a.m. boy. You poor 12 a.m. boy. He's really going through. He's going through it. How has your day been, Wolf? What have you been up to? Peepcast. Good day. That's good. Good day is good. We like a good day. At everyone. We live. Twitch.tv/Peepcast. Alright, we've told them in the Discord. We've told them. There's other people have like self-promotion parts of their Discords. Woke up, did nothing all day until work. Work went well. Home, run, present time? As in now? What do you do for work, Wolfie? Wait. Oh, Bean tried to call me. Woke up, nothing all day. You work in a pub. Do you serve the drinks? Do you make the food? Pub. I've never worked at a pub. I feel like that could be fun. You could meet a lot of people working at a pub, I feel like. No, I know that KY Boys server has a self-promotion section. You guess? Do you meet people? I feel like that could be fun. Where even is KY Boys server though? There it is. Self-promo. I don't have permission to send messages in the self-promo chat. It's helped you with a lot more than I'd expect. What has it helped you with? Damn. Is damn because of the ad? I do have the ads as minimal as possible. Or is the damn because I can't post in the KY Boy self-promotion? He can't post in no KY Boy self-promotion. Yada to me. You're subbed. True. Gifted? Were you one of the lucky? Did you get a gift from Santa Bean? I know there's a few people subbed as a result of Santa Bean. Self-promo. You did not. Did you just sub yourself like a freaking absolute legend? At everyone, we live. Used your own hard-earned money. My man, you're a real fan, bro. I feel like I should have known that. About to mention 200 plus people. Are you sure? Is that wrong? Well, they say ask for permission later or something like that. Is that what they say? There's a saying that's something like that. That's why I got the first badge. Facts, bro. You were the first sub. It's funny because Will said he was going to be the first sub and then he wasn't. He was not the first sub. I got affiliate and then he didn't show up so a little bit later. Guy has a life or something ridiculous like that. I don't know about this whole having a life business. Seems a little crazy to me. Seems a little bit crazy to me. You know, I really like those RuneScape covers. I really do. So I think I might hit them again. I definitely don't want to get to the point that we get sick of them. But I do really like them. RuneScape sound font. It's not the first, it's 10 first bought subs get the badge. Oh. You were like second or third. I think Paprika got one pretty quickly. I'm trying to think if I had any subs before Bean. Bean just gifted like 5 out of nowhere. Absolute banger alert. Paprika was before you. Yeah, Paprika I think was first. I'm pretty sure Paprika just subbed as soon as I got affiliate. Paprika be like that. He be doing that. Gifted subs don't get the badge. Oh, true. True. I guess that kind of makes sense, right? Like they didn't go out of their way to be subbed. Kind of makes sense. But yeah. His hair sometimes gets a little bit unruly, but I think it's okay. I think it's looking alright. It's looking acceptable. Smells like Teen Spirit. It do be smelling like Teen Spirit. That do be what it do be smelling like. This is what they tell me it be smelling like. They murdered your boy? They murdered your boy? Wait, Smells Like Teen Spirit is your boy, and when they turned it into RuneScape sound font, they murdered your boy? Look at what they did to my boy. Look at what they did to my boy. I do actually have the game open now. The options, though, I made one with a bigger webcam.
And special thanks to Dante.
Oh, you don't really like the song? There you go. There you go. See, I feel like I'm always sort of looking the wrong way. But that... Oh. That's probably where we want to be, right? It's probably where we want to be, though. More of a banger like this. I do kind of like... I kind of like what they've done with the place. You know what I mean? I kind of like these RuneScape versions. And I think part of what I like about it is they can be sort of heavy songs. But once they get RuneScapified, it just feels... It's just a good time. It's a little bit more funsies. It's a little bit more cozy. And you know how we feel about the cozy zone here on the Peepcast Twitch stream. We like to keep it... Oh, I need my harpoon. I just realized. I was going to go questing last night. Or yesterday. But I think I'm just going to hit some fish for now. Get me some fish fillet. Fish fillet? What's she order? Fish fillet? Banker. Get that harpoon though. Where that harpoon at though? That dragon harpoon though? You gotta have the dragon harpoon. I do feel a little bit bad keeping you up, Wolfie. I'm gonna... As soon as he's fishing, I'm gonna post to social media. And now, with this time slot, people from Australia might actually watch the stream again. It's your choice. It is your choice. It's true. It's true. But I can do what I can do to make life easier for you. We live now. Exclamation mark. Don't feel bad. I mean, I'm not crying. I'm not crying about it. But I am like, this guy's just staying up. And I am like, what if no one shows up? That would kind of suck for you and me. So I am also still selfish. I'm not crying. I'm not crying, I swear. Is Dancing Queen? Bro. Alright, we go live now. Not really. I still get to hang out. Facts. My boy Wolfie, bro. He's a real one, though. He's a real one, though. Man, I was thinking when KY was saying he might do a real life meetup when he becomes partner. I was thinking that'd be really cool. It would actually be cool to meet Twitch friends in real life. Twitch.tv/Peepcast. Yeah, buddy. Oh, hell yeah, buddy. And then in real life, you can't. Too bad you don't trust people. Why don't you don't trust people? You gotta trust issues, bro. That ain't good, bro. That ain't where it be at. That ain't where it be at, though. Come vibe out. And then you get the chance. You are the dancing queen, young and sweet, only 17. The drums on the tambourine. I got that early morning deep voice. Yada to mean. Not online. In real life, I'll let my friends drive a car at me. Okay. I think there's something to that. I think it's probably good to be less trusting of people online. Yo, Chubb in the house. Chubb, you're not in Australia, are you? Where are you based? Because we kind of missed you while I was doing my kind of crazy US time zone streams. Person, it is a person. That is a factual piece of information. Lol. You're celebrating the existence of a person. That's how you know it's a good stream. You get the chance. You are the dancing queen, young and sweet, only 17. Whoa. The emotes are out here. The emotes be out here though. Oh, I wonder where that emote was obtained. Alright, I'm posting to the gram. Did it go on the book? It's gotta go to the gram and the book. Where does Chubb get these emotes though, for real? Dolco1 Jeff. I'm not familiar with Dolco1 Jeff. I must say, did that not go on my Facebook story? Did it really not? Facebook. Sheriff Facebook. That's how all the kids are pronouncing it. I do like that Patrick one. Patrick with the glossed up lips and the nails. So it's on the gram, it's on the book. It's on Discord. I don't think anyone comes from Snapchat, but I mean, we're here. I sound sick. This is just me having just woken up, to be honest. I think the microphone makes me sound a bit deeper. I sound maybe a bit raspy. This is the Halo theme, my man. Are you a fellow Halo enjoyer? I'm a pretty, avarice Halo enjoyer? Avarice? Is that a word? Avid. I'm definitely avid and perhaps ravenous. You never played Halo, bro. If you never played Halo, you're doing it wrong. You've seen the TV show. Well, pretend that never happened. Pretend you never saw the TV show. Forget that ever happened. Tiab loves it. Tiab knows what's up. Halo 2, that's a very good choice. Halo 2 is my favorite multiplayer. But I have a very soft spot for Halo 1 because it kind of started the whole thing. And it's also a self-contained story. I do feel like the biggest detractor from Halo 2 is that it's not a complete story. Like maybe if they finished the story in Halo 2, I could have liked it more than Halo 1. But that cliffhanger, and then Halo 3 the campaign is really not as good. I think the multiplayer is good, but the campaign I think is a bit of a letdown. Yeah, the show is terrible, bro. The show is not good. Select more media. We're in the media, guys. Did you guys know that this is the media? We're the new media, guys. You heard about this? You know about this? Alright, Peepcast. Tiab, I want to know. It's been a minute, Tiab. I want to know how you are. I am curious what time zone you're in. We missed you while we were doing our stint of literally only appealing to American people. And I guess Wolf was here. I guess it was afternoon for Wolf as well, so I guess we were appealing to the UK as well. Looks like Wolf's actually going to sleep. Any woozle. Time to stop, drop, and not roll off my bed. Facts, dude. The Twitch emotes. The Twitch emotes? The Stitch emotes are out here. I mean, they are Twitch emotes, but they're Stitch emotes too. You've been oh, that's cool. You are allowed to be busy. I think it's good when people have a life and stuff like that. I think that's a really good thing. It's good for ya. It's good for you to have a life and do stuff and all that. I just was... It is Chop Suey. You do stop by. You do stop by sometimes. But I'm guessing the time zone wasn't ideal. The time slot wasn't ideal. I could be wrong. I've been known to be wrong about stuff. I don't know if you guys know this. Mr. Wolf can tell you. I have been known to be wrong about stuff. It does happen. Well, that's a cozy little emote. I feel pretty cozy in my... This is like an alpaca wool jacket. Very cozy. He's wrong about everything except his faith. Wait. Do you believe now, Mr. Wolf? Mr. Wolf just became a believer. Based? So how am I not wrong about it then? How am I not wrong? Bro. This goes. I'm saying I like that you have faith, and having faith is the right choice. Oh. Well, if it's the right choice, Wolf, then come on down. Come on down. In what doesn't matter. Oh. Well, I place my faith in twitch.tv. I'm going to take a nap. I'm Eepy. Oh, you're both going to sleep. That's okay. I don't have abandonment issues. That's okay. It's 6:23 p.m. Wow. Wait, so what time zone is that? Clock. We scrolling through the... Oh, Kenya? Are you in Kenya? Are you in Vietnam? Wait, no, Vietnam or Hanoi? Or are you in USA, Texas, Houston? I think you might be in USA, Texas. Oh, best viewers on stream mybutthole.com. Band. We got brother Psy. Psy? Did I do something wrong? You'll come check in on me later. Please do, Tiab. I would sincerely appreciate that. Sincerely, deeply, from the bottom of my bottom. From the bottom of my bottom. I feel like I've forgotten how to quest in this game. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Oh, you're gonna lick Tiab. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if... I mean... If you are going to lick Chubb, I think it has to be consensual. You also might live very far away from each other. You're actually going to sleep. Everyone's going to sleep. Well, the new time slot's working out great. Everyone's going to sleep. I was like, okay, it'll be fine. We'll work it out. We'll get to the bottom of this at some point. People will be round. I hope so, Wolf. I hope so. Usually this is when like Dante and Darkspark are around. It'll take an adjustment period. That's true. See, I do wonder, like, we're obviously losing people because I'm changing time slot quite regularly. We'll be up in 6 hours anyway. I mean, maybe I should just stick with this because it's like good for me to be awake when the sun is up. Dude, I don't. People have been telling me I should do 4-hour streams. I haven't necessarily found evidence online that that's what I should do. But people are telling me that's what I should do. People bigger than me. People bigger, faster, stronger than me in this streaming world. Do I have a teleport to Falador? Probably not. We should probably just hit the GE, I reckon, if I'm going to do a quest. Slap the GE on its buttocks. Oh, I don't need both of them. I don't know. I was thinking about, you don't understand. I will wreck my sleep schedule. Yeah, I don't want to wreck people's sleep schedules. This is why I wish everyone could be in the same time zone. I'm happy and willing to destroy my own sleep schedule. Don't care. Don't care. What a badass. What a guy. My father took me into the city. Alright, I got the ring. Over and out, Wolf. We salute you for your service. You've done very well, young man, and we're very proud of you and what you've done and what you've achieved. It's funny, when I say goodbye in a Twitch stream, I always hang around for just a little bit just to see what they say to me. Classic. And then I'll say more stuff and they'll be like, wait, I thought you were leaving. That's always funny when that happens. Oh, wait, I thought you were going to bed. Wait, I thought it was... Lurky lurk. They always go, wait, I thought it was 10 a.m. for you. I thought you'd stayed up until 10 a.m. and you're not leaving the stream. How dare you? And sometimes Mr. Bean gets like that sometimes with me. He's like, go to sleep. I got the ring, I got the necklace. That's probably all we really need at this point. Use? Wear? Actually, I'm wearing one, aren't I? Use this one and we'll get rid of it. We'll ditch that ring, bro. I think it'd be good for me to remember how to do things other than fish. I might have to change the stream title though. I do think NETFISH and Chill is a good title. It's kind of a shame to come up with that title and then decide to stop fishing that stream. Yummy.
And special thanks to Dante.
It's annoying that that plays every time I change scene. I have no idea how to fix that. I can probably hide it. I can probably work that out. I'm sure I can work that out. Teleport to Falador. This doesn't have Falador on it, does it? We are okay. Inventory management, the best part of every video game, as we all know. Is there anyone out there that just really likes inventory management? Does seem like it's a big part of video games. There must be a reason. There's gotta be a reason. There has to be a reason, guys. We need to get to the bottom of this. Banker. I think I should get myself back into doing quests. Drops on week 3 of OSRS. I could just take away the NETFISH and chill. I could write sometimes questing, sometimes NETFISH and chill. Sometimes questing, sometimes NETFISH and chill. We love it. You love to see it. What a guy. There we go. Now I can do quests if I want to. Now I have that freedom. Alright, let's go fishing. Teleport to Falador, I can do that. I can get that. Dude, this is such a banger. Get a Falador teleport. Oh, it says 4 of them. Whoa. Whoa. And oh. Alright, pay a little bit more for them so we get them. Let's go. Teleport near Mud Skipper. Fairy ring. You know, walking is always an option. Wait, I think I've tried to get a fairy ring before. I don't have it on the GE. Fairy ring to AIQ. EOH. No matches. I could get a couple of house teleports from my bank. Here we go. I may as well hold them all, no? Oh, whoa, 24. 28. Why not? Why not? 28 teleports. Why not? Alright, attacks from Ice Warriors, level 57. I guess we're gonna find out. Portrait. Bring the following items. Portrait. Any pickaxe, portrait, iron bar. We do need a pickaxe. I don't think I have a portrait. Can you type stuff in the bank? No. I think I've got an iron bar. 2 iron bars. Portrait. Maybe we can get that on the GE. No matches. Where do you get portrait? Go down the Southport. Be prepared for ice giants. Let me think. What is going on? That works. That works. We can make that work. What's this game called? Old school RuneScape. The Night Sword. Word. OSRS. Portrait. The Knight's Sword. Blue right. If you want your own blue right sword. Is it going to say anything about a portrait? Portrait. Dude, this song is such a banger. To talk to the squire first before searching the portrait. Who has a portrait in his room. So I feel like we did the portrait thing. This is why I shouldn't stop quest halfway through, I don't think. Go down the ladder south of Port Sarim. Port Sarim. I'm just totally lost now. Well, that's Port Sarim. So we'll just go to Falador, go to Port Sarim, and everything's gonna be A-okay. Where is my mind? Where is my mind? Is there another bridge out of here? I don't think there is. It's all moat. It's all moat. We have to go around. We have to go around. It's bigger than that. We have to go around. Yeah. This trick. Yeah. Except a little fish. And they told me they swear it's trying to talk to me, so I said, where is my mind? Where is my mind? Where is my mind? Where is my mind? Now that I'm questing. Now that I do be like questing though. Now that I do be like questing though. As good as this is. As good as it is. I think we finna do this. Hey. Game sound. Wild stuff. Wild stuff. Goblins. Wow, giant rat level 3. It's just so big, you'd think it'd be a little bit tougher than that. A little bit tougher. You know, I'm starting to think the key is just being live all the time. Maybe I was right all along. Maybe I was right all along. The secrets are within me. The power. The power. By the power of Grayskull. Oh, these guys. Get a load of these guys. Get a load. Should I find them? Everyone tells me I should just ignore enemies when I'm questing. Hey, we're finna mine some blue right. That's what we came to do. I don't know if this homie's gonna kill me while I do. Maybe, I was thinking maybe they'll leave me to my own devices, maybe? Oh, wow. That takes a while, huh? It takes a minute. Takes a minute. Oh, there's one over here. We finna get some blue right. It's the only way to do right. Y'all just know I'm too right. Mine a blue right ore. Well, we got 3. Return to Thurgo with a blue right ore. And 2 iron bars. Well, we got that. We did it. These guys aren't even really going for me that hard. One hit. One hit, bro. That's all you got. Weak. Weak, I say. Absolutely weak, I say. Total losers. Oh, chest? Chest, though. I could kill some pirates. I don't have a problem with killing pirates. I'm willing. I'm willing for the killing, mate. Nothing. We got nothing. Wait, how do I get out of here? How do I get out of here? Am I crazy? Wait. Oh, you do just walk up there. Okay, alright, alright. My bad. My bad, homie. Here we go. Go on. Up the ladder, bro. Up the ladder. There we go. And we got no stamina. I could train agility. I'm not against training agility. Can you make that replacement sword? How are you doing finding those sword materials? I have them right here. You give the blue-right ore and the iron bars to Thurgo. Thurgo makes you a sword. Hell yeah, bro. Thank you very much. Just remember to call in with more pie sometime. Wait. Blue-right sword. And it looks like it's not as good as the sword I currently have? Wait, it weighs more. Speed is more. Melee strength is less. More stab, less slash. More slash. More crush. Well, I think that return to the squire with the sword. Oh. Well. I guess we don't get to keep the sword. That makes sense though, when you think about it. The quest was to replace the guy's sword. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. This game just gives you so many options, so many things you can do. So many things you can do. It's kind of hard to choose. Kind of hard to choose what to do. It's funny, I think about playing other games, but I just don't know. I really like the chillness of this game, and I don't know what else would be this chill. Oop. What else could I play that's this chill and this good? What could it be? What could it be? What could I do? I'm a vampire. I'm not a vampire. I just thought I sounded a bit like one. Not a vampire. I'm not a vampire. I'm Batman. I'm Batman. If anyone's getting confused about whether I'm a vampire or I'm Batman, I'm not a vampire and I'm not Batman. I'm just the guy. I'm just a regular guy. Or am I? Just a regular guy. Regular guy. Normal guy. Normal regular guy. Alrighty, here we go. We're about to pay off this quest. 10 years of fishing later. We can actually complete this quest. Squire. I have retrieved your sword for you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I was seriously worried I would have to own up to Sir Vivian. You give the sword to the squire. Hey, congratulations, you've completed the knight's sword. You're awarded stuff. You know, you advanced in smithing, 29. There you go. Now make iron two-handed swords. There is more information available from the smithing apprentice tutor in Lumbridge. Oh, really? Oh, really? Oh, really? Do it be that way? Do it be thatis? Wayus? Guys.
I need some water.
Guys. This is definitely me. When
I need some water.
I was watching a guy stream yesterday, and it's like, I'm just getting my feet wet, man. I'm just getting my feet wet. Takes the lid off his water bottle and just starts pouring water on his feet. Genius. Best stream content I've ever seen. Bruh. I don't even know what to do, to be honest. It's like I stopped fishing and the world stops making sense to me, you know? I mean, I was thinking about agility. Agility is pretty cool. Being able to run around more is pretty cool. But fishing is more AFK, which I do like being... not really having to do much. I do like that. I'm not gonna lie to you. So where was I fishing? I don't even remember where I was. Mudskipper Point. I don't think that's where I was. Man, I don't even know this map at all, to be honest. What's that red X? Would I recognize the place that I was fishing if I saw it on the map? I don't know if I would. I don't even know if I would recognize it. This game has a big map. It's kind of crazy. Crazy. Huge map. Wild map. Ruins of Veza. Yeah, I don't even know, hey. Like, no, that's not the spot. That's not the spot. Where did they take my fishing spot? What did they do with my fishing spot? They've obviously moved it. It's not my inability to find it. That's not possible. That's just isn't couldn't possibly be the issue. But oh, that's a lot of fishing spot. This is it. There's the bank. There's the cooking place. I found it, dude. Catherby. My brain functions, guys. So I could just get a Catherby teleport. Because I don't think this... I don't say Catherby. And I don't think this... would be saying Catherby. But we can just hit the GE. We hit the GE. Dude, I was watching one of my streams. It was like the second time I played RuneScape. And I was like, where's that place that you go to buy the stuff? The GH? Where's the GH? Alright. That's enough comedy. That's enough comedy for this stream. I'm not doing comedy. It's a serious stream. What are we getting? Catherby. Dude, I think I have one in the bank. I ain't gonna lie. 9 in the bank. Home slice got 9 in the bank. I tried doing something different. I just didn't like it, guys. I just didn't like it. I'm a creature of habit. They cannot stop me. Absolute creature. I'm one absolute creature of habit. Put all this stuff in the bank. Dude, put them all in the bank. Alright, and then we're gonna get the harpoon. And we're gonna fish. We're gonna get all the fish. And then I might have a bit of an existential crisis and think about whether fishing in RuneScape is what I want to do with the rest of my life. Something I'm gonna have to have a think about. We'll get rid of the sometimes questing because that was a mistake, and it's just gonna be OSRS, NETFISH, and chill. Now that's a stream title. Now that's a stream title. You know what I'm talking about? But I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I'm gonna consider if I should be playing something else, if I should be doing something else. I'm gonna think about whether or not I should. I'm going to consider that. Call of Duty's gonna try and update, do a 130 gigabyte update that it tries to do every time I open Steam. That's just a good time. That's just a good time. I do like games where I level up. I'm not gonna lie to you. Chilled out leveling up. That's kind of what I'm all about. I do like shooting though. I like this shit. I do like this shit. For shoot. For real. For real though. Yeah, it is possible I've just played this game. You know, maybe 14 hours a day, 6 days a week is too much, potentially. Entirely possible. Wait, there's 2 versions of GTA 5. Legacy and Enhanced. GTA 5. Yeah, maybe I should become a Roblox streamer, guys. What do we think about that? So many things. So many things in this universe. How do you choose what to do? How do you choose what to do with your life in a world with so many options? What day is it? Wednesday. It is Wednesday, my dudes. It is Wednesday, my dudes. Wednesday. What a day. What a day. What a beautiful day. The best day. I do really like Legend of Heroes Trails from Zero. I'm almost kind of mad that I play that mostly on Switch. But I would have to read all the dialogue and my throat's a little sore right now. Probably don't want to read all the dialogue right now in the game. Hey, the lobster. Never actually caught a lobster. I've never caught a lobster. Never caught a lobster. Just fish, bro. It's not complicated. Just fish. Just fish. Show me your fish. We want the fish. This is sufficient. You know, I could go back to Oblivion. That game's pretty good. We do like Oblivion. I do like me some Oblivion. Man, I was addicted to Oblivion Remastered. Properly addicted. Properly addicted, bro. There is Claire Obscure Expedition 33, but it's kind of intense, that game. Kind of intense game with the parrying and everything. I really just want to vibe out. Which I think is why I've been playing RuneScape like cray though. You've been playing his RuneScape like cray though. We about to have all the fish, bro. We got the fish, bro. Now we cook the fish. We must cook the fish on the stove. Very good fish cooking. I'm the best at cooking fish. They can't stop me. I do kind of miss being on the couch, I'm not gonna lie. I wonder if this is just gonna be a thing where I move my Twitch setup back and forth between the couch and the desk. It just seems like a pain in the butt. There must be another way. Another way. There's gots to be another way. Choke him in the bank, yeah? Choke him in the bank. Get him in the bank, boy. Giddy, I'm fishing the bank, boy. Let's see if there's anything worth reacting to on the old tube. The old tube. Moms for Liberty. Never say this. It's not looking good so far. .360 players. Yo. 360 ain't bad though. I mean, I don't know if I could do 30 FPS games. But Call of Duty would be 60. Call of Duty. TikTokification of hobbies. Yeah, I think I want to stop having all these music things recommended to me. Is it that I don't like the video? I've already watched the video. That is true. That is real and true. Real and true reality and facts and logic. YouTube has just let me down so hard lately. They be letting me down. I think I put a video in like a reaction playlist. I think that's something that I did. React. What have we got? Avatars, yeah. Avatars. You guys remember Avatars? Yes, I am still fishing. I went on a quest. You missed it, Not Angry, but I did go on a quest, and I didn't like it. So now I'm fishing again. Should probably be like this. So, I am fishing, it's true. They can't stop me from fishing. And I'm thinking we might watch this video about video game avatars. I feel like that could be fun. If you're interested, Not Angry. If that doesn't make you angry.
Were everywhere in the 2000s. They were cute.
Facts.
They were just like us, but without all the flaws and insecurities. We had some good ones, we had some great ones, and we had some real stinkers. The
Oh,
Avatar
yeah.
logo, Papyrus and Bold. The Avatar logo, Papyrus and Bold. Like bobbleheads of grown men in kids' cereal boxes, avatars have disappeared in the past decade. Before we get into why
It's
this
true.
happened, let's go over what we lost and what we currently have. The most instant recognizable goat of avatars has to be the me. No, not me. Me with
It's
two
the me.
eyes. No, not
Yo.
me with two eyes.
The
Me
stream. We
was
be
the
streaming. That's how it'd be. How are you, Darkspark?
first console to have customizable avatars, and they're actually still on Nintendo's consoles today. However, saying me's are on the Switch is like saying this stupid bird is a dinosaur. Like, yes, it's technically true, but that doesn't mean me and 8-year-old
That's
me
good to hear.
aren't extremely disappointed. Me's
Hmm.
were charming. I've never met anyone who doesn't love
What celebrity is this? Have 23 guesses.
these little bobbleheads. At least anyone who's still living. You could use them in some games, but they weren't like your typical customizable character. They gave the Wii so much charm. The Wii was such a heartthrob when it
Facts.
came out. Any of your Miis could show up on your baseball teams. They would pop into your Mario Kart games to ruin your day, and you could make one of someone you didn't like and watch them squirm as you held them by their scalp. Staying
Hell
in the
yeah.
realm of video game console avatars, up next we have the Xbox avatars, which At the time, I didn't really care for them, but look.
Good luck with the rune crafting, not angry. I hope the rune crafting is peaceful and enjoyable and fulfills your soul.
Looking back now, I kind of regret that. These are so much better than what we've been cursed
Right.
with now. I don't think I've ever seen any of my friends update their avatars. These have literally been unchanged since probably 2014 at the latest.
Yep.
Xbox avatars didn't really do much, but I liked how I could see my friend's avatar hanging out with my avatar when they were online. I'm really picking at straws here. My friend thinks you're cute. Please give him a chance. He really needs this. You could use them in some of your games, but not in...
You just want it to be over, not angry. Well, I mean, controversial take. You don't have to get your rune crafting to 99. Thank you, Darkspark.
any game that you actually wanted to play. Band of Bugs added Xbox avatar support to their game, which is really cool because now you have two things no one gives a shit about in one package. Xbox tried to bring them back, but we all know everything Xbox did after the 360 was as charming as playing a flute through your nose to pick up chicks.
Lol.
Which is actually pretty sick, so it's more like playing a flute normally to pick up chicks. Who has ever gotten laid by going in the past century or
I do get impressed by people playing the flute. I'm not going to lie.
two? Here's some life advice. You can actually download the Xbox original avatar editor right now on Windows and edit yours.
Oh, that's
It
weird.
wouldn't let me make a new one, so here's mine from when I briefly looked like this at age 16. All right, now here's
Hell
where things
yeah.
get a little weird and just kind of stupid. At one point, Miniclip introduced avatars. You know, the website you went to just to get to Raft Wars or
98 out of 99. You think you have to? You don't have to. You should only do it if you want to.
various political flash games that you didn't understand at the time.
Lol.
They had customizable avatars. These things were a little off-looking. Like, they look like they would roofie you just because they think it's funny. And I'm also not a fan of this slit mouth thing we got going
Yeah,
on.
that's gross.
It's all kinds of wrong, man. Please take it off the screen. But I still made one, and I would update it. I
You
s-
do
poured
want
a lot
it.
of time into mine.
You
I'm gonna
want
finish off with a
99.
Freaking double feature here. Yahoo Mail and MSN. And
Hell yeah.
I gotta come clean. I still use Yahoo Mail.
Dude,
like,
Miniclip, that sounds vaguely familiar. Is that what he was showing? Also, hello, Dante. What the heck? What the heck? Yeah, I don't actually remember that. I mean, the name Miniclip sounds familiar, but I don't know if it's just changed so much. It's unrecognizable.
my important stuff is on a separate real email address, but a lot of my stuff still comes through Yahoo. I get emails
Hell
from
yeah.
my bank and Pizza Hut on there. It's just the
Hell
important
yeah.
stuff. Let's start off with MSN's avatars because, I mean, neither of these
Peepers.
make sense. It doesn't matter
Sorry, let me redo my intro. Cough, cough. Peepers. Thank you, Dante. Thank you.
where I start. In classic Microsoft fashion, MSN just added some other company's avatar creation thing to their platform.
Hype.
These guys are the king of copying homework. They just outright buy your
This is
homework off
factual
of you.
information.
These avatars were taken from WeWorld, which sounds very P-related, and they were called Weemies.
Weemy.
Look, I get what they were going for with Weemy, but oh my god. What a disgusting title. I always think about how these words originate in some office
Weemy.
meeting and somehow everyone is okay
Drink
with
me
it.
and
I
then
would be
Weemy.
too scared of getting sent to HR to pitch the title Weemies. I don't have anything else to say about Weemies. They look like if South Park was made in Japan. Then you have
Facts.
Yahoo avatars. One of the customization options had your guy holding his own beating chest. I cannot.
Oh, the
find
video's probably a bit
single
low. My
image
bad.
of this, but I swear to God, it was real. It was so weird, like ripped out of the chest, hole in the shirt with blood everywhere, and it was like throbbing in your hand. Yahoo. Are you guys okay?
Throbbing in your
Throbbing
hand.
heart ripped out of the chest? What is this? Why would I ever want to send an email and have someone see me holding my own throbbing heart? Dear Spirit Airlines, where is my luggage? FYI, click on my profile to see me mutilate myself.
What?
Best regards. I'm mixed on these. On one hand, they had such a funny 2000 style to them. I can't even explain it. Everything just looked like this. But on the
It's
other,
true.
I don't need to see this creepy ass goon when I'm getting evicted over email. There were so many customizable avatars in the 2000s. It's truly odd to see them pretty much all vanish. Lucky for us, we still have some options outside of video games to make ourselves.
Yum. What do we have?
Before they came to Snapchat, Bitmoji started off as bitstrips.com, where people
weird.
could create comic strips with pre-made
Oh,
assets.
weird.
If you're like most people, you know these from Snapchat, but some of
Yes.
you weren't as fortunate and received these regularly while texting someone who just had to see their stupid ass face giving you a thumbs up as a
Whoa.
response to, hey, my uncle just blew up into 24 pieces. I will not be able to make it into work today. If you're a mom using Bitmoji, you get the mom pass. Moms can get away with pretty much anything.
Facts.
It's cute when they know how to use technology. I love
true.
and hate Bitmojis. I love how absolutely fugly they are. I've never not made mine a disgusting slob.
Oh yeah, I hate that they went 3D with these. These were so much better when they were 2D, you know?
Wearing the most visually offensive outfits, but I also hate how fugly they are, especially the version with the big ass eyes.
Yeah, that was
That-
bad. I don't know. that was terrible. The original ones were much better.
That shouldn't exist. I'm glad Snapchat integrated them into their bloated piece of shit app, because it is fun to see them creeping there while you're talking to someone, and it is really funny to see them hang out together and be weirdly romantic. My
Hell
Bitmoji
yeah.
has gotten more action with my friends than I ever will or feel comfortable with. If you use Bitmojis outside of Snapchat, I am blocking your phone number. Another soulless avatar thing we have now is Memoji, and I bet you didn't know they were called that, and I also bet you
I knew they were called that, but I'm an Apple guy. Hate me all you want. If Apple MacBook were here, he would defend me.
forgot they were on your phone to begin with. I don't know anyone who actually uses these unironically, and I'm pretty sure 95% of my friends don't even have a custom one made because no one knows how to get to that. And they're uggo. Just like Bitmoji, I've seen people use these for their company logos. Not only is that probably not
That is whack. That shouldn't be legal.
legal, but I don't trust you, Memoji and Bitmoji fanatics.
I swear I haven't watched the video before. I guess great minds think alike.
I know I've been praising avatars, but not these ones. These ones suck. They are not a vibe. There was a brief period like 10 years ago where face cue avatars were all over Instagram.
I remember these. I liked these. I liked making these.
Literally anyone remember those? It
I
took me
do.
so long to find out what the name of this app was called. Also, I just remembered that Instagram has avatars. If you're an Instagram employee, I know for a fact, I just reminded you that your platform has avatars.
Dude, I had no idea.
So why don't we have these cute little guys anymore? Well, to be frank, they were pointless. They didn't really do anything outside of being harmless fun and potentially harmful fun when you bullied your friend by making their me look like them, but a
Right.
bit more grotesque. I think I've made people cry from me-based bullying.
Oh,
Outside
wow.
of the me-based games, these avatars didn't do squat for their parents. Yahoo is fine without avatars. I mean, look at me. I'm still using them for some reason. Nintendo uses Mii's whenever they remember they exist, and Xbox tried to bring theirs back, but they were ugly, and no one gives a shit
Yeah, they're
about
terrible.
Xbox avatars. I don't think those
Wow.
things ever reached Bill Gates's executive desk. They were such an afterthought. I honestly mostly associate them with this Xbox Flash game I used to play where you have to find stuff hidden in a room. The second reason is oversaturation. The Mii's were cool.
Yes.
The rest were okay at best. The novelty of creating a little freaky version of you wears off after the 10th time of being forced to do it. I just want to play Skate 3.
I think Mii's were iconic. I think 360 avatars were okay. And then I think everything after that and every sort of iteration or improvement on the Xbox ones or any other avatar was bad.
I don't want to have to make an Xbox avatar that I will never see and then have to make an actual character of myself when I finally get into the game.
That's
Like
fair.
if this trend kept going, we would be at the point where you would have to make an avatar to get into a hospital while you're actively bleeding out. I was going to make a joke about you needing one to use Venmo, but I feel like that actually would be
possible.
one of the best places to have these things.
Oh.
Then you got to consider return on investment, or as us degree holders like to call it, ROI. You're not making money off hiring people to make hundreds of custom assets. Yes, I know people pay for stupid shit, but I would like to believe
Wait,
people
he's
wouldn't pay for
anti-toothpaste?
me
Wait.
for stupid shit, but
I like that toothpaste. What the hell? I'm targeted.
I would like to believe people wouldn't pay for me clothing. I know people do pay for Fortnite Sabrina Carpenter skins, but you actually get to
That's not
play as
bad.
her. It's funny to see Sabrina Carpenter and Goku and Aang,
Hell
whose
yeah.
whole thing is like, oh, I don't want to hurt people, using guns.
Mhm.
That's kind of worth the price alone. People who do
It is
pay for
funny.
Bitmoji outfits, you guys are lucky YouTube has strict guidelines on what I could say. Because that is
Facts.
just a different breed of stupid. You cannot be trusted to operate heavy machinery. And finally, the landscape has just changed. In games, character customization has become advanced enough where you can
True.
make your character pretty identical to yourself. Or
True.
just make a deformed goblin. And for
Hell
some of
yeah.
us, it's a very thin line between the two. For social media, we throw out all the stranger danger warnings from the 2000s and include our faces in everything.
Yeah.
Maybe we include them in too many things. If
Yeah.
your relative is dying on a hospital bed, don't take a selfie with them.
Yeah, that's
I feel like
pretty
that
whack.
should be common knowledge. And if we're not going to make ourselves or a realistic caricature, we just go with something recognizable. People would rather play Fortnite as the Kid Laroi than themselves. I don't know anything about the Kid Laroi other than his hit song Stay, so I'm just going to leave
Literally, I've heard the name. That's literally all I know about Kid Laroi.
this subject alone without making a joke in case it's somehow really touchy. Yes, most avatars suck now, but the early ones had such a charm to them. Even the Xbox ones. I'll admit it, I would ask her out to prom. People freaked out when Nintendo
Same.
pushed Mii's into the background of their Wii Sports sequel. This game was such a freaking letdown, and these repulsive characters were a
Yeah, what
huge
the
part
heck?
of that. These have the same blank stare, but one of them is somehow so devoid of life, while
Yeah.
the other one is cute and lovable.
It's weird. It's like they nailed it with Mii's, and no type of avatar has been able to replicate that success ever since.
People want avatars. Why do you think everyone is making these stupid AI toys of themselves right now? I kind of wish we
True.
could have some universal avatar system, like maybe have my me as my driver's license photo. I don't know where else we could put them. Maybe mugshots? Here's a somewhat relevant fun fact. The Japanese police once used a me as a criminal sketch or whatever to find
Based.
a wanted man. I appreciate the iPhone giving it a shot, but guys, do better. Xbox and Nintendo, can we bring back seeing a cute little
It's like whenever they try to make them like high definition, high fidelity, they look bad. Mii's were the best. Everything else has tried to be like Mii's, but they overdo it. They overcook it. They overcook it.
version of me as the first thing I see when I open my console? We love avatars, not just because we love seeing ourselves in this cute little way, but because we love seeing how others look as little bobbleheads. Sometimes someone's Bitmoji or Memoji looks so similar to them, it absolutely kills me. I don't know why. It must be human nature.
The
Follow
Obama
my
one was
Instagram.
funny.
Check out the Chon store. We got less than a week left of free shipping, and we have freaking sweet new
Obama's
products on there.
Bitmoji.
Chondle that subscribe button for
Chondle
weekly
that
videos
subscribe
about
button.
literally everything. And thank you for watching.
All right, what do we got? Overstimulation is ruining our lives, guys. No one's ever said that before. What happened to stealth games? I think stealth games had too specific of an audience. You basically have people that like them and people that don't. And now every video game has to appeal to every human being that's ever existed. Tried living as a 1990s man for a week. That sounds kind of good. Hell yeah. What a chat. What a giga chat. Mountain Dew.
Yep, that's me. My name's Brandon, and for the past week, I've been
You're probably wondering how I got here.
living my life like I'm straight out of the 90s. Now, you might be thinking how I got myself into this situation.
Hey.
Well, to answer that question, I should probably
My
go back
bad.
to the very beginning to when it all started.
Man, he's huge.
I was born in the mid-80s, so by the time the 90s hit, I was 6 years old. Just the right age as a kid to soak in the decade in all its glory.
He's an actual giga chat. Heck yeah, dude. 90s might have been the best.
Okay, maybe
I toss up between 90s and early 2000s. I feel like there was enough 90s stuff around in the early 2000s that you're kind of getting the best of both worlds with that decade.
it wasn't all that glorious as a kid. Like any era, the 90s had its fair share of unforgettable moments. Bill Clinton's presidency and impeachment, the O.J. Simpson trial, the Gulf War, classic movie and music releases, and a tech revolution that brought us the internet, mobile phones, CDs, and legendary gaming systems like the PlayStation
CDs? Do you guys want CDs?
and Nintendo 64. And that is just scratching the surface. If you're an adult or a kid that grew up in the 90s like I did, you probably have a soft spot for certain things, whether it was the music, the fashion, the movies, or the ridiculous amount of time spent rewinding VHS tapes. And lately, it feels like the 90s are bigger than ever. And maybe that's just Gen X and millennials looking back at their younger days through rose-tinted glasses, or maybe the decade really was all that in a bag of chips. So to find out, I'm putting it to the test. For 1 week, I'm ditching the modern world and fully immersing myself in the life of a 1990s man. Now, I'm not going to concentrate on politics or the economy. I'm here for the lifestyle, the hair, the fashion, the pop culture, and the day-to-day routine. So I hope you're ready because we're about to travel back in time to the 1990s. It's the early 90s. The Simpsons just wrapped up its first full season, The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air made its debut, and theaters were packed for movies like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Do I like this game a lot? You know, Darkspark, I don't even know at this point. I don't know what it is about this game. I don't know. I actually don't know. The other thing is I don't know what else to play, to be honest. I do like that this game is very chill. I like that I can just sit here and hear fishes and I don't really have to worry about it or think about it that much. I like that. I don't know.
Turtles. Meanwhile, MC Hammer had everyone dancing to Can't Touch This. And you didn't just hear these cultural shifts, you saw them. The hairstyle.
You know, do I recommend it or not? I think a bit of it feels like a conflict of interest because what I would like is to have people to play the game with me and be on a Discord call with me and to have fun with other human beings. And I feel like it might be fun together. Although it's possible that there are other games that we could play together that could be more fun. I don't know. I'm glad that I've played as much as I've played. I don't know if I want to play it forever like everyone does though. I don't know. We'll see.
The fashion, everything reflected the era. I was only 6 or 7 at the time, and you're damn right I had my hammer pants. I also spent my time watching Darkwing Duck.
Darkwing Duck was awesome. Did anyone else watch Darkwing Duck? That show was freaking based.
Toxic Crusaders, Family Matters, and the disappointing finale of Alf. Meanwhile, my musical tastes ranged from Weird Al to more Weird Al.
Weird Al was great at the time.
Now, the goal is to live like someone from the 90s.
Hell yeah.
So everything I'll be doing will be from the 90s, from listening to the music, watching the movies, and using the technology. And the tech part is not going to be that easy. They didn't have big flat screen TVs, modern computers, and they definitely didn't have smartphones.
You know what? I would probably like the game a lot more if I didn't play it for like 8 to 14 hours every day. And I do feel like having people... I don't think I minded when I started because I didn't know how to play the game, but I do feel like I'm sort of at the point where I've had so many people sort of tell me how to play the game that I think that's a bit of a bummer. And I kind of wish that I just did whatever I wanted to do.
So before I fully commit to the 90s lifestyle, I'm going to be using modern technology to find what I need. We take it for granted now, but back in the early 90s, something like this wasn't possible. Although eBay was founded on September 3rd, 1995 as Auction Web and officially became eBay in 1997, it was still common if you wanted to find something vintage, you'd have to head to a thrift store, a yard sale, or maybe a flea market. Things were
Well, I'm not going to play it that long, so I'll be good. I think Leaf was going to teach me like tomorrow. Based.
less accessible. It was a treasure hunt. It felt more rewarding finding something. Today, it's all too easy to find retro and vintage, which is a huge market. But back then, it was less about vintage and
you guys want to do that on stream? I feel like that would be based on stream.
more about looking forward to the future. But now that we've made it to the future, a lot of us clearly just want to go back. And speaking of going back, my next step is to transform myself into someone you'd see at that time. But what made people look like they were from the 90s?
First, he has to stop doing steroids.
Depend on
Steroids back then. I'm kidding.
where you lived, your age, and who your influences were. But when it came to hairstyles, there was a handful of very recognizable looks. And some, no doubt, you might
The middle part is a classic. I hope he goes for the middle part.
even rocked yourself. The 90s brought the curtains, becoming an iconic
Yes,
middle-parted
the
look made
curtains.
famous by Leonardo DiCaprio, Nick Carter,
Facts.
and every boy band ever. It was floppy and slightly greasy. The Caesar cut, short, cropped with a straight fringe, George Clooney's signature
That's a
look
vibe.
on the show ER. You'd also see frosted tips rocked by Justin Timberlake and Mark McGrath. The buzz cut was popular with musical artists like Tupac and LL Cool J. The flat top was still around, with Will Smith sporting it on The Fresh Prince, high, boxy, and bold. And a newcomer, especially in the early 90s, was the grunge bedhead, longish, messy, and unbothered, thanks to Kurt Cobain. Then there was the cornrows and braids, popularized by Allen Iverson and Exhibit. And lastly, you might have seen some holdouts from the
Yo.
80s like the mullet, business in the front, party in the back. And much like hairstyles, facial hair trends were pretty diverse. It was common to see stubble, which was a big part of the grunge movement.
I feel like he'd be keen to do that. No?
The
I guess
goatee
I'll ask him when he's around.
was another look you would commonly see, along with the soul patch, chin strap, and maybe even more of a retro look, like the handlebar mustache. But I'm going to draw some inspiration from my dad on this one. He rocked a mustache throughout the 90s, which is more
Hell
of a
yeah.
holdout from the 80s. But when you think about it, a decade doesn't magically transform into an entirely different way of living. So the early 90s could be seen as very comparable to the late 80s. So I'm getting closer to that 90s look, but now it's time to talk about style. And there was something that just released that made quite the impression on me as a kid.
Hell yeah.
Did everyone look like this in the 90s? No. But Ice Ice Baby did top the charts, and this was proof that the 80s influences
lot.
were present in the early 90s. But there was something on the horizon that would change everything.
Run.
It's September 10th, 1991, and Nirvana releases Smells Like Teen Spirit. Little did they know a whole generation would latch onto this look, sound, and attitude. Teens quickly adapted to caring less about fitting in, despised sellouts, and no longer strive for success and money like you might have seen in the 80s.
And Vanilla Ice
True.
was arguably seen as one of the biggest sellouts of the 90s, so my next step is to try to fit in. But it wasn't cool to fit in the 90s. I don't know, it was all a little confusing back then.
With the popularity of grunge on the rise, it was common for teens and young adults to shop at thrift stores for their clothes. Fashion was becoming more about anti-fashion, looking like you don't care. Ripped jeans,
True.
baggy tees, and flannel shirts were the go-to look. The days of looking preppy were over,
Hi,
and the
Swampy.
rise of looking grungy was here.
Now it has to be said that not every
Are you about to ask me if I want art for my Twitch channel? And ask for my Discord?
everyone jumped on the grunge bandwagon,
Okay,
but I was
bye.
born and raised
Okay.
in Oregon, so there's almost a hometown pride knowing that grunge came from the Pacific Northwest. So I definitely feel right at home looking just like this.
The Seattle scene became the epicenter of the grunge movement in the early 90s. Bands like Pearl Jam, Soundgarden, and Alice in Chains blew up and was commonly referenced as the Seattle Sound.
You would now see groups of people donning hand-me-down clothes, Converse shoes, and playing hacky sack
Heck yeah,
in the
dude.
park, trying their hardest not to fit
I think
into
that's a way better look than what he was wearing before.
society, and it really hasn't changed much up here, which is funny because it's even referenced in the show Portlandia. Or if you want to live back in the 90s, well, you move up to Portland or maybe even Seattle. And when you're up here, you can feel that. The overall
Facts.
attitude, the style, and really the feeling of the whole place is very much stuck in the 90s.
Hell yeah, bro.
There was one simple rule to the grunge movement: don't sell out. But wait a minute, time out. I was just a kid back in the early 90s, so my biggest concern wasn't about selling out, it was video games.
Hell yeah, brother. Let's go.
There were two notable releases in 1989, the Game Boy and the Sega Genesis.
Bruh.
Both saw extreme success not only upon release, but also through the early 90s. The Game Boy for its handheld on-the-go convenience, and the Genesis for its cooler alternative feel that fit right in with the early 90s. And great marketing like Genesis does what Nintendo don't. I didn't know it at the time, but there was a war being waged, a bit war, and I'd chosen my side, the Super Nintendo. with a revved up graphical upgrade to 16 bits over the now outdated
I think the Super Nintendo was the better option. I'm not going to lie. The 2000s vehicle's look and style is just about to pop off. Fact. Collect PS2 stuff now. Are people not already mad about PS2?
date 8-bit NES. This new state
I guess we've been in peak PS1 and 64 nostalgia for a minute. But I feel like people have been doing GameCube. There's been a fair bit of GameCube nostalgia around lately.
gaming system was what dreams were made of. I spent most of my early days sipping on Capri Sun, sucking on ring pops, and playing games
Sucking
like
on
Super
ring
Mario
pops,
Kart.
bro.
Life was simple.
You all been sucking on some
But
ring
that
pops.
was life through the eyes of a kid. If you were a teenager,
I think these chats
had
are
other
hanging
things
around
on
for
your
too
mind.
long. I changed it to 60 seconds, but I think it's too long. Rule of 20s. Some people say it's rule of like 10. Some people say it's rule of 15. And some people say it's rule of 20.
But those cars were most likely out of reach for most kids, so you're more likely to see something like this, a 1993 Suzuki Sidekick.
including four-wheel
It's funny. It probably is 20, right? Oh, it might be more. Sometimes it's more. I mean, I feel like the 80s were nostalgic for the 60s, right? And I actually think that contributes a lot to the awesomeness of the 80s. Stuff slowly loses interest for 20 years, comes back around for 20 years, then declines for the next 20 years. I mean, the 80s were definitely nostalgic for the 60s. I think that's part of that iconicness. Or were the 80s? I think the 80s were nostalgic for the 50s. Dude, I think it's 30 years. I think the 80s were nostalgic for the 50s with all the diners and stuff. And then I think the 2010s were nostalgic for the 80s. I think it's 30 years.
drive, four doors, and a
And I think now we're nostalgic for the 90s.
1.6-liter
Fashion moves kind of faster than everything else, I feel like.
four-cylinder engine. This car might not have been a fancy sports car, but it would get you anywhere you wanted to go.
With the economy in a slight recession, imported cars with more economic gas mileage and reliability became very popular.
Thanks.
Maybe you had this exact car, or maybe not. But no matter what car you had, your first car is most likely still one of your favorites. And since this is the car I'll be driving around all week, this is definitely my favorite car. Getting your first car allowed new ways to hang out with your friends and allowed total freedom.
Yo, I just realized one of the reasons I really didn't like the name Mandy is because it took up 2 lines in the chat. But if you look at the chat right now, your name takes up exactly 1 line, and then literally the colon after your name takes up a whole line. I think you got to change your name again, bro.
All you had to do next was pick up the phone and dial.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Sanders. I was wondering if Johnny was available.
Who is this?
Well, it's Brandon, Johnny's best friend.
Hey, Johnny, your little boyfriend is on the phone.
Back then, you didn't have the availability of social media, so you had to get your social interactions in person or over the phone. A quick
Facts.
phone call to see if your friends were available, and you'd
But
schedule.
you know, if I just hide badges in the chat, it probably wouldn't take up 2 lines. Let me do this real quick. JChat setup. And we're gonna hide special badges, hide commands, animate, fade. We could try 45 seconds. Stroke medium, shadow large. Sergio UI or Roboto? Sergio UI, Roboto. I think I like Roboto more. Peepcast, generate.
time and place to meet up. Most likely, that would be at your local mall. So I'm here at the Lloyd Center Mall in Portland, Oregon, and it first opened on August 1st, 1960 as the biggest open-air mall in the United States. And since then, it's gone through different changes and looks, and I haven't been to this mall in, God, I don't even remember, probably since I was in my early teens, but I'm about to head in to see what it's like. And one of the most well-known features it had was the big indoor ice skating rink. And as you can see, it's still very popular. Maybe not back in its glory days, but hey, there's still people here, which is a good sign.
I always liked ice skating.
There's
I do
probably
that
stuff
fair
back
bit as a
from the
kid.
90s still in here somewhere. So since me and my brother grew up in a small town, it's around like 3,000 to 4,000 people, we would have to take a trip up to Portland, Oregon to the Lloyd Center here to find pretty obscure stuff, mainly like Dragon Ball Z VHSs
Hell yeah.
or certain toys like from StarCraft or Spawn. And there's one place called
Nice.
Suncoast that we would go to that was right here in this mall. Still see stores like this, Gambit's Games and Anime or FWC. It's no Suncoast, but you know what? They're still trying to keep it alive, which I appreciate.
Oh, it has the caps
Can
thing
have
on it. I
it.
don't
They
really
have
like the
Orange
caps thing.
Julius. Oh, I gotta get an Orange Julius. Not only could you shop at the mall, but you'd also come here to hang out with friends and also see the latest movie releases. And in the 90s, something came along that would change how movies were made forever.
CGI.
Computer-generated imagery. CGI first appeared back in the 1970s with films like Westworld, but it wasn't until the 1980s that filmmakers really began experimenting with it, using it more often and on larger scale in movies like Tron and The Abyss. Then came the 1990s. Computers were getting more powerful and suddenly CGI started to look real. Terminator 2 and Jurassic Park blew audiences away with visuals that felt lifelike. It was a turning point, one that opened the door to a whole new era of filmmaking. And since most people had small CRT TVs in their home, you would have to go to the movie theaters to see them on the big screen with surround sound and cutting-edge visuals. And a lot of times, that would be at your local mall. Now this is completing the experience, sipping on an Orange Julius in the food court. But there is something that's missing, as you can tell.
Yes, I
There's-
completely agree with you. Old school. Practical effects are so much better. I mean, I think some films get away with it because they do practical as much as they possibly can, and then CGI for the stuff that they couldn't really pull off otherwise. Like, I think that's true of the Lord of the Rings trilogy and Jurassic Park, and I think that's why those films hold up today. But these days, they just film everything on a green screen, especially like Marvel MCU stuff. Everything's filmed on a green screen and everything's CGI. And a good film that does not make.
No one here. And that's really a theme throughout this whole mall is it's just not what it used to be. And after the mall, if you didn't happen to grab any food at the food court, it was only natural to pick up some fast food. The 90s marked a golden era for fast food. Chains like McDonald's, Burger King, Taco Bell, and KFC were more than just restaurants, they were cultural institutions. With drive-thrus booming and marketing aimed squarely at kids, fast food became a fixture of everyday life. Happy Meals
Wait, was it not a fixture of everyday life before that? I don't know a world where fast food wasn't a fixture of everyday life.
came with collectible toys, ads featured Saturday morning cartoon tie-ins, and everything was supersized. But while burgers and fries ruled the scene, Subway was quietly rising as the so-called healthier fast food alternative. Its made-to-order sandwiches and eat fresh branding appealed to a growing wave of health-conscious customers. By the late 90s, Subway was opening more locations than any other chain, positioning itself as the counterpoint to greasy burgers and fried food. I remember when Subway opened in the small town I grew up in, it quickly became...
That's interesting for you, old school, because don't you and Glace really like McDonald's? You both really like McDonald's, but you're not going to let your kids have it. It's funny because I probably would very rarely let my kids have McDonald's. Like, I don't think I would never let them have it, but it's definitely not going to be a regular thing. And I think it's a lot easier to do that since I basically don't eat it. I mean, maybe sometimes when drive-thru is the most convenient thing to do, I would get a toasty. You do because you have childhood memories. True, you get weaned onto it. We don't have Jack in the Box here, Darkspark. That's how fast food gets. You look at the kid toys and fun and hamburgers. It's facts. They trick the kids into loving it.
go-to spot for everyone to grab their meals, and that was pretty evident too because everyone's cars smelled like the footlongs and was also riddled with all the packaging from Subway. Across the board, fast food in the 90s was fast, cheap, and everywhere. It was on our TV screens, in our schools, and on every road trip. For many, it defined an entire era of eating, and in a way, growing up. So we made it to the mid-90s, and things were changing. Hip-hop wasn't just music, it was a movement. Tupac and Notorious B.I.G. were topping the charts, defining the sound of a generation, and the styles were representing how people were influenced by it. On TV, Friends had us quoting catchphrases, and The X-Files had us looking to the skies trusting no one. Meanwhile, Hollywood was getting a digital upgrade.
Toy Story made history as the first fully computer-animated film. Jumanji,
yeah,
Batman Forever, and Mortal Kombat lean into effects like never before. In fact, 1995 was a stacked year for movies in general. We got Seven, Heat, Clueless, Braveheart, and a Goofy movie. And one film in
Bangers.
particular spawned one of the greatest first-person shooters of all time, GoldenEye. Gaming was evolving fast. While it was
thought he was
common to
gonna
play
say
Oregon
Doom.
Trail in school and head to your local arcade to play Street Fighter, Ninja Turtles, or Simpsons, home consoles were starting to take over. On September 9th, 1995, the PlayStation was released in North America. It launched the PlayStation release with a small but varied lineup of games, and around 100,000 units were sold in the first weekend, which was considered a major success. But Nintendo was hot on their heels. On September 29th, 1996, the Nintendo 64 hit North America. It launched with Pilot Wings 64 and Super Mario 64, a game that completely redefined 3D gaming. So with this guy popped onto screen and my brother and I saw it for the first time, it's hard to put into words just how crazy this was. First, we were seeing...
I spent all that time editing the chat box. Now I need to actually read chat. Make it exist then. I don't know if that's up to old school to make sure that Jack in the Box exists in our country. You're going to be like super heavy on the vegetation and fruits until about, I don't know, 10? Then slowly let them have candy. Okay. What if you just didn't even do that though? Like if you grow up eating vegetables, you'll enjoy them. I don't know. I think there is truth to that. Like if you're not eating lollies and stuff all the time, you're not going to find it as hard to enjoy vegetables and fruit.
real dinosaurs running around on the big screen in Jurassic Park, and now we're controlling a real-life Mario. Of course, looking back at it now and comparing it to modern games, the graphics are basic and the camera angles can seriously suck at times, but when it really came down to it, it wasn't the graphics that made it a classic. It was just fun. And playing it today, it's still fun. Now, there has to be something said about how video games were back in the 90s. You didn't have access to thousands of games on Steam or on Game Pass like you do today, and you didn't have access to thousands of reviews and gameplay footage to sway your opinion. And sure, you might have looked at a Nintendo Power or PlayStation magazine to see some screenshots and read the review, but overall, it was a leap of faith. So at that point, it was either buy it, which wasn't cheap, especially as a kid, or the more common option, rent it. And for most people, that would mean a trip to your local Blockbuster.
Blockbuster was founded back in 1985 by David Cook, opening the first store in Dallas, Texas. And by the late 90s, it was starting to peak with close to 9,000 stores nationwide. This is the last Blockbuster store in existence located in Bend, Oregon. And it makes you think, if Blockbuster would have bought Netflix back in 2000 for $50 million like they had the chance to, would we still see Blockbuster on every corner? We'll never know. But as it stands, this is just a relic from the past, and I'm glad we still have it.
Although local video stores were still around, Blockbuster made movie and video game rentals fast, easy, and accessible to everyone. Walking through the aisles and browsing the latest rental options felt like a weekly ritual. The smell of popcorn, the buzz of CRT screens playing previews, the soft hum of tapes being rewound, and the blue and yellow glow of the signage. It all felt like a mini adventure. But nothing topped the moment you got your own rental card. That little blue and yellow badge wasn't just plastic, it was independence, power, and the key to Friday night freedom. A true 90s rite of passage. Once you rented your game, the next step was to call your friends over your landline for an all-nighter to play it.
Hell
which,
yeah.
back then, could only be experienced through couch co-op. No online matchmaking, no headsets, just you, your buddies, and a tangle of controller cords sprawled across the living room floor. The glow of the tube TV lit up the room while you took turns, trash-talked, and made up house rules as you went. It was chaotic, it was loud, and it was perfect.
But video games weren't the only thing you could do with your friends. The mid-90s also saw the rise of extreme sports.
In 1995, the X Games came out, and suddenly everyone wanted to be a skateboarder, including me.
Hell yeah, bro. This was me as a kid.
And clearly, I'm not very good. Skateboarding was a huge deal back when I was a kid, so I tried my hardest to learn how to do it. But after hundreds of attempts to try to learn how to ollie, I finally quit. But thankfully, there was an alternative for me.
By the late 90s, skateboarding had found its way into living rooms of millions with the release of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater in 1999. The game brought skate culture to a whole new audience, blending real-world tricks with high-speed gameplay. It became a phenomenon, not just a way to experience skateboarding, but to live it, virtually. It wasn't about the sport anymore, it was a lifestyle.
Was Back to the Future not ahead of its time by making Marty McFly skate in order to make him cool? Is that where that kind of started? Because it felt like in the 90s and the 2000s, if a character was to be cool, they were a skater. Well, actually, when did Bart Simpson start skating? Was he skating in season 1 in 89? Although Back to the Future is still before that. It's a shame Tony can't skate anymore. He can't? I didn't even know that.
A global community, and for many, it was their first introduction to the world of extreme sports.
He does look very old. As we noted on the Xbox showcase, does Tony Hawk still skate? His knees have pretty much given up. Yes, Tony Hawk still skates, although he retired from professional competition. That's probably what you mean, right? After 1999 X Games, he continues to skate. Well, that is according to AI. Instagram photos. Get on the Hawks Insta. There he is skating. On the 30th of April. He's alright, guys. He's still got it, man. What did you say, Jacob? You said, thanks AI for being wrong, even though it wasn't wrong. He did I'm not doing flips ever again. Yeah, that's fair. I don't know. He's definitely we aren't going big anymore. Yes. Yes.
But there was another.
You are doing a little bit of a no true Scotsman. You said that he doesn't skate anymore. He clearly does skate. And now you're going, oh, well, he doesn't do flips anymore. But I mean,
board that was picking up speed in the 90s, and that was snowboarding. Snowboarding wasn't necessarily new to the 90s. It was created back in 1965 by Sherman Poppin and was called the Snurfer. But it gained a lot of popularity in the 80s and continued on throughout the 90s. But with the release of the Winter X Games in 1997, snowboarding solidified its place as the new extreme sport you could perform on the mountain.
Anything's extreme. You can get definitely extreme. I mean, any kind like this is definitely extreme.
So naturally, in our teens, me and my brother piled into our old beat-up Subaru station wagon, put on some corn, and headed to the mountain. And since I'm living in the 90s, that's exactly what we're about to do.
Hell yeah. I never really listened to corn.
It wasn't quite as extreme as the 90s, but we tried our best.
We went extreme for 40-year-old bodies.
Yeah, that's true. For 40-year-olds, yeah, it was pretty extreme for us.
He's looking good for 40.
Are falling apart. And the reason being is these are actually from the 90s. I got these probably when I was around 14 or 15 years old, and I've had them ever since. Vans. I mean, nothing says the 90s more than Vans. But there was another sport that pretty much lived and died in the mid
This
to
MTV singlet, though, that goes off.
late 90s.
Inline skating came crashing onto the scene with the help of Scott and Brennan Olsen founding Rollerblade Inc. in the 1980s, updating a design that actually dated all the way back to the 1760s, invented by a Belgian named Jean-Joseph Merlin. With slick marketing and perfect timing, rollerblades quickly became the new kids on the block. Aggressive inline skating took off, riding the same rebellious energy and carving out its own space in the underground sports scene.
These rollerblades aren't from the 90s. Back in the day, I was rocking the K2 Fatty Pros, but unfortunately, I couldn't track any down that were in my size for this video.
That would be
But
hard.
it's crazy to think how fast rollerblading caught on back then. And when it did, I jumped right in, buying the magazines, watching movies like Brink, and really have a goal of becoming a pro aggressive inline skater. And as you can tell, that didn't work out.
Oh.
And that's probably for the best because rollerblading pretty much died out in the late 90s.
True.
It was a quick rise and a quick fall. But as fun as extreme sports were, there was something creeping into every household around the world. Little did we know, life as we knew it was about to change forever.
Computers, bro. The internet, to be more specific.
In the mid to late 90s, the internet was a frontier, a digital Wild West full of possibility, chaos, and wonder. Dial-up connections screeched to life as millions of users logged on through bulky desktop computers. And for some people, it was a pretty confusing time.
That little mark with the A and then the ring around it?
Computers are supposed to make life easier.
The way it would change our lives may have been exaggerated.
Websites were simple, often little more than blocks of text and pixelated images, yet they felt like portals to endless new worlds. Services like AOL, Yahoo, and Netscape Navigator were household names guiding curious explorers through a sprawling, untamed landscape. Early chat rooms and message boards gave birth to the first digital communities where friendships were forged between strangers separated by thousands of miles. It was an era of discovery where
strangers separated by thousands of miles? What?
Click felt like an adventure, and even the smallest website could hold a hidden treasure. Email revolutionized communication, instant messaging introduced a new kind of immediacy, and the online marketplaces like eBay hinted at the beginnings of a global digital economy.
True.
There were no influencers, no streaming services, only raw connection, built one line of code at a time. The internet of the 90s wasn't just a tool, it was a new frontier for creativity, expression, and the human connection, reshaping how people lived, learned, and dreamed one pixel at a time. We didn't know it then, but we were standing at the edge of a revolution. Like most people, my family had some computers over the course of the 90s. A Commodore 64, Gateway 2000, which you might remember came in a cow-printed box, and an Asus. So of course, me and my brother quickly started to use them to play online video games like Quake, Warcraft 2, and StarCraft. We also started to communicate with some of our friends through ICQ and AIM, which was pretty mind-blowing. Hours and hours were now spent using it, to the dismay of anyone trying to call, getting the dreaded busy tone. And as you can see, I purchased this setup here, which is a bit of a Frankenstein of different parts, but it's something similar to what you would see back in the 90s. And using it now, there's definitely a certain charm about its simplicity.
I thought you had an IBM keyboard.
But overall, using it this past week has been a trip down memory lane, and it's a reminder why we all got sucked into this virtual realm. And that's exactly what happened to me and my brother. The internet allowed us to reach far beyond our small town we grew up in. Suddenly our aspirations started to shift. We began dreaming of bigger things. So with the help from our dad, we started making films and started selling those films on VHS tapes over the internet through a website my brother designed. Now we shot them on these cameras, the XO1 and GO1. And it's crazy to think about it now, but this XO1 shot in 420p and cost nearly $4,000. Today, I shoot my content on the Sony FX3, full 4K resolution, and it costs less than this XO1 did. But filmmaking wasn't the only thing we had going on. We started a band inspired by groups like Metallica, Nine Inch Nails, Korn, and Pantera. We called it Blind Automatic, and tucked away in all that creative chaos was a song called Infernal Machine, a track we never finished. Now it's been sitting on the shelf unfinished for almost 30 years, so to truly complete this journey, we're gonna head into the studio to finish what we started all those years ago.
Hell yeah, brother.
And to do that, we reached out to Derek Williams. He's been a musician and teacher for the last 20 years and has toured around the world with artists like Thomas Rhett, Mike Posner, and Leanne Rimes. So we met up at his studio and got to sit down with him to get a bit of a backstory to his experience in the 90s.
Yeah, so my name's Derek Williams. I was born in Nashville, Tennessee in 1984. I started playing guitar when I was 8. I got an electric guitar when I was 10, and immediately you have to get in a band. I mean, the whole idea about getting a musical instrument in the 90s was I need to get this thing so I can participate in a band with a group of guys. And so I started my first band probably when I was 10.
Oh, wow.
Maybe you write some really terrible.
I wanted to start a band when I was 10, but it just didn't happen. I always tried to convince people to be in bands with me, and it never worked out. Unfortunately.
Songs and have a lot of fun. That's the point, you know.
And speaking of writing terrible songs, we're gonna have you listen to Infernal Machine and get your thoughts.
Okay, let's hear Infernal Machine. Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
As Derek listened to our song, I couldn't help but feel like I was 15
They're not gonna play the song? I want to hear the song.
again, flooded with that raw, unfiltered excitement. There we were, sitting with a real professional musician, and he was actually listening to our track. It was surreal.
It's a good tune. Let's see what we can do with it. Let's see if we can't, what would happen if we updated this song? And, hey, let's finish this thing. What do you think?
Hell yeah, brother.
He offered some great notes, then had us jam a bit to get a feeling of the song and our vision. After that, he sent us on our way. And as we walked out, it hit us. Deep down, we still believed it. We had a late 90s metal hit on our hands.
Hell yeah. Are we gonna hear it though? Did he link it?
I like how you did it so slowly.
Infernal Machine on Spotify. I mean, this guy can't be mad about copyright, can he? He's a YouTuber. He should understand, right? Right, Infernal Machine, here we go. Infernal Machine on Spotify. Sounds very 90s. Sounds good. Yeah, pretty heavy. Okay, it's not good. But that's okay.
The viewer's gonna be like, wait, what's he doing? And then it's like trash.
Okay, so the song needed a lot of work, but thankfully with the help from Derek, we knew we could polish the song into something that sounds professional. At this point, my brother Hudson headed back into the studio to record the singing.
Infernal Machine! Infernal Machine!
That's
and
a
do
lot.
that again, then I can shift that one over. You see what I mean?
Okay. Infernal Machine!
And after hours of hard work, the song was officially finished.
I think they overdid it.
What I'm holding in my hand is 26 years in the making. And of course, you had to burn it to CD because we're about to do what we used to do, and that is pop
Play
this
it in
in,
the
listen
car.
to it on our blown out speakers, drive around aimlessly until we get bored, and have a damn good time.
I'm ready to be a 90s kid for one last night.
So am I.
Bro.
Pop it in.
Okay. They play it in the video. Okay, my bad. I really like the intro. The guitar's great.
As we drove around listening to the finished version of Infernal Machine, I was reminded of the hours and hours we spent doing this exact same
Hell
thing as
yeah.
teenagers. Just driving around, talking, headbanging to the music, and pondering what the future held for us. The word nostalgia is thrown around a lot these days, and I don't know if I've ever truly understood the feeling until now.
Oh,
This
wow.
whole experience has been a wild ride, and in certain moments it felt like I was transported back in time. It's hard to define what getting older feels like. In your mind, you're still the same person you were as a kid, yet the world around you changes. But that's part of growing up, and every new generation will look back on their younger days with the same feeling. But of course, the time they grow up in is never going to quite top the 1990s.
Everyone thinks their era was the best.
If you made it this far into the video, you're a true 90s kid, and I just want to say thank you. These videos take a lot of work, and I continue to try to expand upon them. So if you want to give us some support, you can check out our fitness app called Buff that we just released on Google Play and the Apple App Store. Now, I don't have a crew, so I handle all this myself. The writing, lighting, camera, and editing, which is why these videos take a lot more time than normal. But I do have to give special thanks to my brother Hudson and my girlfriend Michaela for helping me on this project when I needed them most. I'd love to hear your stories from the 90s and also any recommendations for the next era we can do. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in a different decade.
You don't think your era was the best? Old school? That's kind of different. That's kind of unique. What do you think the 80s were the best, or? I mean, we were kind of after the 90s, but I mean, I feel like the 90s informed our culture so much. Yes, he's got big lumberjack energy for sure. The exhausting exploitation of hobbies. 1980s. Yeah, I thought you might say that. I thought you might say that. I mean, I have some 80s nostalgia because my dad is so nostalgic for the 80s. So he's kind of foisted some 80s nostalgia onto me. Why? You know what sucks? Everyone talks about internet fatigue and this place sucks now, right? But I feel like one of the things that sucks the most is people keep making videos and talking about how much the internet sucks. I mean, I feel like we're having a good time. Come on, chill out, bro. Fishing's great, bro. I I don't know if I told you this, Jacob, but I went and I did a quest. I finished that sword quest, that knight's sword quest, and I was like, screw this. I'm going back to fishing, dude. I'm going straight back to fishing. A quest. Nice. Dude, that's exactly what I think that's what not angry said. Like verbatim. A quest. Nice. How weird of that dude to be like, my name is Swampy and then just leave. Do you reckon they were gonna try and the one follower? Do you reckon they were gonna try and get me to pay them to do channel art? Fishing level's got to be pretty high by now. It is 67, and cooking is the funny number, the hilarious number. Well, I know that Jacob would love that video. Boomers versus Gen Z work ethic. You can almost move spots. Oh, what level do I move spot? Are our hobbies just consumerism? Mate, I think if you have that attitude, maybe they are. Resist consumer culture. How to create more than you consume. 68. And you'll teach me where to go. I imagine. Are you when you're teaching Darkspark how to play RuneScape, are you happy for the three of us to be doing that on stream? I feel like that would be good content. People love the brand new player. Yes. That's probably yes to you teaching me, not us teaching Darkspark on stream. Probably. No, I don't know if I'll be on stream. Oh, your anniversary is tomorrow. Darkspark said you were gonna teach her how to play RuneScape tomorrow. You should definitely like focus on your anniversary. The frick. What the frick? You found a YouTuber for me. Okay. Okay. And every video is going to be about physical media. Pokemon Deluxe version's actually good? That's a great question, actually.
Before we had
DLC. But you've got something for me. Oh, OSRS?
What's up, guys? My name's Local.
Well,
in Pokemon games, it was very...
You just wait. You'll collect physical media too. I might collect hard drives.
very common for Pokemon to take one of their older games, add some changes, and then re-release it for the same price. But now that we have the magic of the internet, Pokemon no longer needs to do this. And honestly, it's kind of disappointing. There was something so special about talking to your friends and telling them you had the legendary third version of whatever generation was out at the time. It was almost like a status symbol to say you had Pokemon Emerald when your friends were stuck playing Ruby and Sapphire.
Guys,
True.
I finally got Pokemon Emerald. Oh, cool. Beat him up and take his wallet!
So today we're looking at every third version of a Pokemon region and seeing if they are the premier way to play. The first generation of Pokemon is the only region that has a...
I do like Pokemon Yellow more than Red and Blue. I think it's based that you can get Charmander and Squirtle and Bulbasaur. Crystal is the lowest selling Pokemon of all time. Crystal didn't do heaps. Crystal let you play as a girl, and Crystal animated the characters a bit. No, did it do much else?
A third version, a direct sequel, remakes of the direct sequel, and remakes of the third version.
It seems like someone's playing favorites.
But today we're talking about Pokemon Yellow. The third version.
Crystal was locked to Game Boy Color, but isn't that true of Pokemon Gold and Silver? Crystal had animated battle sprites.
Version of Pokemon Red and Blue, which
could you play Gold and Silver on the regular Game Boy? That's kind of wild. I never had a regular Game Boy. I played regular Game Boy games on my Game Boy Color, but I never just had a regular Game Boy.
Were the best-selling Pokemon games of all time. During the 90s, Pokemon took the world by absolute storm. There's a reason it's the highest-grossing media franchise of all time, and it all started in the 90s when every child across the land saw Pikachu and went,
Mother, please purchase me this electric rodent. It would make me very happy.
But it wasn't just the video games that were taking over the world, there was also the cards, the toys, and of course, the TV show. The Pokemon anime had a vice grip on children across the world. Waking up on a Saturday morning to grab a bowl of cereal and watch Ash's adventure was something that millions of children across the world did. And the Pokemon Company quickly realized if they took their fan-favorite video game, added some elements from the anime, and mixed it together, then they would have a money-printing machine. And so they made Pokemon Yellow. They already had most of the work done with Pokemon Red, Blue, and Green already taking place in the Kanto region. But there are a lot of changes between the original games and Pokemon Yellow that make this the premier way to play. Most of the Pokemon sprites got updated in this version to actually resemble what they look like in the modern day. Some Pokemon like Wigglytuff no longer look like they're about to get robbed, and Golbat doesn't look horrifying. I seriously don't know who designed this and thought this was okay to release. They also filled this game with references to the Pokemon series, because every child wanted to be Ash Ketchum and this was the easiest way to make it possible. They replaced some trainers around the map with some teams that you'd recognize from the anime. They also added the fan favorite Jessie and James from the Pokemon anime into the game. And though they don't serve as much of a challenge, it is great to see these characters in a full Pokemon game. They made some changes to the available Pokemon in the game, like getting rid of Pikachu from the overworld because you already have one. And though that means you can't get a Raichu in this game, I don't know if anyone's really complained about that. I'm sure I can't be the only one who tried to evolve their Pikachu in this game, but I never went out looking for another one to evolve it that way. They changed a bunch of in-game trades, making Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle available in the game.
Team Rocket is always the best villain team. Sometimes I wonder if they would have been better off having them as the villain just all the time. I don't know. It's funny because I got into Pokemon through the anime first. So when the more the games resembled the anime, that would get me so excited back in the day.
You were no longer forced to trade with friends if you wanted to get all 3 starter Pokemon, and they even took some of the Pokemon that were only available through in-game trades in Red and Blue, like Farfetch'd and Lickitung, and made them appear in the wild. And of course, the change that I think everybody bought this game for is that you could walk with your Pikachu. The only option for a starter Pokemon you have in the beginning of the game is Pikachu. Luckily, you can still get all 3 other starter Pokemon, but even
Which is why this game's the best, because you start with Pikachu, you get Charmander, you get Squirtle, you get Bulbasaur. It's freaking based. Which is in the anime.
couldn't, I would still get to walk around with this little guy, so I can't really complain. Instead of making a counter pick, your rival Blue will pick an Eevee, but not only is it cool that he's picking something that doesn't hard counter you, depending on how you fare in the first 2 battles with him in the game, he will evolve his Eevee into a different form. In
That's
your first
very
battle,
cool.
if you lose to him, he'll evolve into a Vape.
Like, that's got to be the coolest one, because like always your rival used to pick the type that you were weak to. Nowadays Pokemon sucks and they pick the type that is weak against you. But the fact that if you do poorly in those battles, he's going to evolve his Eevee into one that's weak to you, I think that's awesome. And if you do well, he's going to evolve his Eevee into one that's powerful against you. I think that's the best.
Vaporeon. If you beat him in the first battle and then lose or skip the second battle, it will evolve into a Flareon, and if you beat him in both the first and the second battle, it'll evolve into a Jolteon. So this was the first time you could get an advantage over your rival in a Pokemon game. Red and Blue are incredibly classic games, but if I ever want to go back and play the original Pokemon games, 9 out of 10 times I'm reaching for
Flareon's
Pokemon
cool.
Yellow. And it's not just because I love the Pokemon anime. I genuinely think this is one of the best ways to play Gen 1 of all time. I would rather play this than the remakes Let's Go Eevee and Pikachu. Now I'm willing to admit it could
I actually kind of like the remakes, I'm not going to lie. I had a lot of fun playing through Let's Go Pikachu.
be the nostalgic charm, or
I
they
tried to go back to it not that long ago and was kind of like, eh. But I enjoyed it at the time.
could have just made the modern games too easy, but in my opinion, Yellow is a better game than Red and Blue. But Nintendo saw how profitable
I killed the
this
fly,
could be
dude.
and quickly realized
Ultimate's best stream moment of all time. If you were here, then you know I just slapped a fly on my forehead. And this is why you got to tune into twitch.tv/peepcast. Wait, it flew off?
could
Yeah, I
do
know.
this for every
I'm
generation.
going to wash my hands. That was kind of gross.
Going forward. And when they made their second generation of games, they had to make a third version of that with Pokemon Crystal. I am willing to admit that I am a certified Gen 2 fan even after everything I read about Typhlosion.
Is this 50 Shades of Crystal?
Gold and Silver are great games, but this is another instance where if I'm going to pick one of the three, it's going to be Crystal 9 out of 10 times. Unlike Gold and Silver, you could now play as a female character for the first time in a Pokemon game, and honestly, it just makes sense. If you're playing as a nameless, voiceless protagonist and it's a purely aesthetic choice, why not have a female option? And this has been the case in every Pokemon game since, and I'm honestly really glad. Beyond that, there were some changes to Pokemon sprites, where when you enter a battle, the Pokemon will now do a little animation, and this has been in most Pokemon games since. And it's another quality of life detail that just makes me think,
why is it looking at me like that?
There were some more visual changes, like now when you enter a location, it will tell you on the screen the name of the location you entered, and even though I can barely
I'm pretty sure it flew off. I looked at the stream with the like 5-second delay and I saw the fly off. So it must only slightly incapacitated it. But I've washed my hands and my forehead now.
touch. But unlike Pokemon Yellow, they didn't try and make this like the anime, and they more made it an enhanced version of the story, which going forward has been the standard for every deluxe version. Golden
I think, I guess the first season of the anime was the best season, and I don't really watch the anime after that, but I always used to name my character Ash because I wanted my character in the game to be Ash. And if I could have chosen Pikachu as a starter in other generations, I may have done that.
Gold and Silver had a really good story as it is, but they just took it up another notch. There's a new reoccurring character in the story named Yusin, whose only goal is to hunt down Suicune, who, if you couldn't tell by the cover of this game, plays a much bigger role in the story. And there were some other changes, like getting a free Dratini if you answer questions right in the Dragon Gym, the Burn Tower actually looking burned, and the Bellsprout statues in the Sprout Tower are now beige instead of gold.
This is a tragedy on par with Pompeii.
Of course, there were so many more changes that made this the premier version, but to me, what made Crystal better than Gold and Silver Silver is that they took something that people already loved and added more to it to make it a better version without sacrificing anything that already existed. This was the first real Pokemon Deluxe Edition because they didn't make this to capitalize on the anime. Instead, they made the anime capitalize on this. Pokemon Forever was a Pokemon movie that came out in 2001 after the release of Pokemon Crystal in 2000, and Suicune played a massive role in that movie. It's like they decided to do the exact opposite of what they did with Pokemon Yellow, and instead of basing their games on the anime, based their anime off the games. But if you had to pick one of these 3 games to play, Pokemon Crystal is the definitive choice. Gen 3 was an incredible upgrade for the Pokemon franchise. Just look at it, everything in the game is in full color and looks absolutely gorgeous.
I can't stop looking.
Beyond the visual upgrades, Ruby and Sapphire had a bunch of changes to the Pokemon formula, but I can't think of a single person who would say that Ruby and Sapphire are better than Emerald. Story-wise, the original Ruby and Sapphire are fine, where depending on what version you get, you deal with one of the enemy organizations, either Team Aqua or Team Magma, but in Pokemon Emerald, you have to deal with both of them. And sure, this does slow down the story a little bit, but it also gives some much better context to what's actually going on between these two organizations. And getting to see how they interact and compete with each other, to me, makes this the best story in this generation. With Team Aqua and Team Magma beefing more in this game, there was an added focus on Groudon, Kyogre, and especially Rayquaza, because unlike in Ruby and Sapphire, where he sits on top of a tower waiting for you to battle him, this time he sits on top of the same tower.
Wait, is there ever a reason not to play the better version? Like, is there any reason not to play Yellow, Crystal, Emerald, Platinum?
Tower waiting for you to battle him, but before you can, he flies off to yell at Groudon and Kyogre for being annoying.
Peak cinema.
There was also a lot of minor changes to the game that I really like. Of course, in Ruby and Sapphire, Brendan and May are gonna wear red or blue depending on that version, but in
Okay, that's a reason. I think this version of the guy looks way cooler than the green version, to the point that I modified a version of Pokemon Emerald to have the Pokemon Ruby sprite.
Emerald, they wear green. I always really liked this subtle change in Gen 3. And I know that we have character customization now, but in Gens 4 and 5, I really wish they did something like this. Professor Birch is being chased by a Zigzagoon in this game instead of a
They did do something like that. The characters do look different in Platinum.
Poochyena. And at the start of the game when you're moving in, instead of having Machoke's move boxes, you have Vigoroths, which just makes sense considering your dad is a normal type gym leader and uses this Pokemon. Instead of Pokemon contests taking place in 4 different locations on the map, they all got moved.
Should I go back to streaming Pokemon?
To one town, and in their place,
This video is making me feel like playing Pokemon.
they have battle tents, which honestly I like a lot better. I like how they didn't get rid of Pokemon contests completely because I really do enjoy them, but having them all condensed into one location just makes more sense to me. And battle tents are fine. They're entirely optional and you don't need to do them at all, but they do add more replayability and they're pretty fun. It's like getting a sample of the Battle Frontier before you get there. And speaking of that, they changed the post-game entirely and they now have the Battle Frontier, which is a great addition. They hype it up throughout the entire game with Scott coming around at random times, and I get the Battle Frontier.
I don't know if you guys know Scott the Waz, but he's like a Nintendo
Hype
YouTuber.
it up throughout the
Mostly
entire game
Nintendo.
with Scott coming
Lol.
around at random times, and I get the Battle Frontier might not be for everyone, but in my opinion, it's way better than the Battle Tower was, so honestly, I see it as an overall upgrade. There was a change with the champion and gym leaders, where the 8th gym leader is now Juan, and the former gym leader, Wallace, is now the champion of the Pokemon League. And honestly, I don't love that change because Steven Stone is one of my favorite Pokemon champions, but you still can battle him in this game, which makes it fine by me. But again, I think Pokemon Emerald is another clear upgrade from the original. In my opinion, there's not really a reason to play Ruby and Sapphire when Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire exist, and that's also
Valid.
kind of the case with Generation 4.
Also valid.
Generation 4 has been going through a bit of a rough phase. I think overall it
Yes.
has the lowest consistent quality between all of its games. That's not to say that all of them
I
are
think
bad,
Platinum's good.
just most of them. Diamond and Pearl are extremely flawed games, though they have an incredible
Wait, which Pokemon aren't in Emerald?
story in a great region. Playing them makes me feel like I'm going to get dementia at any moment. But luckily, they were saved by Pokemon Platinum. The first and most notable change to me is that the game plays a little bit faster.
It's still very slow.
That doesn't mean they made the game fast. In fact, it's still slower than all of Generation 1, 2, and 3. And the game still plays at 30 frames per second, but compared to Diamond and Pearl, any improvement is a good improvement. They upgraded a lot of the wireless features in this game that didn't really work in Diamond and Pearl, but none of that really matters anymore because it's been 10 years since any of these features worked. They changed the Pokemon gyms in this game to only—
Wait, Sunskit, I don't care. Masquerian, don't care. Meditite, don't care. Medicham, don't care. Rosalia, don't care. Zangoose is random, but I don't really care. And Lunastone, don't really care. But I'm guessing that there's more Pokemon that you can get in Emerald as opposed to Ruby and Sapphire.
only have Pokemon from that gym type, which only makes sense, because for some reason in Diamond and Pearl, they thought it made sense to give Volkner, the electric gym leader, a Octillery. They also made most of the trainers in this game have their Pokemon be a little bit stronger, except for the Pokemon League, who for some reason had most of their Pokemon's levels lowered. They had a much better balanced selection of Pokemon, meaning that there was more than 2 fire types, and they added new forms for a few Pokemon like Rotom and Giratina. Rotom could now turn into one of 5 forms, being based off of different electrical appliances, and Giratina now had his origin form, which is just so much cooler, because who needs legs when you can just fly around? But in my opinion, the biggest thing they changed about Platinum was the story. The entire story flows so much better, with a lot of minor and major changes that took the Sinnoh region from being just alright to being one of the best. You meet Cyrus so much earlier in the game at Lake Verity, which is an extremely subtle but great change. Meeting him so early makes it so when you fight him later in the game, it feels so much more impactful. You're also no longer jumped by Starly at Lake Verity. Professor Rowan just gives you a Pokemon, which I do like to a certain capacity because you're no longer stealing a Pokemon, but it also removes a lot of the stakes, and it was the first Pokemon game to really show what happens if you wander around in the Pokemon world without a Pokemon. Team Galactic as an organization feels much more villainous in this game, and you get a lot more context about their plan and why they're doing what they're doing. They're not just blowing up the Great Marsh because they feel like it, there's a method to their madness.
Let's blow up a lake. Okay, good idea, but why? You know, I didn't make it that far yet, but we get to blow up a lake.
There's the entire climactic event that leads up to going into the Distortion World, which is not only a cool area to explore, it also makes the entire game and the Pokemon universe feel much more dark and connected, which is something that's been missing in the modern games. And in the post-game, there were a couple changes to give more content and challenge, like raising the Elite Four's levels to a reasonable challenge, and being able to re-battle all of the gym leaders from the region.
Dude,
they
that
added
is
a battle
based when they
frontier,
let you
which
re-battle
wasn't
the
as
gym
good
leaders.
as Emeralds, but was still really fun, and overall made the post-game a little more challenging. And they also changed the Sinnoh region itself, with the entire region having more of a winter theme to it, with Lucas, Dawn, and Barry all having outfits that actually look like they're dressed for the weather. But in my opinion, I think Pokemon Platinum is the best third version of a Pokemon game we've ever gotten.
Platinum's good to the point where I don't know if I would play Diamond or Pearl.
The most substantial changes that took a region from being good and made it one of the best. But this was the last real third version, with Pokemon Black and White getting a direct sequel that takes place 2 years after the events of that game, Pokemon X and Y getting literally nothing.
Aw, come on!
But then, seemingly out of nowhere with Pokemon Sun and Moon, we ended up getting essentially a third version, but as a split release.
More money that way, bro.
Now, it's debatable whether this is considered a third version or a different thing in and of itself. It can't really be labeled as a third version considering it's 2 separate games, but it's more of a definitive edition than anything, which is essentially the same thing. Pokemon Sun and Moon came out during Pokemon's 20th anniversary, which is likely why we didn't get a Pokemon Z, and that is something I will never forgive the Pokemon Company for. It had pretty much the same story as Sun and Moon, with a lot of interactions just being minor.
But now we're getting Legend ZA, so forget about it.
Changed, except for the main climactic part of the story, which is almost entirely different. They added arguably the most challenging Pokemon fight in the entire series with Ultra Necrozma, which was the main change to the game because most of the early game flows pretty much the same as it did in Sun and Moon. As far as Pokemon go, they added 101 additional Pokemon to the Alola Pokedex, which gives you so many more choices for how to build your team, and they even added brand new Pokemon mid-generation for the first time. They added added new Ultra Beasts
Wild.
that weren't available in Sun and Moon.
Too bad they're not good.
Which I really do like because the more Pokemon the merrier, but it's weird they didn't have these Pokemon in the original game because the Ultras came out just about a year later. But my favorite change to the Ultra versions is that the post-game now had the Team Rainbow Rocket story, where you gotta fight a bunch of fan-favorite villains from Pokemon history, and honestly, I think it was a great choice. Sun and Moon's post-game was just kinda fine, but this was actually something that I wanted to play. But unlike a lot of the other...
Funny, I'm like a lot less interested in this video now that he's talking about new Pokemon games. Apple MacBook, the Lord works out everything to its proper end, even the wicked. For a day of disaster. Thank you for our daily Bible quote, Apple MacBook. Appreciate you.
Definitive editions, Pokemon Sun and Moon did things that were better than Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, and mainly it was how they handled the characters. The story doesn't focus on Lily and Lusamine as much as the originals, and honestly I think that's disappointing. In the main climax of Sun and Moon, there was a terrifyingly creepy part of the game where Lusamine and Nielgo fuse and create this ungodly abomination, and that doesn't happen in the Ultra games. It really destroyed their entire story arc, making them feel more like minor characters as opposed to what they were in the original games where they were mostly the main focus. As far as gameplay goes, Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon are superior in pretty much every way, but story-wise I think the original Sun and Moon are just a better game overall. But after Generation 7 with Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, the Pokemon Company switched to making DLC, and since these games we haven't gotten a single definitive edition Pokemon game, and honestly it's something I miss. If it's done right, DLC can replace a third version entirely, offering new stories, new characters, and new places to explore that were not previously accessible in the main game. However, with the Pokemon games that have gotten DLC so far, it feels like they've used it more to substitute a post-game than what they should be doing, which is to make it in place of a third version. Yes, they give you new places to explore and new characters, but the problem with Sword, Shield, Scarlet, and Violet is that they don't have a post-game to begin with. I have faith that in the future, Pokemon DLCs will do a great job replacing a third version, but as of right now, I really do miss getting that third Pokemon game that made me say,
wow, this is the same thing, but slightly better.
But as always, thank you for watching. I hope that you and your family have an incredible rest of your day, and if you like anything that you saw here, please consider subscribing.
I'm gonna get rid of all the ugly bits that aren't just the video. Look at that. I'm learning to use OBS properly. Look at that. It's a miracle. I think. We'll get there. We'll get it set up nice and nice. We'll get it all very nice. Whoa. Wild stuff. Oh yeah, let's put YouTube back like there. Wait. Where's my black? There we go. We're getting there. Unlock your creativity. Why we're more creative with less. Just play games on weekends. What? That's crazy. That's madness. Just on weekends. That's no way, dude. No way. Oh, we'll put this on top of that. Hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Dude, that looks pretty professional to me, bro. Pretty professional, dude. I thought about getting this version of the DSi XL, but I just got a blue one. I like my blue DSi XL. I think it's nice. How far we've come. Yeah, these handhelds. You can get addicted to buying these video game handhelds. I recommend not getting addicted to doing that. Apple design, the icon that began a decade of gradients. To me, that looks like the Instagram one. I do get into this stuff.
In 2016, Instagram introduced a brand new logo.
It's a good logo. I actually really like that Instagram logo. I'm not a fan of Meta. I'm not a fan of Zuck or pretty much anything they do, but I do like the Instagram logo.
Style icon, one of the most famous symbols in tech, was gone. Media and designers reacted with a storm of mostly negative comments. Many people disliked the bright colors and gradients. I remember the strong emotional reaction this logo triggered.
I'm pretty sure I liked it as soon as it came out.
In me. But why? iOS 7 had been out since 2013, filled with vivid colors and gradients. Hadn't Apple's design already prepared everyone for this? Take a closer look at other iPhone app icons. What's different about Instagram's icon? Both use gradients and single color symbols, but there's a key difference. Most icons use single color gradients from dark to light to imitate.
Well, there's two colors here, but this has like blue, purple, pink, orange, yellow. I do remember feeling like it was a lot.
Instagram, however, uses a multicolor gradient to mimic light reflections. These are two completely different concepts.
I always thought they were going for like a sunset vibe.
And we'll come back to this later because it will genuinely surprise you. But first, how did the company dare to abandon such a beloved and instantly recognizable logo? iOS 7 had launched a redesign trend, and by 2016, Instagram was essentially already late with its update. The company kept its old logo because it had a huge and loyal audience, but by then the change had become necessary, so the decision was clear. When they finally redesigned...
Yes, old school, he does have a European accent, therefore he must be Arnold Schwarzenegger. Now, I see the resemblance.
As one of the last major apps to do so, they faced a wave of hate but didn't back down. Internally, the company believed they had set a precedent that would soon change the entire design world. And it will. In this video, we're diving deep into the story behind a seemingly small design shift.
Wait, I wasn't looking at the screen and was like, what's Arnold talking about social media for?
That sparked a visual revolution. We'll trace how and why one app dared to change the visual landscape, why it couldn't have happened sooner, and unpack the surprising power hidden within a simple gradient. We'll also touch on how this boldness impacted design perception as a whole and even inspired the idea of bringing this aesthetic to physical objects. To understand all this, let's get down to basics. You know what a gradient is, right? One color transitioning into another. But actually, that's not quite it. Any color in itself is a gradient. Yes, color itself is the frequency of a photon's amplitude. But we won't dive into the quantum structure of color. It's not crucial for our topic. What's important is that color as a photon is singular. And a pixel also has a single color. But almost any physical surface, with rare exceptions, isn't uniformly covered with a single color. Firstly, we always have shading a gradient into a darker color. Secondly, the mixing of light sources with different temperatures. Thirdly, reflections colored light bounced off surrounding objects. The result? Everything we see in real life doesn't have pure flat colors. Everything is alive with gradients. And what does the green of a tree leaf, which is actually a gradient, not a solid fill, have to do with computer interfaces and icons?
Humans like to look at gradients.
Interfaces have always, from the very beginning, from the first graphical interface developed by the US military in 1968 to iOS 19, imitated reality. Not completely, but only in those aspects that make interfaces easier to perceive and use. And we designers have long known that people feel more comfortable in environments that shaped their evolution. The sounds and smells of nature, the skywater bodies and other genetically familiar places just feel more pleasant. Therefore, it's crucial for an interface, not just to devise the most logical interaction method, but also to create comfort, to operate with ways of perceiving reality that are familiar to us. That's why Microsoft's completely flat Metro design concept, devoid of shadows, gradients, and transparencies, didn't last very long. Visually appealing at first glance, it was simply an uncomfortable environment for long-term work.
It was so oversaturated, and it definitely needed yeah, like shadows and gradients and things just to make it like possible to look at, dude.
Meanwhile, iOS 7, though it shocked everyone and was dubbed Flat UI, was never actually flat. In some ways,
That's
it
true.
even became more dimensional than previous iOS versions. And gradients were everywhere. If these are such fundamental concepts, why?
We are a pro gradient household. We like gradients. Legit, by the way, unrelated, but I have noticed that the last 2 months a distinct drop and lack of empathy and sympathy for anyone except close family and select friends.
Why didn't they emerge sooner? Because technology wouldn't allow it. A pure gradient on all devices was a staircase with noticeable steps between colors. Before that, it was often an imitation of transition through geometric patterns. Older systems shied away from gradients and leaned towards flat colors for this reason alone.
True.
In the late 90s, LCD monitors with true color technology started appearing capable of displaying significantly more colors. Still not enough for full-fledged gradients, but small micro-gradients to simulate volume that was doable. I remember about 15 years ago adding single pixel diagonal stripes to every design to make everything seem more detailed and to mask.
I don't like the way that looks, those. Let me go back. These lines, I don't like that at all. But I've noticed that that is a thing these days. You have had hard times in your life. When you were extremely stressed, did you also lose your empathy? I don't know about losing empathy. There's definitely times in my life where I've gone, I need to focus on me and work out my life. But I don't think I've ever lost empathy.
Diagonal stripes to every design to make everything seem more detailed and to mask imperfections, especially in places with gradients or shadows. The real breakthrough came with the iPhone 4 and its high pixel density Retina screen. Texts, icons, textures and colors began to look dramatically better than on any screen before it. This was in 2010. And as we now know, Apple was already deep in developing its new design language, which would be unveiled 3 years later in iOS 7. Apple wasn't the first to invent.
Am I going for 99 on fishing or just doing it? Asks Anis at Antisny. I've said your name before. I can say Antisny. I think I'm just doing it. And if we hit 99, we hit 99. I think that's kind of where I'm at.
And popularize a flat interface for the masses. But they were the first to introduce a modern type of interface simultaneously
I don't know if it's the only thing I enjoy, but it is the thing I enjoy the most.
Minimalistic, yet packed with an incredible amount of subtle complexity. With variable corner rounding on icons instead of standard. With blur effects and layering with a sophisticated shadow system and yes, with gradients. See the disconnect?
I love fishing. I mean, we might just like different things. You might like things that are more active, but for me, fishing while watching a good YouTube video and talking to chat, that's just a good time.
We touched on it in the intro. In 2010, the technical capability arrived. In 2013, gradients were popularized by Apple. So why in 2016 did Instagram's new logo feel so alien? Why did it shatter convention so profoundly that many found it
It's because there's so many more colors.
Unequivocally ugly and
it's also because the iOS gradients just go from top to bottom, and that gradient is like multi-directional and multicolored.
Unnecessary redesign. How did we spend 6 years heading in this direction only to feel like we'd suddenly veered off course? Think of Apple, a name that means huge changes, making brand new things popular with an almost crazy attention to detail. iOS 7? That wasn't just an update. It was the birth of a whole new design era, a look that swept the globe, setting the standard for devices everywhere. But there's another side to Apple, isn't there? That iron fist of control.
It's funny, when I started the game, my favorite was combat. And I liked killing goblins the most, I think. And so mining felt too sort of AFK for me, I think. Or like the idea of the mining method where you can sit for 7 minutes with only one click. Yeah, I mean, watching a video, I would sit for 7 minutes with one click. That sounds good to me, bro.
That constant push to make everything look and feel exactly the same. And so along with this revolutionary style came their strict set of rules, the infamous guidelines. Suddenly designers felt trapped. Single color gradients only. The orders seemed to scream from every page of their rulebooks. Creativity began to fade. They were told it was for a consistent look, for that sleek, unified Apple style. But what it felt like was being smothered. There was no air to breathe, no room to move, no space to truly create. And here's a basic truth. When you put...
I get that as an app developer. If everything looks the same, you don't really feel like you can go outside of that visually. I'm curious, old school, how do I make my UI look different? Because I don't think I like this black and red look. I think I want something a bit more chill and a bit more beautiful.
Put on that much pressure, when you force such tight control on all that lively, messy human creativity, something has to give. Pressure like that doesn't just build. It catches fire. It explodes. And explode it did. Think about it, a major split in how people thought about design, a break from the main style just 3 years after it really took over. That's incredibly fast in our world. iOS 7 got its crown in 2013. By 2016, the rebellion was in full swing. This rapid speed up, it was a direct result of that pressure cooker, that heavy hand of control Apple had accidentally forced on the design community, leaving them desperate
set sail, okay.
For freedom. I remember that time, well, those talks with colleagues, a shared feeling that something wasn't right, a sense that design had become boring. Pleasant, predictable, yes, but it just had no life anymore. You could almost touch the tension in the air, everyone wanting to break out of those limits. And Instagram wasn't just any app, it was a giant still using its old realistic-looking Polaroid logo that people loved.
Skeuomorphic is the word.
And this radical redesign crashed right into a separate wave of user anger over the new algorithmic feed. All these things came together like a battering ram, not just cracking the dam of old habits, it completely smashed it. Sure, the media was confused. Many designers, too, were skeptical at first, even angry. Now, that new logo, it was a real shock. But look at us now. Looking back, it's huge.
It is a pretty therapeutic Apple MacBook.
Importance is crystal clear. This wasn't just any app trying to be different. This was Instagram, a cultural powerhouse. If a smaller player had tried such a radical change, it might have been ignored. Just a small note in design history, a passing trend. But Instagram's massive size plus that perfect storm of disruption forced the world to face this new direction. And you could really argue that because of that bold move, that key moment in 2016, we now get to see the lively, expressive, and, no joke, genuinely beautiful design styles from today's Apple and Google. They got a new sense of freedom too. So however you feel about Instagram or whole Meta, and let's be real, people...
Wait, can I just make it default? What does default look like? None. I don't know. I don't think I mind that. None. 2010 HD overhaul. That's too much.
Feel very differently about them. You just can't deny how big that 2016 earthquake was. It wasn't just a redesign. It was a turning point that changed our digital world for good. Look at all these modern gradients. Yes, you might recognize them if you pause for a few seconds. But I'm sure some of them you see even more frequently, yet recognition doesn't come as quickly. It all comes down to the first mover advantage, creating a kind of protective field. Nobody wants to copy Instagram too closely because it's just too recognizable. As a result, that gradient became and remains unique, launching a whole new wave, another cycle of popularity that's happening right now. Remember that newsletter with rare materials I mentioned? If you're interested in getting a curated digest like that every 2 weeks, the link is in the description. This unique blend of 5 colors was so captivating to me that I even found myself experimenting, trying to translate it onto physical objects. Imagining how such a gradient would look on, say, a sticker, or even a simple everyday item like a bar of soap, turning it into a small piece of art. We see Apple with its Siri gradients shamelessly using almost the same colors we see from Microsoft with little alteration. Google uses a slightly more restrained alternative, but still it's all...
Google is doing gradients now? That's crazy. I had no idea.
All in the same ballpark. Yet none of them...
I like that. That's pretty. That's a lot prettier than their usual app icons.
To come close to Instagram and its beautiful, unique 5-color blend. And you know what's frustrating yet incredibly telling? Look at the promotional materials for iOS 7. They are bursting with multicolor gradients. Everything Apple did with its communication became like that bright, multicolored. but the HIG, Human Interface Guidelines, the rulebook for designers. Not just a recommendation, but a guideline non-compliance, with which could get an app rejected, clearly stated that icons should be monochromatic with simple shading gradients. Essentially, Apple ignited a design revolution with iOS 7, but in their thirst for control, herded designers and themselves into narrow, strict confines.
It's very true.
This is pretty characteristic of them, actually. And this very control created
New Google
the
icons
vacuum.
are bad. Google app icons. I think Google has often had the ugliest app icons for sure. Man, they have some bad ones, dude. It's just like everything has to have the same 4 colors, and there isn't like a background color. I just think it's terrible, and everything's on a white. Far right. This one, but we saw that one with gradients. Google app icons. What if I go new Google app icon? Goog. New Goog. That one he showed, hey, that's good looking. Yeah. Yes, what Google see, what I see, yes. Straight facts. I think they're the worst icons, honestly. But I like this gradient, G. You know what I think would be even better? Is if the background of the icon was this gradient and it was a white G. But that would be very heading in the Apple direction. But I mean, Apple has had good app icons for a minute now.
The boredom that Instagram so brilliantly shattered. The balance between evolution and revolution is incredibly tricky, and Jony Ive, Apple's chief designer at the time, knew this better than anyone. For more on this balance and Ive's influence, check out our video Apple Design, the post-Ive era.
Yeah, because was he gone when they did iOS 7, or was that him? Was that his like last hurrah?
A major
The reflection. Yeah, I really don't like this new glass thing they're doing. I think this new glass thing is not good. Old Apple logo like 1990s was the best with the rainbow Apple. There's one Apple design, the return of color. Let's go Apple logos. Dude, the first Apple logo is crazy. You guys aren't even going to believe the first Apple logo. Apple logos. Get a load of this, dude. I should be able to bring it up bigger than that. Look at this, bro. Dude, that's not even high quality enough to see the logo. I think that's part of the reason logos are so simple now. Let's get these low resolution JPEGs. What about this one? Is this a bit better? Classic, right? We all know that one. Look at this one though. Look at that. Apple computer. There's Isaac Newton under the tree. Yo, Recon family, what up? Welcome to the stream. You actually came. It's funny, I raid people all the time and they're like, yeah, I'll check out the stream. But you've actually done it, Recon family. You're actually a real one. Seriously, appreciate you. We're just fishing in RuneScape and doing a bit of a deep dive on design and stuff. Looking at the different Apple logos, I think old school, my mod, he likes this one. The rainbow apple. I remember this one with like the IMAX. A lot of people are talk, it's true. But you're real, bro. Kind of crazy that the 98 to 2000 is the present logo. Windows XP icons are the best in terms of finding things. Is that not just because you used Windows XP? That was like your introduction to like an operating system? I mean, that was my introduction to an operating system. My first non-video game console operating system. They are simple but bold. My bad. A Windows XP. Icons. Whoop. What the? Yo. They are simple and they are bold. It's true. I don't know. I kind of like. Yes, this is 117 HD, set to autumn. Running the game at 120 FPS. It's kind of good. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, I think these icons are overly busy. I do feel like we've gone too far in the direction of everything looking the same and being oversimplified, but looking back at this is too much. This is too much. I can see why we've ended up where we are. Their XP. The second image was XP of all app icons. Let's see what we get. It'll probably just won't include Windows. Are these even different? Oh yeah, they did the thing where they added all those shadows. They look like 7. 7 was on top, but the bottom ones were XP. Oh wow, I like that new camera one. These are actually not that bad. The main one I don't like with these newer iOS ones is the messages one. What are we fishing for? The next quest? I just like fishing. You'll come to learn this about me, Recon family. I have a habit of I'll just fish and then chat and I talk about whatever. We'll watch videos, we'll do whatever while I'm just fishing. Have I leveled up? I don't even know. 67. Cooking leveled up to 70. So that's kind of cool. Also, these are my skills. I can't remember if you looked those up, Recon family. I think you did. Dude, I like the new mail icon. Should try some Temperos. Yeah, old school got me to do Temperos, and I I felt like it was overly complicated. I don't know. I felt like I was stressing out. Like having to tether myself. Like I was able to do it, right? I could do it, but I was stressing out while I was doing it. And I'm a chiller, bro. I'm a chiller and a skiller. He do be a chiller and a skiller though. Dude, I actually like these new icons. I don't like a lot of the glass stuff that they're doing with the operating system itself, but I actually think these icons are really good looking. Gonna get that fish barrel so you can chill at Caramborns. I don't even know what that means. You gotta remember, I'm a total noob. Complete noob. I actually think these new icons look really good, especially the camera one. I like the way the colors kind of bleed. I think it's really pretty. They kind of bleed like they do with glass, I guess. But the operating system itself, I think, looks kind of ugly now.
Apple just presented iOS 26 and spent an hour telling us that the new design gets out of the way and puts content.
Oh, true. Maybe I should get a fish barrel. Most AFK fishing with fish barrel, great XP, amazing cooking XP with one tick method and good money. Okay, so if I just have to do Temperos until I get the fish barrel? So maybe I should do Temperos. Yeah, I don't know what a tick is.
First, they're wrong. In fact, their new design
They're
Apple
wrong?
just presented iOS 26 and spent an hour telling us that the new design gets out of the way and puts content first. They're wrong.
Yes.
In fact, their new design does the exact opposite.
Yes.
And the reason for it is a single decision, one tiny effect that they've placed everywhere that constantly demands your attention. It's obvious to everyone that for all its beauty, this new interface attracts more attention than ever before.
That's true.
It all comes down to the reflections and refractions.
They're distracting.
They draw so much focus. The interface is transparent. Yes, physically correctly transparent, but it's also loud. To understand why,
Yes.
you need to understand the fundamentals of design.
This guy is the
More
guy.
specifically, one rule. Design is a system for managing attention, and its
Yes.
main tool is contrast. If we need a button to not attract extra attention, we try to make it low contrast. Translucent, subtle, even if it's easily distinguishable from the background. Now look at these new controls. They are high contrast simply by their nature. First, they have highlights, and because contrast is relative, we see that this highlight is the brightest spot in its vicinity. And the refractions. They create large patches of contrast.
I don't hate transparent in general, but I think with what they've been doing since iOS 7, the kind of the glossy effect was just a lot more frosted, and you didn't have all this refraction, and it wasn't busy, it wasn't loud, it didn't get in the way. But I mean, there's so much going on here. There's so much like refraction, and that you've got these highlights. It's just way too much.
Contrast, breaking the integrity of the content behind them. When we mute content with transparency and blur, we distance our UI from it, both in color and on an imagined Z-axis. The eye predictably understands what is content and what is clearly not
Wait, Jacob, do you have a fish barrel? Could someone just give me a fish barrel?
content, which isn't trying to mimic it. But a refraction on a button. It's a beautiful spatial effect, but it uses the content itself, not muted, but distorted. In other words, we amplify the distracting factor by showing something that is maximally close to the content, but broken. And this core problem manifests across the entire system.
Bro.
The problem is deeper than just visual noise. It's a broken physical promise. We're shown glass, but it behaves like soft rubber. We lose the sense of premium heaviness, of coldness, even the fragility that we subconsciously associate with real glass. And when these high contrast, distorting elements are placed over a complex background, the result isn't premium. It's just messy. Look at the tab bar in the phone app or the new CarPlay interface. The number of edges, reflections, and nested panels creates a visual cacophony where there once was clarity.
Friend hit a pole? Needs you to tow his car off the street. Bro, do it. You're a hero.
This same effect, stamped uniformly across every icon, creates another problem. It hurts identifiability. When every icon has the same bright artificial glint, it becomes a repetitive pattern that can slow down visual recognition.
Yes.
The unique character of each
Dude, every icon looking the same is not good. Colors exist for a reason.
icon is sacrificed for a uniform effect. And sometimes this lack of attention to detail leads to basic errors in perception. Our brains are hardwired to see faces everywhere, a phenomenon called pareidolia.
Facts.
This new icon for liquid glass itself looks unmistakably like a discontented face.
It does.
How could a company so famous for sweating the details miss this? And perhaps the most telling sign of all is the rampant inconsistency. Why are status indicators in Wallet always green, losing their function as a color-coded signal? Why are the icons in the game's app fully 3D and not flat glass like everywhere else? Why are the buttons there just plain white? It looks like the work of different teams who couldn't agree. So are these just mistakes? A sign of a team rushing to meet a deadline?
Yes.
I don't think so. I think what we are witnessing is something far more profound. We are witnessing the end of the era of curation, the era of the Apple of Steve Jobs and Johnny Ive. The Apple that acted as a stern but brilliant curator of good taste. They made decisions for us. They gave us the super ellipse because it was more pleasing. They chose the material.
Super ellipse? That's super ellipse? Now let me Google this. Super ellipse. Oh, whoa. It's crazy geometry stuff.
For us. They gave us the super ellipse because it was more pleasing. They chose the materials. The design just worked because every detail was obsessively considered to serve a single unified vision. That era is over. We are now in the era of the canvas. The new Apple no longer sees its primary role as curating the
So
perfect
tired of
experience.
hunting.
Instead, it
Wait,
provides
there's hunting in this game? I like hunting. I like hunting in Far Cry. Would I like hunting in this game?
a powerful but increasingly chaotic canvas. Features like icon tinting and now these universal
I
noisy
hate this. This is disgusting.
reflections
This
are
looks
the
like jailbroken garbage.
ultimate proof. Apple is giving you the tools and shifting the responsibility for the final result onto you. And it's important to understand this in itself is not good or bad. It's just different. There was a time when iOS 7 was a similar step towards maturity.
You were hunting? I'm not going to lie. When I raid people, I just try and get as much streaming advice from them as I can usually. Hunting chin chompers. I don't even remember what you were doing, to be totally honest. I was cooked. I think, was that after a 14-hour stream or was that a 6-hour stream? Did I raid you yesterday or the day before? Every day is blending into one at this point.
Manifestation of rejecting direct imitation of physical materials. In the same way, liquid glass is a sign that Apple is doing its part beautifully and then setting your hands free. That's why they no longer try so hard to make the interface invisible. Interestingly, the exact same trend is latent in Google's expressive style. In design system, their visuals are...
It was last night, so I would have only been like 6 hours deep. But yeah, memory. I was just like, give me streaming advice. I have a bit of a one-track mind sometimes. What fishing level am I at? I am at 67 and cooking is at 70. So we're definitely making our way.
much more prominent and bright than before, but with much greater freedom in how they can be applied.
I actually only stream 2 nights a week, so I have time to hang with others. Yeah, I don't really do that. I just stream. Although I did just start, so I haven't really learnt any kind of stream life balance just yet.
This departure from a single curated vision is a vast chasm compared to the
I am the next freaking Gordon Ramsay, but I don't freaking swear.
Philosophy that defined Apple's golden age. Allow me to make 2 predictions. First, get ready. In the next year, expect a tsunami of glass, reflections, and refractions on websites, in apps, in all of design. Most copies will be terrible, but the trend will be massive, no matter what anyone says.
It always
and second, Apple will calm it all down themselves in 2 or 3 years. In a hypothetical iOS 28, I expect heavily muted rubbery physics in the animations, significantly less use of refractions, and most likely the triumphant return of matte surfaces. And I really hope they find a fresh approach to gradients, because what's happening now is just getting ridiculous.
Wait, what don't you really do, Dante?
Around the screen when you activate Siri, that's basically Copilot's colors, almost unchanged. Okay, it has its own spin. But look what they did during the presentation. When they showed something related to AI text...
Oh, yeah, that is me. That is me. I don't really talk to humans in real life.
On a gradient background, they used a gradient that is almost identical to Gemini's. What is this, Apple? What are you even doing? What's next? Are you going to take Instagram's gradient? Just kidding, that's impossible. Instagram's gradient is practically copy-proof, and you can see my video all about that. Bye.
This guy is great. I really like this guy. He knows what he's talking about. This guy's a genius. Apple design, how blur effect reshape design forever. Bro.
Summer 2007 at WW.
Summer 2007 iPhone moment. Dude, this WWDC moment is actually so good. I don't know if he's going to show it, but it's so iconic. I do like graphic design, it's true. Especially for operating systems. Steve, well, we'll just go iPhone. Reveal. It's going to be, yes, this is it.
This is a day I've been looking forward to for 2.5 years.
That's not as long as I would have thought, to be honest. I thought he was going to say 20 years. 2.5 years, bro. 2.5 years. I blink my eyes and 2.5 years has gone by.
Every once in a while, a revolutionary product comes along that changes everything. And Apple has been, well, first of all, one's very fortunate if you get to work on just one of these in your career.
It's true.
Apple's been very fortunate. It's been able to introduce a few of these into the world. In 1984, we introduced the Macintosh. It didn't just change Apple, it changed the whole computer industry. In 2001, we introduced the first iPod. And it didn't just change the way we all listen to music. It changed the entire music industry.
Facts.
Well, today, we're introducing 3 revolutionary products of this class.
3 revolutionary products, guys. 3.
The first one is a widescreen iPod with touch controls.
Based.
The second is a revolutionary mobile phone.
They're making a phone. Guys, they're gonna make a phone. They've never done that.
And the third is a breakthrough internet communications device.
An internet communications device.
So, 3 things.
3
A
things.
widescreen iPod with touch controls, a revolutionary mobile phone, and a breakthrough internet communications device.
Crazy.
An iPod, a phone, and an internet communicator. An iPod, a phone. Are you getting it?
Oh, wait.
These are not 3 separate devices. This is one device. And we are calling it iPhone.
What?
Today,
What is that?
Today, Apple is going to reinvent the phone. And here it is.
Yeah, boy.
No.
You know what? I wish that old school was here, because if anyone was gonna like this this device, old school would go mad for this thing.
Actually, here it is, but we're going to leave it there for now. So, before we get into it, let me talk about a category of things. The most advanced phones are called smartphones, so they say.
Got him.
And they typically combine a phone plus some email capability, plus they say it's the internet, sort of the baby internet, into one device, and they all have these plastic little keyboards on them. And the problem is that they're not so smart and they're not so easy to use. So if you kind of make a business school 101 graph of the smart axis and the easy to use axis, phones, regular cell phones, are kind of right there. They're not so smart and they're not so easy to use. But smartphones are definitely a little smarter, but they actually are harder to use. They're really complicated. Just for the basic stuff, people have a hard time figuring out how to use them. Well, we don't want to...
Look, I feel like we don't need an hour. We got the good bit.
WWDC, Apple unveiled Leopard.
Now, let's move on to our big cats.
Leopard.
A new macOS with a completely redesigned desktop. It introduced features that would later surface across every Apple platform, and its centerpiece was the new dock. This wasn't just a fresh 3D shape. It sat on a glossy glass shelf with light.
That was too much, in my opinion. I mean, we weren't doing the extremely minimalist thing yet. I feel so old. I got my first phone just before that came out. Yeah, I don't know if I had a phone before the iPhone came out. I'm not gonna lie to you. But my first phone was definitely not a smartphone. I had one of those sliding phones.
Live reflections. The dock was shiny yet not blurred. Both.
What did you get? Did you get a BlackBerry?
Both its reflections and the desktop behind it remained razor sharp. The menu bar, however, carried a subtle...
Hey, Razer? That's a Motorola? Hang on, what? Or was that just a mistype and you just had a Razer? Razer? Did you mean Crazer? I just spelled Razer wrong, maybe? Wow. That's pretty base, dude. That's very similar. I think I just had like the Samsung version of this. Back when it wasn't cool to have a Samsung phone. No, it's a Crazer. With an O? I think this is it, right? Small version of the Razer. That's kind of based though. And I bet it was a lot cheaper than an iPhone. Especially at the time.
Background blur if you looked closely. That tiny flourish would soon trigger a major shift. Leopard wasn't the first blur on the market. Earlier that year, Microsoft's Windows Vista shipped with Aeroglass, and the Compass Window Manager added a blur plugin for Linux. But
everyone hates Vista, right? For good reason. There's a lot of stuff wrong with Vista. Vista sucks, but I think it was good looking.
It marked Apple's first system-wide leap toward real-time GPU effects, all in the same year. What on earth happened in 2007? Why did everyone suddenly embrace blur? 2007 was the first year when consumer GPUs learned to calculate Gaussian blur in 1/60th of a second. It's perhaps the most thoroughly thought-out OS release from Apple yet, wrote Wired in its October 2007 review of Leopard, noting design more than is usual for a review like this. The combination of...
It's too much. They're definitely doing way too much, especially by our today, everything is ridiculously simplistic standards. But, you know, the idea is there.
Translucent glass, sharp reflections, and subtle background treatments laid the groundwork for Apple's later material language, and hinted that interface design was heading somewhere new and far more exciting very soon. To understand how this changed everything, we'll explore three questions. What exactly is blur inside a computer? Why didn't it appear sooner? And why does it feel so natural to you? When we talk about human eyes, we fall into the trap of seeming simplicity.
The blur thing is genius, because when you blur something out, we don't want to look at it. It makes it clear that it's unimportant. It's literally not being focused on, and it's signaling to you that you don't need to focus on it. I think that's why having blur in operating systems is such a genius thing.
In everyday life, you can just defocus, turning the world into a soft haze. But in graphics, things get harder. There's no lens to adjust, no eye, every pixel has to be calculated and computed a lot. In essence, blur means mixing pixels. If we mix them randomly, the whole picture turns into pixel mush. So we need to mix only a certain number of neighboring pixels. The mixing radius is exactly the size of the little box around each pixel inside which everything is mixed. Set the blur radius to 5, and each pixel involves about 100 neighbors. Blurring a Full HD image is roughly 200 million calculations, a bit trickier than simply defocusing your gaze. This method is called box blur because such a box...
A methaphone? What's a methaphone? Phonetic algorithm. What? Or is it this Indiegogo thing? Is it just not a phone? Is it just nothing? Methaphone. Leave your phone without the cravings or withdrawal. Is it literally just like a piece of glass? Why'd I go shopping? It's just a piece of glass? Bro. I think you can just leave your phone at home without having a piece of glass in your pocket, but it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny because people do seem to be trying so hard to get away from regular smartphones with like the dumb phones and stuff. It's just a shame they haven't really made a dumb phone that's good enough that people would switch to it. Also, I saw MKBHD review a dumb phone that was really expensive. And it's like, well, are people going to pay like close to what they would pay for a smartphone for a dumb phone? That doesn't make a lot of sense.
Is formed around every pixel. The problem is that this calculation produces an unnatural blur. It doesn't look much like what you see all over today's interfaces. A different approach is used, Gaussian blur. Instead of drawing a box around the pixel, you draw a bell-shaped radius. The closer the neighbors are to the pixel, the more they are mixed. The farther away, the weaker the effect. That gives a blur that looks far more natural, like real optical defocus. The catch is that computing such realistic blur is hundreds of times more demanding for the processor.
It's true.
And remember, we're talking about interfaces, about animation. So all those calculations must happen every single frame. No CPU could handle that load. The most natural blur happens when the subject stays razor sharp and everything behind it fades smoothly into haze. Cameras and phones have tried to copy this for years, but the results still feel off. Shaky edges, broken detail. So designers still build true depth blur by hand. Masks, layers, patience. GPUs saved us from universal sharpness. The key difference between CPUs and GPUs is that GPUs can perform calculations in parallel rather than sequentially. One-off complex calculations favor the CPU, but tasks that need a huge number of simple simultaneous operations, like pixel math, are GPU territory. That's why in the 2000s, both Apple and Microsoft were working in parallel on GPU-based rendering systems. Microsoft's desktop window manager and Apple's core image played almost the same role. Up to 2007, Apple and Microsoft experimented heavily with blur, hunting for loopholes and hacks to make it both smooth and natural. But nothing really worked until GPUs of the needed level.
It's kind of cool that they knew that blur was what they wanted before they could do it. Like, I don't know if I would have thought of that until all the operating systems started having blur in them.
Became ubiquitous. The same applies to
But it's one of those things where once you know about it, it makes so much sense.
Phone hardware. Before iOS 7, Apple avoided blur in the iPhone UI, and even iOS 7 used it sparingly, disabling translucency and live blur on older devices. But why was everyone so obsessed with blur? An interface's job is to show shapes and boundaries, yet blur seems to do the opposite. Because blur is not just another...
The only reason that computers work is because someone thought, I wonder if I can blur a picture. I mean, I do think the blur is more important than anyone realizes.
Visual gimmick. It's a fundamental device comparable to negative space in design or to silence in music. It's a basic building block of human perception. Right now you're looking at a monitor or phone. Behind the screen something exists in physical space, but your eyes and brain are focused on the object of attention, while everything in front of or behind it falls into blur. Filmmakers grasp this immediately. The camera works partly like an eye, and optical blur is a basic way to guide attention, not merely a pretty effect. When a blurred background sits beneath a menu, it creates spatial depth inside the interface. And depth has been essential since the very first graphical user interface, prototyped under DARPA, not Xerox. From version 1, we had overlapping elements, meaning space was implied. Space without blur is a lifeless imitation. Thus blur, which is essentially noise, chaos, fuzziness, is needed, so that something else becomes sharp and captures center stage. That is why interfaces progressed toward realism in the basic principles of human perception. And here lies the fundamental difference between Microsoft's and Apple's approaches.
Oui.
So when design had to grow up, abandoning skewomorphism...
He's going to say Apple's one is prettier.
...for flat, clean forms, a fork appeared that perfectly exposed that difference. Windows went first with an absolutely flat interface, but with flatness and the death of volume, they also discarded the basic cues of spatial perception, shadows and blur. Meanwhile, the flat interface Tim Cook shocked the world with in iOS 7 actually pushed those basic principles to the forefront. Guess what happened to Windows? A few years later, they brought back background blur and shadows. Starting in 2007, Apple has been moving step by step away from illustrative metaphors, yet keeps converging with the real world in fundamental principles. This reaches...
Did you know a lot of old artists actually used a primitive version of a camera to draw? I did not know that. That's cool. Yo, Mr. Bean, what up? How you doing? Dude, it must be late for you. 10 p.m., 10:18. I guess that's not insanely late. Not as late as I usually stay up, or used to stay up.
Effects to form itself. Did you know Apple icons are not rounded rectangles? They're
I saw you tried to call me, Bean. Did you need help with something?
Rectangles with variable curvature. When iOS 7 debuted, it looked as if the corner radius changed from 10 pixels to 12. But in fact, the entire philosophy of shape shifted, ultimately changing the approach of the whole design industry. See our video about 12 pixels that changed design forever for the full story.
Deep. This guy's great, I guess. The 20 pixels that change everything. I mean, I know that I'm interested in that. I don't know if everyone else is interested in that. Mid-journey hacks for designers. Why the iPhone is designed to break your brain. To make you addicted. Look at all your apps. A follower of mine had PC questions about how you got yours set up. Told him there's no way you could explain it. Gonna have to contact him if that's okay. Interesting. Do they already stream?
Why the iPhone is designed to break your brain. It's a provocative title, I know. But as a designer and entrepreneur who spent 2 decades thinking about how interfaces...
If you could link me their stream, I'd rather check out their stream first, because I can't do tech support for everyone. But if I feel like they have a really good stream, then it will feel worth putting the time and effort in.
Shape behavior, and frankly, as someone who fights for focus every single day, I believe this question is critical. This device is a masterpiece of industrial and interface design. No question. It's woven into our workflows, our connections, but the elegance might be deceptive. If you're feeling that your cognitive resources are being drained, your focus fractured, your anxiety levels subtly jacked up, you're sensing a real conflict. A conflict between user-centric design principles and engagement at all costs business models. Today, we're going beyond the surface. We'll dissect the neuropsychological hacks from a design ethics standpoint, trace the history of persuasive tech, unpack the business incentives that often pit your well-being against shareholder value, and explore what you can do to reclaim your most valuable asset, your focused attention. So, is Apple maliciously trying to break your brain? Let's dive in. You likely clicked because you feel it too.
Is it Apple or is it Facebook? Is it Meta? Is it Google? He's live right now. And so which one was it? Acridone.
This magnetic pull, the constant stream of notifications. So how exactly does this beautifully designed object subtly wage war on your focus? It employs elegant, almost invisible psychological mechanisms. At its heart, it manipulates your brain's reward chemical, dopamine. Think of dopamine less like a pleasure chemical and more like the brain's gimme more signal. It drives wanting, prediction, and gets easily hooked by unpredictability. When apps exploit the system, they can condition you like Pavlov's
I'll check him out and I'll get back to you.
Dog, making you crave digital rewards without even thinking. It feels like your own desire, but it's being externally triggered. For someone like me with ADHD, this constant pull of potential novelty feels like...
Bro, I have ADHD. So this is poignant, this is important stuff. I feel like people with ADHD, we get hijacked by these I mean, I think everyone gets hijacked by these social media platforms that I don't know, they grab our attention. They manipulate us to grab our attention. So this is important stuff.
Like kryptonite to sustained focus. Those clean red badges, perfect visual triggers. The unpredictable alerts, they weaponize your brain's reward prediction error. It's the same addictive loop.
I only get notifications from like email, and I unsubscribe from every email that's not important, and I get notifications for like text and Facebook Messenger, and like every other notification is turned off except maybe Discord. Sorry, lol. I've gotten a lot of compliments on my stream, and I just say it's Peep Lamau. Am I gonna have to start charging people for stream setup advice?
As a slot machine, just wrapped in a minimalist UI. Pull to refresh is such a deceptively simple gesture, yet pure variable reinforcement. As designers,
having 7 million notifications, that's a massive debuff, bro. I mean, my phone's in Do Not Disturb. I have no notifications. I don't know if you can see that, but that little bit of text is saying no notifications. I had a bunch of emails and I just unsubscribed from all of them.
We admire the efficiency, but we have to question the cost to the user. These aren't features designed solely for your benefit. They are finely tuned behavioral hooks. They exploit your basic neurology to maximize engagement, turning your phone into a slot machine you carry everywhere. Beyond triggers, the structure of many apps actively dismantles stopping cues.
Yeah, I'm not diagnosed, but I'm convinced I have ADHD and autism as well. So that's why I have to pare everything back to total minimalism. Otherwise, I would just be, I don't know, addicted to my phone.
Promoting endless, frictionless consumption. This isn't accidental, it's a deliberate design choice. This directly undermines your ability to manage your attention and time. Perhaps the most critical resources you have as a professional, a creative, a parent.
I'm going to subscribe to this guy, Design Lovers. This guy's amazing. I just discovered him now.
It engineers against deliberate use. Infinite scroll. The designer removed the next page button, eliminating a decision point. It feels smooth, but it's designed to lull you into passive scrolling for hours. Autoplay preys on inertia. The cognitive cost is real. Your focus frays, your productivity suffers.
Yeah, I think it's kind of crazy. YouTube, Netflix, the show ends and then it just starts playing another show. The default is to just start playing another show. That's insane. Or even just play the next episode instantly. That, I think, as soon as I noticed that design, I thought that was really messed up. I was like, dude, shouldn't it be my decision to watch the next episode? Should that really happen automatically? But they want you addicted, man.
Even with the phone simply present. These bottomless designs make continuous scrolling the path of least resistance, deliberately breaking your focus and making mindless engagement the default. Your attention span is literally being engineered away. Beyond rewards, the design leverages anxiety, specifically the fear of missing out, creating a powerful drive to constantly check in. This negative reinforcement loop keeps you tethered out of fear, not just desire. It creates a baseline hum of anxiety that degrades your mental well-being and presence. It's the opposite of the calm and control good design should foster. That low-level stress waiting for a notification? That's cortisol. Checking brings fleeting relief, reinforcing the check anxiety cycle. It's a feedback loop designed to ensure you never feel truly disconnected or at peace. You're caught in a deliberately induced cycle of anxiety and relief. This is
never feel at peace.
Isn't just a side effect. It's a consequence of design choices that prioritize keeping you engaged over keeping you calm. It's using negative psychological states as an engagement tool. The ultimate concern is the potential cognitive design debt. Are these short-term engagement wins creating long-term deficits in our ability to think deeply? This impacts your core capacity for creativity, strategic thinking, learning, and complex problem solving. It's about preserving the mental bandwidth you need to thrive, not just survive in a complex world. Research linking heavy use to hits in focus, memory, cognitive control is mounting. Could the constant context switching and shallow interaction be subtly eroding the neural pathways required for deep work?
I mean, this is obviously why we have such shorter attention spans now.
Are we, especially younger generations, paying a long-term cognitive price for the hyperstimulation these devices provide? We need to consider the potential long-term cognitive consequences as a crucial aspect of product design responsibility. Is the pursuit of immediate engagement building up a debt that will diminish our collective capacity for deep thought and innovation tomorrow?
Yes.
So how did user-centric design evolve into designing systems that can feel so user-hostile? Understanding the history of persuasive technology reveals how good intentions can pave a road to digital distraction. It began with academic curiosity. Stanford's B.J. Fogg and others mapped out the psychology of behavior change via technology, the B=MAP model being a key artifact. It's a powerful framework for understanding influence. But when deployed at scale by businesses chasing exponential growth, these psychological insights became tools for mass behavior modification. The focus shifted from understanding influence to maximizing clicks, time on site, and viral loops. Design became less about solving user problems and more about optimizing engagement.
Humans adapt though. Wouldn't over a long time the consistent brain activity cause us to get smarter over time? I've thought about this. I've thought about like, are we going to just adapt to this? And I think we will adapt, but I don't know that I would assume that we'll get smarter over time. I think we'd only be getting smarter over time if what we were engaging in was actually using our minds well. See, I think what's happening is we're all consuming stuff constantly. We're constantly consuming information, but I think we're doing a lot less like deep processing of information and calculations based on information. I feel like we're not doing that so much. I mean, we're just feeding ourselves constant information, and it does actually shut off parts of our brain. Like when you look at MRIs of people watching a video instead of reading a book, there are large sections of the brain that aren't being used, because to some degree, the video is kind of doing the work, so to speak. Like the video is providing the stimulation, whereas if there was no video, you might be imagining things and thinking about things instead.
Metrics. But then insiders like Tristan Harris rightly called foul. They recognized that persuasive tech had morphed into addiction by design, deliberately exploiting cognitive biases. The design discipline.
It depends on the video game. I feel like some video games are just sort of mindless, lots of stimulation. I mean, RuneScape's pretty mindless, but it's not ridiculously stimulating, right? Like, I wonder what the worst offender would be. I feel like there are games that just sort of melt your brain with the amount of visual and auditory stimulation. I have not bossed yet. That is true. I have not bossed yet.
In itself was being leveraged not just to delight users, but to hook them, often against their long-term.
But I would say there are video games that do actually use our brains and make us think, and I don't think that's the worst thing in the world. There's an argument to be made that the video games that really use our brain cause mental fatigue, and then we have less mental energy to do stuff in real life. But they are using our brain. I don't know.
Interests. The key takeaway? Techniques that could be used for good were largely co-opted by the demands of the attention economy. Understanding this history helps you decode the intent behind the interface and question whether it truly serves you. It wasn't magic, it was applied psychology. Which brings us back to Apple. Why do these patterns persist in an ecosystem known for meticulous design? The answer lies in the tension between design ideals and the powerful gravity of their business model. Apple's success hinges on its integrated ecosystem, creating immense value but also significant user lock-in. This velvet prison makes leaving difficult and expensive, limiting your practical choices.
That's a great way to put it. Because like once you go Apple, you're kind of trapped in the ecosystem, but it is really good. You wouldn't think bossing on RuneScape would be hard, but some of them take a lot of skill. Yeah, that's true.
Critically, Apple's financial incentives are now heavily tied to maximizing your activity within these walls. App Store commissions, growing subscription revenues, these depend on your sustained engagement. The focus shifts from...
I can't be alone in thinking Apple was like less evil. I mean, they say that Steve Jobs was like a bad dude. He was like an angry perfectionist guy. But I mean, to me, it seems like Tim Cook is a pretty greedy guy and wants everything to be a subscription service.
From just selling you a great device to keeping you perpetually active within their services playground. From an entrepreneur's perspective, it's a brilliant business model. But from a user's perspective, you must realize your attention is the raw material fueling this engine. That fundamentally shapes the design priorities, potentially compromising user centricity for engagement metrics. Apple's official human interface guidelines espouse noble principles like clarity and deference. As a designer, I see a potential disconnect. If the core...
I actually don't know what deference is. Deference. Polite submission and respect. I think operating systems should politely submit to and respect us. Like we should be telling our technology not what to do, not the other way around.
Core business relies on engagement. Can principles like minimizing distraction truly be the driving force? Your experience often suggests otherwise. Is a persistent red badge truly deferential to your focus? Is infinite scroll the epitome of clarity about task completion? When push comes to shove, engagement metrics often seem to override idealized design principles in the shipped product you use. Treat the HIG as aspirational marketing, perhaps.
Why do I only have this many fish? Guys, my brain's turning off. I guess I'm here. I may as well cook them and put them in the bank.
Evaluate the product based on your lived experience and its actual impact on your attention, not just the stated design philosophy. The proof is in the interaction, not the documentation. Now, speaking of business...
Yeah, Old School was saying that when I level up, I'll be changing. I think he said it was 68. So I'm just about to hit 68. If you tell me where to go, I'm sure I'll work out where it is. I'll stare at the map like a moron for probably like 10 minutes, and then I'll find the place that you're talking about, and then I can go fish there. And I might need a different fishing method, right? Have to complete the quest Swan Song. I have to do a quest. Uh-oh.
Realities and perceived value. Tactics like discounts are often used to shape your perception of price and encourage action. It's another form of persuasive design, really. But used transparently, it can be a genuine win-win. The seller
you have to complete the quest. Oh, I'm rereading old chats.
Reaches more customers and you get something valuable for less. Okay, so beyond the ecosystem incentives and the gap between principles and practice, how else does Apple navigate this complex landscape? Let's talk about their specific responses. Apple offers screen time and champions privacy, presenting them as user empowerment tools. We need to critically assess if these are genuine solutions addressing the core manipulation you face, or merely sophisticated fig leaves covering uncomfortable truths about the underlying business model. Screen time provides data, but does it change the app's addictive design?
No.
It puts the onus on your limited willpower to fight a system designed to overwhelm it. Is it a tool for you or a tool to deflect regulatory scrutiny? Protecting you from other companies tracking you is great. But Apple's own ecosystem data remains vast, and their privacy stance also functions as a powerful competitive weapon, potentially limiting your future choices outside their garden. It's not purely altruistic. Question these initiatives. Do they fundamentally change?
Wait. Corporations aren't purely altruistic? What?
Change the dynamics of attention harvesting you're subjected to, or do they primarily serve Apple's strategic interests while offering you only superficial control? Zooming out, the design choices embedded in your phone contribute to broader societal shifts. Understanding this context is vital. And does fleeing to Android offer a real alternative? The aggregate effect of millions using these devices shapes communication norms and correlates with significant mental health challenges. This isn't just abstract sociology, it affects the texture of your daily life, your relationships, and the pressures faced by you and your loved ones, especially kids. As designers, we have a responsibility to consider these societal impacts. The erosion of deep conversation, the disturbing correlations between heavy usage and anxiety-depression metrics. The iPhone as a masterfully designed portal becomes a key vector for these societal pressures into your home. Your personal struggle with distraction is mirrored millions of times over, creating collective challenges. We need to think about designing not just for individual engagement, but for collective well-being. While the platforms feel different, the core...
This guy only has 19.6 thousand subscribers, and this video only has 564 likes and 11,000 views. This guy should be getting millions. His name's Design Lovers. You should go check him out.
Psychological manipulation often resides in the third-party apps available on both. Switching platforms might offer different customization, but it likely won't solve the fundamental problem of apps designed to addict you. The core battleground remains the same. The algorithms driving TikTok or Instagram don't care if you're using iOS or Android. They optimize for your eyeballs using the same psychological hooks. Focus your scrutiny on the apps and services that consume your time.
This is what I'm saying. I feel like it's more the fault of like Meta and stuff like that. And Google.
Rather than assuming the operating system is the primary culprit or solution. The design ethics problem is platform agnostic. You are not powerless. Strategies like digital minimalism offer a path to reclaiming your focus and time.
These videos are amazing. This guy's amazing. I'm sure he's on the come up. He's gonna blow up.
Empowering you requires acknowledging both your ability to choose and the sophisticated environmental forces you're pushing against. It's not about blame, it's about strategy. Curate your digital tools ruthlessly. Ask, what job does this app do for me? Does its value outweigh its attentional cost? Recognize you're countering designs built to bypass your rational mind. It's a design problem requiring a design solution from you. Taking control requires intentionality. Audit your digital life. Delete ruthlessly. Set boundaries like a designer defines project scope. You need to consciously design your interaction with these tools because they won't do it for you. So after this deep dive, my perspective as a designer and user leads me here. Is the iPhone designed to break your brain? Malicious intent isn't the narrative I buy. But the system, it's absolutely designed to maximize engagement using psychological levers known to cause distraction, anxiety.
There's no way this is AI, bro. They haven't got me yet. I can usually tell. Hey, look at this amazing... Can you believe what Joe Rogan said when he was talking to Arnold Schwarzenegger? I haven't been tricked by AI so far. Although if I got tricked, would I know it? I'm convinced this guy's real, though.
And compulsive behavior for you. The incentives of the attention economy mandate it. Good design should empower the user. This system often feels like it's designed to capture the user. What's ultimately at stake is your cognitive sovereignty. Your ability to focus, create, think critically, be present with your loved ones. These are foundational to a meaningful life and successful work. This device, if misused or allowed to dominate, actively undermines them. Understanding the design behind the interface is your best defense. Recognize the patterns, question the defaults. Don't just be a passive consumer, be a conscious user, an active designer of your own digital experience. Demand better from the platforms, yes, but more importantly, reclaim your attention through deliberate choices. Start by asking, is this tool serving me or am I serving it? The answer dictates your digital future. Now, it's easy to fall into the trap of saying, well, it's a corporation, their only interest is money. But reality challenges this simple argument. If it were purely about maximizing profit regardless of user experience, Apple itself could arguably be much worse. Just look at the user experience giant Amazon sometimes provides for comparison. The relationship between profit and design quality is complex. But rather than just dwelling on the negative, it's crucial to look at positive examples. Companies trying to build things differently. And for me, a huge inspiration right now is Perplexity's approach to design, particularly their principle of invisible branding. It's a fascinating case study in user centricity. I actually did a whole video exploring whether their recent rebranding is a game changer based on this. Definitely check that out next if you're interested in design philosophy that respects the user. See you there. Bye.
Recon Family says, wait, are you AI? No. No, I'm definitely not AI. I'm definitely real human. Please subscribe. Please sub. Please give bits. I'm not AI.
And special thanks to Dante.
What? Oh, that's where the Dante video lives now, down there. Sounds like something an AI would say. Wait, where's our... It's here. Look, I don't even know how I would prove that I'm not AI. How would I even prove that? But like, have you been tricked by AI yet? Like, I don't think I've been tricked yet. As far as I'm aware, I've not been tricked yet. Apple designed the return of color. It's harder to prove you're real than it is to prove AI is fake. I think that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Because, like, you could find evidence for the AI thing being fake, right? What's the evidence that something is real? I mean, you could meet me in real life. That's the only thing that would make someone 100% sure, right? As long as it's on a screen, you don't actually know it's definitely real.
Take a look at Apple's lineup in the spring of 2025. Buy a new MacBook Air in midnight, then an iPhone 15 Pro in blue titanium and maybe an M1 iMac in bright orange. Something doesn't quite add up. Tech bloggers and designers are increasingly asking, what's happening with color at Apple? These aren't just new shades. It feels like a systemic shift is brewing. This is more than minor variations. Recent releases show a return to color diversity, but not at all like the era of the rainbow iMac G3s. The eras of monolithic unification, whether the utilitarian beige of early Macs or the strict reign of white and silver aluminum, seem definitively gone. Now, space gray on one device barely resembles space gray on another.
That's true, and that's annoying. Like if you had the kind of money to get all Apple everything, and you got it all space gray, but they're all different shades, that kind of sucks.
Silver has different sheens. Pro lines get dark, almost black options that didn't exist before. At first glance, you might blame production complexities or different materials, but look closer and something feels off. Could the company obsessed with the details simply have lost control of its palette? Or is there a non-obvious logic hidden within this chaos? It seems Apple's color now works less for creating a unified image and more for micro-targeting and segmentation. Almost like different uniforms for different teams within the same corporation. It's like the Apple Watch personalization strategy, but scaled across the entire ecosystem, creating a new fragmented reality. But here's what's strange. Apple continues to position its ecosystem as seamless and harmonious. How does this ideology align with the visual dissonance when your new midnight MacBook doesn't match your old space gray monitor?
Facts.
Why has Apple allowed this color cacophony right now? Is it a side effect of Johnny Ive's design dictatorship ending? A deliberate, albeit confusing strategy for different markets? Or simply a concession to operational reality and the complexities of manufacturing with recycled materials? The last time Apple played so boldly with color was during the iMac G3 era, and it saved the company. Then came a long era of controlled minimalism. The current situation isn't just an aesthetic choice, it's a potential signal of a shift in Apple's design philosophy, about how the company sees itself and its connection with you in the future. Welcome to the era of Apple's color chaos, but perhaps it's chaos by design. To understand how we got here and what this chaos might mean, we need to decode Apple's entire color code, starting from the very beginning. Early Apple computers, starting with the Apple II in 1977, were predominantly beige.
Does anyone miss beige computers? I do not.
Pragmatism ruled plastic properties, technology, cost. Computers back then were tools devoid of desire, like office copiers. Color wasn't just background noise, it symbolized the technological puritanism of the era. Apple was born in the beige purgatory of early computing, but even then, embers of dissatisfaction with the status quo smoldered. The 1984 Macintosh, a special beige PMS 453, not just cosmetic, the first tactical
PMS 453, but of course.
Jab, an attempt to visually demarcate the revolution from the routine. Project Snow White in 1982 with Hartmut Esslinger, an attempt to create a visual uniform. It was the shift from overalls to a designer suit. The first conscious step towards using aesthetics as a strategic weapon to build a global brand you wouldn't just use, but desire. Esslinger despised putty beige. Key elements included zero draft enclosures, minimal texture, and thin lines. The compromise color fog for the Apple IIc instead of the desired white. Then the move to the lighter platinum gray in 1986 to 87. Apple began encoding its brand through design. Not a revolution, but a calibration of aim. The seeds were sown, though the momentum faded after Jobs' departure. By the mid-90s, Apple was a Titanic sailing towards an iceberg of indifference.
Apple is executing wonderfully on many of the wrong things.
Jobs returned, found Ive, abolished the rainbow logo, not just
Jobs got rid of the rainbow logo. I didn't know that.
rebranding, but symbolically burning bridges, necessary before a daring assault on the territory of emotion. The iMac G3 in 1998, an explosion of color and form in the gray PC landscape. It was a Trojan horse carrying fun and style into the bastion of utilitarian tech. A rescue strategy hitting your emotions directly. Color became a battering ram against blandness. First Bondi Blue, inspired by sea glass. Then a cascade of fruit colors in 1999. Blueberry, grape, tangerine, lime, strawberry. The slogan, chic, not geek.
They're very pretty computers.
A commercial triumph saving Apple. Apple cracked the code of emotional marketing through color. It changed the industry and your fundamental expectations of tech design. The switch from monochrome to Technicolor was complete. A sharp pivot with the iPod in 2001, resetting the palette to white and steel, an act of aesthetic purism, washing away the G3's exuberance. Instead of color chaos, the discipline of a single symbol, white became the code of belonging to the iPod tribe, a tool of social segregation through design. Simplicity
Social segregation, that's a big call. Simplicity as a cult. I mean, it's all true.
Apple masterfully turned the absence of color into a powerful brand identifier. White became the uniform of the digital revolution, paving the way for the aesthetic dictatorship of minimalism. Clear division from 2001, metal for pros, white plastic for the masses, the influence of Dieter Rams, simplicity, clean lines. But minimalism, pushed to the extreme, began to devour itself. Aesthetic purity demanded sacrifices on the altar of usability. The inevitable civil war within minimalism began, form versus function. Removing ports became an elegant stacks paid by you. The aesthetic dogma hit a wall of practicality. Tension peaked. The system required a new paradigm, acknowledging your growing frustration. Okay, so we've seen Apple's minimalism peak and start raising questions. While Apple was figuring out its next move, the design world didn't stand still, especially now with AI emerging. And now, back to Apple and their attempts to find color again, escaping the grip of their own minimalism. iPhone 5C in 2013. An attempt to bring back color via an unapologetically plastic body. A clumsy maneuver for segmentation. The attempt to democratize color failed because Apple underestimated the power of its own premium myth, which it had built in your mind.
True.
Champagne in a plastic cup. Examples include the 5 bright colors, the plastic feel, the $100 lower price point, mixed reception, but success in attracting.
Only $100 less for this plasticky thing almost doesn't seem like enough less.
Android switchers. Apple learned an expensive lesson. Context is everything. Color and material must work in synergy with the brand, not against it. iPhone XR in 2018 and subsequent standard models, bright colors but with premium materials. Apple mastered the divide and conquer tactic with color, offering you the illusion of choice while clearly positioning the Pro line as more premium. Examples include the success of the XR, its attractive price, and the retention of premium materials. Color became a surgically precise tool for managing the portfolio and your choices. M1 iMac in 2021. A triumphant return of bright colors to desktops.
You know, people hate these iMacs. I think they're really beautiful. I feel like they're pretty.
As therapy in the post-pandemic world, and a response.
I was going to try and find the right spot to
color
pause.
as therapy in the post-pandemic world.
Maybe I'll just look it up. I think they're really pretty. I wanted one of these really bad for a little while there, just because they were so aesthetically pleasing. But I feel like the only problem is, I just want a picture of the computer. The problem is this black outline. So you have a white bezel, which is kind of crazy, and we never see that. But if you're going to have a black line around the screen anyway, that ruins the whole thing. And kind of similar with the camera. I don't know what they should have done with the camera, if they could have hidden it somewhere, but the black camera hole in the white bezel and the black line around the whole bezel, I think it ruins the whole white bezel thing. But I think it's a really good looking, really minimal computer. I just think it's a shame that they don't come in a bigger size. I think they're like 21 inches or something like that. They're very small, and that's kind of the main reason I wouldn't get one.
And a response to integrating tech into home coziness, as if Apple threw open the curtains after a long gray winter. Examples include the 7 bright colors, the thin M1 design, the focus on joy, and design controversies. A new function for color, psycho-emotional and environmental. A step towards post-minimalism or just another market maneuver. Here, Apple created the perfect system to monetize your desire to be unique. a neutral canvas, plus an endless conveyor belt of straps and faces. Color transformed into an engine for continuous accessory consumption, the watch as an identity constructor. I've left, Hanky left, no head of industrial design. The team reports to the COO. The signal: is design now subordinate to logistics and manufacturing efficiency? Perhaps the era of pure visionaries is over, yielding to pragmatism. The price you pay, a potential loss of magic. Apple's current colors: chaos for you, different lines, different colors. Shades of space gray and silver vary. Noticed? How can you build a harmonious setup? This lack of uniformity complicates life if you aim for a unified style. It undermines the myth of simplicity. Apple's color strategy now resembles quantum physics. The state depends on where and when you observe it. The complexity of the lineup, materials, segmentation, all make the old simplicity impossible or unprofitable. This inconsistency is the new reality, a symptom of deeper changes within Apple itself. Personalization will continue. Controlled customization, sustainability, a new marketing imperative influencing the palette. Vision Pro, color as a navigation tool in a new reality where clarity trumps expression. So we've navigated the labyrinth of Apple's color strategy, a journey that shaped not only products, but also your desires. From the beige purgatory to the Trojan horse iMac G3. From the aesthetic counter-reformation of the iPod to minimalism's civil war, through the humbling lesson of the 5C to today's quantum uncertainty of the palette. Apple uses color not as paint, but as a tuning fork to adjust your perception, as a tool of control over the market and identity. The company's internal battles are broadcast in the palette of products you choose. Apple's relationship with color is a relentless dance between art, commerce, and technology. Palettes change, but the goal remains: to make you desire. What will be the next shade in this infinite spectrum? Apple will continue writing this story, and you will continue buying it. And if you want to understand even deeper how Apple manipulates not just color, but the very texture and shape of interfaces to influence our perception, definitely watch my previous video, Apple Design Welcome Back Skeuomorphism. Understanding the history of skeuomorphism's rise and fall and flat design will give you a completely different perspective on how and why Apple chooses its colors today. These are two parts of one larger story about the soul of Apple design. Click here or find the link in the description. Thanks for watching.
Wait. Hopefully he explains skeuomorphism. If he doesn't, I will.
In the spring of 2025, the design community got excited about leaks suggesting Apple was planning a big change for iOS 19. This wasn't just a small update. These new images showed Apple moving back towards realistic designs, but not like before. The flat, simple icons we've known since iOS 7 were gone. Now everything looked like clear glass.
Skeuomorphism. So I'm assuming not everyone knows what skeuomorphism is, but the idea is that you make things look like the real thing. I mean, I don't know why this one's starting with a khaki. So like the Notes app used to look like a notebook. It used to be like yellow paper with lines on it. This Settings app, they actually kind of look like shiny gears. The clock looks like an actual clock. The Photos app, that's a realistic photo of a flower. The calendar looks like a calendar. So the idea was to make things look like their real life counterparts. I think the Notes app is the best example. Like, why would you make the Notes app yellow and lined with a margin unless you were trying to make it look like... And even the font. The font is trying to look like handwritten, like someone's written that with a ballpoint pen. Yeah, you got these sort of rotating dials and stuff. And everything's sort of shiny and has shadows. Kind of trying to be as realistic as possible. And then obviously with iOS 7, everything got really flat. They got rid of a lot of those elements and things stopped trying to look like their real life counterparts. See, everything's just really flat. The Notes app became white if you're on the light mode and black if you're on the dark mode. Very different vibe. Very beautiful colors. Beautiful gradients. iOS 7 Notes app. Well, that's another iOS 7 Notes app. Yeah, see here, whereas it literally just white. So simplistic. The whole thing is white and you just see the text that you've written. I prefer that personally. But we have sort of gone in a direction where everything is very... There's no way that's the new icon. iOS 26. Wait. Where's my fish? Yeah, no, that's not the new icon. But I think it's so ugly, this version of the apps where it's all black. It doesn't look good at all. But people want customization, I guess. Yeah, so that was the point. Skeuomorphism, trying to look as realistic as possible and imitate real life objects. And in iOS 17, they went towards flat design, where everything's flat and gradients and pretty saturated. And then now we're going into what people are calling new morphism, where we're kind of starting from the point of this flat design, but then they're now sort of more reintegrating more shadows, more lighting. And now with iOS 26, they're trying to make everything look like glass. And I think some of the app icons look beautiful, but I think the interface itself is too busy. I think the highlights on the glass are just too busy and distracting. I just think there's too much going on.
Glass with real looking edges and soft lighting. At first, these icons didn't seem to bring back old school skeuomorphism. There wasn't leather or wood. But when you looked again, something felt off. These designs looked even more real, almost like objects you could hold, more than even the first iOS designs. It felt like Apple took ideas from Vision OS, but pushed them further, creating something
That's
even more
definitely
real.
what they did.
But here's what's strange. Vision OS seems to have quietly disappeared from Apple's plans. Why would Apple choose this super realistic glass style for iOS now? Were they just looking back fondly, or was Apple planning a big change in their design thinking? The last big update happened with iOS 14 in 2020, meant to connect the look.
I think I am going to wrap up after this video, guys. If anyone has someone to recommend to raid, I'm not guaranteeing I'll raid them, but I will look at them and consider it.
Across all Apple devices, a goal still unfinished 5 years later. With these leaks, Apple might finally be changing how we see interfaces again.
Oh, I know who I'm raiding. I know who I'm raiding. I'm going to raid Soren Ashburn.
But
he's
not
playing Pillars of Eternity.
Like before. To fully grasp this shift, we need to revisit the moment when digital design was a warm handshake between our physical and digital worlds. Remember the feeling of flipping through iBooks with...
I'll check out Five Church. I mean, I could try something new. I mean, I do just think that Soren's a really good streamer and deserves to have more than one person watching him. But it is also good to connect with new communities.
With its wooden shelves or tapping buttons that felt like real plastic, these touches made technology approachable, like coming home to something familiar. But why did Apple ever abandon such comforting realism? To understand, let's ask how all this began. Realistic digital interfaces emerged as a bridge from physical reality to a new digital world.
Okay, so he is explaining skeuomorphism, my bad.
Smartphone designs borrowed heavily from physical objects. Leather-bound calendars, vinyl-like music players, and calculators with clickable buttons. These visual metaphors helped ease people into digital interactions, making unfamiliar screens intuitive and inviting. This style later earned the name skeuomorphism. Then in 2013, Apple shocked designers everywhere by abandoning this comforting realism. With iOS 7, the detailed textures and depth vanished overnight, replaced by flatness and vibrant simplicity.
I think it's so
Apple
pretty.
deliberately disrupted user expectations, forcing rapid adaptation.
I remember I was not an Apple person at all. I was a hardcore Android, hardcore Windows. And I remember iOS 7 came out and all the Apple people were mad. They were up in arms about it. And I remember thinking, like, that's actually really good looking. I like it.
Apple wasn't just following trends, they set them. When Apple introduced flat design, the entire tech world paid attention. Back then, as a design director at an R&D company, I vividly remember passionately arguing to my CEO why we had to redesign our websites immediately to reflect Apple's bold new direction.
He was right, bro.
It was a risky, costly decision, but it felt vital. Even today, 12 years later, that moment feels crucial.
That decision has aged extremely well.
You can still see this radical simplicity reflected in my studio's designs, abstract, vibrant, unapologetically digital, even as current trends drift toward glassy, translucent aesthetics inspired by Apple's latest Vision OS. But with clarity came sacrifice. Minimalism clarified interfaces but sacrificed emotional depth. Those earlier apps felt like tiny museums of familiar sensations. A calculator app resembled physical buttons, and a music player reminded you of a real stereo. Flat design simplified usability, but something important was lost: emotional warmth and comfort. Part of why we nostalgically remember these realistic designs is the human connection they created. They weren't just functional, they evoked a sense of memory and warmth. This emotional bond is why people still talk fondly about the old Apple. But did Apple abandon realism forever, or was something deeper brewing? Apple has always set the pace for design trends. Back in the early 2010s, Android often adopted visual trends pioneered by Apple. Designers worldwide initially showcased exciting concepts on platforms like Dribbble, eventually integrating these ideas into custom Android builds, and later mainstream Android. Now, experts see Apple's potential return to realism as significant. Influential commentators like John Gruber from Daring Fireball note that Apple's recent apps clearly signal an imminent design shift. Designer Parker Ortolani describes Apple's current experiments as big, beautiful cards, translucent elements, and bold visuals, interpreting them as intentional steps towards a significant overhaul. Yet caution exists. UX specialists stress Apple must ensure this fresh style improves actual usability, not just visual appeal. There's valid concern that Apple's designers may assume intuitive interactions when users might find them confusing. This evolution brings to mind philosopher Francis Fukuyama's famous and incorrect claim about the end of history. Fukuyama believed major historical shifts ended in the 90s. Yet today we're witnessing Europe's largest conflict since World War II, proving history never really ends. Similarly, after iOS 7, user interface design seemed complete. Minimalism took over, and while it was efficient, design became predictable and uninspiring. Everyone awaited a new digital revolution, perhaps VR or AR, but it never quite emerged. Then, quietly, AI arrived. AI is now shaping entirely new interactions with information, demanding new design patterns. At the same time, Apple is potentially unifying its AR and smartphone interfaces around realism, perhaps even aligning with these AI-driven changes. But recent moves, like Apple's cautious withdrawal of certain AI-focused materials, hint at uncertainty. This feels exciting, yet risky, a delicate turning point for both Apple and digital design. So UI didn't truly die, it evolved quietly, awaiting the right technological shift. That moment seems to be unfolding right now. As technology evolves, we remain emotionally tied to our devices. Apple's new direction may not just be a nostalgic throwback, but a meaningful evolution that reconnects function with feeling. If you found this insightful, leave a like and comment which insight resonated most.
It's kind of crazy that the whole direction of Apple like user interface design is changing because of a product that's not doing well. Like, I don't think anyone cares about the Apple Vision Pro, but that is still impacting their design on like every other device. It's kind of weird. I don't know if I'm aware of that happening anywhere else. Failed product changes design language for everything else. That's very odd. So I'm thinking, apparently there's a Nintendo Direct at 11 o'clock tonight. I'm GMT plus 10 here in Australia. I might stream at 11 o'clock to watch this Nintendo thing. I don't know if people are interested in that. Well, yeah, I just saw that on YouTube. 11 o'clock. Donkey Kong Bonanza Direct. And that's interesting because, like, was that Not Angry who was talking to me about Donkey Kong Bonanza yesterday? we're both sort of tentatively interested in that game. So to get a Nintendo Direct about it tonight at 11 o'clock is pretty interesting. What do we got? What do we got there, though? This pillar can't be important. Hello there, old school. You're back. Do you towed your friend's car off the side of the road? Is he all good now? Is all well? The car is moved. Won't start, but it has been moved. Helped him move a fridge. What a guy. You're a good friend, man. Oh, that's not going to work when I go full screen. I have to go to the full screen version. This one. This. There's one other thing I might do is just make it so those things are off the screen. All those videos about graphic design got me thinking about my OBS setup. About all the fish. Yeah, I said I was gonna raid someone and wrap up. I don't know. You just got back. I don't know. I don't want to wrap up as soon as you get back. He needs to do Swan Song now, old school. Oh, have I hit 68? I have hit 68. I need to do Swan Song, I guess. What am I looking at? That's not what I want. I want the quest helper. Or should I just quest until I do it? Because, I mean, these are in the optimal order. 1 sec. Oh, geez, the chat's in the wrong location. You'll ring me. I'm going to have my own personal guide. I guess we're not raiding anyone just yet. Leaf Blade. We're in a call, I guess. Hello.
Hello, I'm drinking a vanilla up and go.
Yum.
Delicious, because I stopped by Servo on the way home.
I love vanilla.
Yeah, my P plate fell off on the way home, so I had to go buy another one.
I always forget that you're a P plater. It's kind of crazy. For those
Not
listening, P plater is a provisional license that you get before you get your full driver's license.
Provisional license, but I've driven like 78-ton mining machinery. For sure.
That's pretty base, dude. Were you? I'm guessing you weren't actually allowed to do that?
Not strictly, no.
Well,
I did
keep
though.
It between us, chat.
Nah, because it's on the boss. It's not on me.
Oh, okay. Well, in that
Yeah, I looked up
case,
how the laws work.
Do you like the boss or no?
Nah, you can get fucked. I don't care.
Yeah. So his address is 113838 Loser Drive.
Nah, the boss like came up and he's like, "Do you want to drive that thing?" And it was like a giant like tipper truck thing.
Yeah.
Like, so you load like boulders into the back of it, and then you like tip them off the side of a cliff.
Based? That sounds like fun.
That's what he told me to do anyway. He's like, take these boulders and like
drop them off a cliff.
Tip them over the side of a cliff. Now you're gonna have to get your back wheels right up to the edge of the cliff.
Ay ay ay.
And I know you've never like driven this thing before. And it's a pretty big drop. It's like 400 feet.
And
but you know, just
hopefully there's no one down there.
yeah, hopefully there's no one down there. We're not gonna put like any guard like things or warning signs that there's rocks falling. We're just gonna like let you do that.
Yeah.
Also, this machine, I mean, it weighs 78 tons, and the gearbox does like to give up when you're going downhill and just like run away from you. So you need to be really careful about that.
That sounds terrible. Does that happen even
You
if
can't
you're in a
stop
low
it.
gear?
Yeah, it doesn't stay in a gear. Like the machine goes, you're supposed to be in a higher gear, and it like just shifts up randomly.
How come when I search
when you're going
Swan
downhill?
Song in the quest helper, it doesn't come up.
Don't worry about it, because we're not doing it.
We're not doing it. What are we doing?
Remember how I told you to buy a
in-game music is
skills
really loud,
necklace?
apparently. Thank you for telling me. Recon.
Yeah, remember how I told you to buy a skills necklace?
Could you just give me a second? I need a moment to get that game music down. Alright, is that good, Recon? Recon will let us know. Alright, so a skills necklace, I think I have one in the bag.
Yeah, I told you to buy one.
Much better. Well, that's good. Oh, I'm gonna cook these
so
fish.
if you right click that.
I'm gonna cook the fish. I have
Yeah,
to
you
cook
can do
it.
that.
Yeah.
There's not much to remember. Just if you right click the skills necklace, it'll take you to the fishing guild.
The fishing guild. Oh, I'm high enough level to join the fishing guild?
Yep.
Based. Dude, I thought that would take so long. I remember thinking like, oh, gee,
No.
I don't even know if I'm ever gonna join the fishing guild, but here we are.
So why the fishing guild is really cool is because you'll still be catching the same things for a while. Like, there's no reason to move up until you can cook. I think you need like 70 to catch shark anyway. But the fishing guild gives you a 7-level bonus, like invisible. You can't see it, but you catch fish as if you were 7 levels higher than you are.
That's cool.
So it's really and there's a bank right next to it.
Very nice.
I don't believe you can cook there.
Oh, so cooking's gonna suffer for a minute.
But alternatively, there might be a tree. If there's a tree, you can just cut the tree down and set it on fire and cook on the fire.
Hell yeah, bro. We'll see if I end up liking tree chopping.
That's if there's a tree. They might have moved all the trees out of it to stop you doing that.
Bruh. Why would they do that? Why wouldn't they want people doing that?
For balancing reasons. Like,
so that people in the fishing guild aren't too based.
Mhm.
They're always trying to stop us.
Now
from
there's
being too based.
There's a character on the right-hand side wearing a yellow suit, and they're called Kylie Minnow. You talk to her to catch minnows.
Love it. This is a good video game.
Yeah. I think you have to be pretty high level for minnows, though.
Games. Did I get skills? I do have skills, Nicholas.
To stop you fishing too hard, like going too ham on fishing, though.
Yeah.
They do. There's like an item called Rada's Blessing that gives you a 10% chance to catch 2 fish instead of 1.
Oh, 10 fish, you said.
It's hidden behind some really advanced, like, stuff.
Okay.
Like, you need 90 Slayer.
Alright, I'm at the fishing guild, I guess.
Yeah, so you can just walk on in.
I just walked in and waltzed right in. There's a stovetop here.
Yeah.
Recon family
So
said, but if you
new-
stick to questing, it will skip you past so much of the lower level grinds. That's my biggest tip I can give you to grow the account. Yeah, everyone says to quest, and I think I normally would, and I was sort of planning to quest a bit today, but my throat was pretty sore, and when I quest, I read everything that the NPCs say, and I do voices and stuff, so having a bit of a sore throat didn't go very well with that, but otherwise I will do some questing when my throat is doing a bit better.
Plus, like, do you actually, like, care about growing the account the traditional way? Like, you don't care about efficiency because you're not doing temporos.
Yeah, I guess I don't care about efficiency. But I don't hate
Like, at
questing.
all.
I don't hate questing.
No, you don't hate questing. But, like, you clearly don't care about being, like, the quickest to get to 99 or whatever.
No, I don't think so.
Not your goal, not your...
No, I'm here to have fun.
Yeah, it's not your love. Your love is not in being sweaty.
So, I'm here. I'm at the fishing guild. What am I doing?
So do you see all the, like, fishing spots? There should be the normal
do.
fishing spots you were already doing.
Yeah, there's the lobsters, yeah. Oh,
You want
cage fishing
swordfish.
spot.
Ooh. There should be some caging spots.
Yeah, okay. Do I need to get a cage?
Not caging, sorry. There should be some swordfish spots. Like if you shift right click those, can you shift to harpoon?
Yes, I can.
There you go. So just do exactly what you were already doing.
With lobster, swordfish, tuna.
Yeah.
Wow, that really is exactly what I was already doing.
But it's a lot quicker here, and there's a bank right here and a cooking thing right there.
Facts, bro.
By the looks of it. So it's a bit quicker. Also, like, you know, the sharks are right there. Like, you see the sharks.
Recon Family says, I'm super sweaty, lol. I made my group Ironman team 6 weeks ago, and we are ranked 2000 in the world. Yeah, I think you mentioned that when we rated you. I was like, I think this guy's pretty serious about old school RuneScape.
I'm, you know, RuneScape's not really for me. You know, it's not really my thing.
What?
Yeah, you know.
You know that
I'm
your
just
name
not
on Twitch is really old school RuneScape, right?
Yeah.
And then you have 13 skills to 99. You know that, right?
Yeah.
But it's not really your
And I'm
thing?
total level 2150.
But what do you mean RuneScape's not really your thing?
No, you know, it's just I don't take it seriously. Like, I'm not interested in being competitive to be number one in the world or whatever.
Okay.
Like, I'm not.
Yeah, if I became
I'm
number
not
one in the world,
here.
it would be by accident.
Yeah, like, I'm not here, like, ticking freaking Karamjans into my asshole to get slightly more XP.
Yes.
You know?
Heck no, brother.
And one ticking sucks, because you need to, like, click 3 things in 0.6 of a second.
Oi.
Forever. In time.
That doesn't sound like
While
the
you're
worst
doing
thing
fishing.
ever. Although,
Yeah, but you're not AFK.
I'm not AFK.
It's, like, very click-intensive, like, sweaty gaming.
Okay. Went from level 1 to level 99 cooking in 2 days? With making
I
wine?
went from 1 to 91 fire making in one sitting. Like, I didn't move from the computer.
Were you just chopping trees and making fires? Like, well, how'd you... Or did you do the thing that...
I did the minigame.
Do you know Chunk 187?
Wintertop.
Yeah, that's what Chunk 187's been doing like crazy.
Yeah, I did Wintertop for 26 hours straight or something. Without moving from the keyboard.
True. Do you know the streamer Chunk 187?
No.
No? We rated him 2 streams ago. And that's what he
Are
was
you
doing.
familiar with, like, have you looked into Jad yet? Like, your fire cape?
Huh?
Like, you know that fire cape I was telling you about? Like, to go get?
Do I? Fire cape.
It's like this, like, every attempt takes you, like, 45 minutes to get this cape, and I had to play the game for 9 hours straight to get mine.
Yeah, wow.
It was quite a happy feeling when I finally got it, too.
Oh, I bet. I bet you.
The thing is, the feeling I got from Jad, like, that came from, like, pure tiredness.
Yeah, wow.
But it's a pretty good feeling. Oh man, no pet.
I have
Get wrecked.
38 KC on Jad on my main no pet. Bro, what's with the people not getting the pets? Pets just RNG ruining
Well,
people's
Jad
lives.
is technically an easy pet to get because it's you've got a 2 in 100 chance of getting it. Compared to like 1 in 3,000. It's just, it takes so long to kill him, you know?
Yeah, okay. Recon, I notice you're listening only. What are you doing with yourself? You getting some housework done?
You can just select that badge. You don't actually have to be.
Oh, that can be just a badge?
Yeah.
I assumed that meant they had to actually be listening only.
I think so.
He just selected it. It's funny because I was thinking...
Yeah.
I often do just listen. Oh, because it's funny. Ha ha ha. It's aha. You got me.
He must be John Cena because he can't see. Wait, no. That's... No one can see him. It's not
I
that he
must
can't
be
see.
John Cena.
Yeah, because you can't be seen.
Guys,
Do you also support the CCP?
I'm John Cena.
Bing Chili?
Wait, does John Cena support this CCP or does he just speak Mandarin?
No, it's a big meme that he made that like apology video for upsetting China by calling Taiwan a country.
Oh.
Bing chilling.
Big chili. Ay, ay, ay. Wrestling has changed a lot.
I need to send you a song. Hang on.
Is it copywritten?
No,
It's no copyright.
it is absolutely not. I need to find where it is.
Absolutely not.
It'll be my liked thing somewhere. Is it this? Hang on, I'll pause and I'll find it. I'll mute so you don't get spoiled.
Yeah, we don't want spoilers. We do not want spoilers. Can't carry any more fish. Yeah, there is a stove here. You were saying it would be hard to cook or I'd have to chop down a tree, but there's just a cooking range. And also ditch these necklaces as well when I hit the bank. And I'll have all the fish I'll ever need. One of my neighbors just got home. Hi diddly ho, neighborino. Diddly. Doodly diddly. You're just looking for this video? Is that what you're doing? What's this guy doing? What's the deal with this guy, huh? Over here. This guy over here. Alright, we got our fish cooked. Where's the bank though? Where do be like the banking though? Oh, it's here. He was right. It's all just right here. Well, that's not what I want. I don't want to log out. I want to close this. Hell yeah, bro. Bankerson.
I apologize. It looks like it has been erased from the internet.
That sucks. Was it a John Cena saying Binchy Ling remix?
Yeah, it was like a really good like synthwave remix of Bing Chilling.
Man.
Like used with that China song.
What China song?
The meme song that everyone.
Is it meme? You don't mean China meme song?
Hang on, I'll send you. I mean, this is like sort of the thing, but it's not the thing, you know. But it has the song that I'm talking about in it.
Okay.
But yeah, the original guy's stuff is gone. So I sent the link in chat.
This kind of goes.
And this one's not even like anywhere near as good.
I'm guessing the kind of the heavy remix element is the difference for this one.
Yeah. Still,
I get the idea.
this will give you social credits.
Hell yeah, bro. Well, you know we're all about the social credits here on the Peepcast stream. I need to catch up on what Recon's been saying. I'm not really recommending it, but there's a way to stream where your sounds other than game and voice are not saved on the VOD, making it untraceable. Music or other people's voices. That's based. Huh.
Incredibly.
Yeah, I didn't know that was a thing. The only thing is, when I play music, I usually acknowledge it very heavily. But it's I definitely would like to know how to do that, because I could see myself at some point in time needing use of that tool. I don't know if you
It also
have...
helped me like relax a bit, you know, because it's like, oh, my voice isn't saved in VOD.
Oh, but that would ruin the VOD, because I'd be talking to someone that doesn't respond.
Maybe. To be fair, the VODs, I think Twitch VODs have very little value, personally. Other than for clipping for later uploading. Like,
I value VODs.
Like, if I miss someone's stream, I don't watch that VOD.
Yeah, I don't know that I do that, but apparently people do. The only thing is, like, watching VODs, I don't know if anyone else has this experience, but when I watch VODs on my iPhone, it just pauses like every 5 minutes. It'll just pause, and then I have to hit play again, which is very annoying. And it kind of makes me want to put my VODs on YouTube.
My so this friend, right, whose car got back into a pole.
Yeah.
He's calling a mechanic to like come fix it.
As
But it no starty at all. But when I towed it, his handbrake was on and it was in park.
Wait, couldn't you guys take the handbrake and the park and take it out of park before you towed it?
I thought he did.
Oh. Maybe he didn't
Yeah,
know
I thought
he
he
needed
did,
to do
though.
that, and so you just assumed that he had.
It didn't make a difference. It just means I like dragged his entire car down the street.
Yeah. Well,
Sooty don't care.
should he be strong?
His tires would care though.
Yeah, they'd be wrecked, bro. They'd be bald, no? I mean, it depends how...
No, they weren't
how
that
you drive.
bad, but there's definitely a flat spot.
Yeah. Well. What was I gonna say? So, Recon Family says you should have another system for saving your full VOD to take clips from. I gotta say, the way that I've been doing it for clips, I've just been hitting Alt-X during the stream to take clips, and then just editing those clips after the stream. And I used to save all my VODs on an OBS, like record the VODs on OBS while I streamed, but I was running out of hard drive space. So what I do now is, at some point in time when I'm not streaming, I just download some of my VODs before they get removed, and then I just pop those on YouTube. I think the quality's a bit lower, but I'm pretty limited on hard drive space, and it's pretty inconvenient to have a bunch of like half finished VODs recorded through OBS. But if I end up with a bunch of hard drive space, I will record them myself.
Have you noticed that Solo has an energy drink now?
No, I have not noticed.
Yeah, I
it.
just bought it.
Is it any good?
It doesn't taste like Solo.
What does it taste like?
It's hang on, take another sip.
Really think about it.
Oh man, it tastes like some sort of fruit. Maybe that's the guarana.
Does it taste like guava?
No,
Does it taste
like it's got like
grapefruit?
it's a lot sweeter than Solo.
Solo is already very sweet.
Yeah, but not like a sugary sweet. Like it's got that sort of like fruit punch sort of sweet.
Regular Solo. You talking about regular Solo?
Regular Solo.
Yeah.
Regular Solo's like just sugary, lemony sweet. This is like a fruit punch sweet. Like it tastes
Oh.
more like a fruit punch thing.
The energy drink does.
Yeah, the energy drink one does.
That sounds kind of good. Is that good?
I think if I got used to it, I'd quite like it.
Right, but it's just weird at the moment.
It's just weird because I was expecting solo.
I would kind of
Not.
expect that.
Yeah, if you want solo, there is like a straight up taste, almost identical like to solo, but with energy drink in it, and that's Monster Aussie Lemonade.
Aussie lemonade, mate.
Yeah, that one just tastes like solo. This does not taste like solo, which is weird because it's made by Solo. So,
Yeah, and it is
would-
just lemon flavor.
Yeah, it just says it's lemon. It says it's got 5% crushed lemon in it.
Well, that's how you know it's good for you.
5% isn't that much, is it?
No, it's nothing. I wouldn't be advertising that. I would just be like, with real crushed lemon.
Contains real lemon.
Yeah.
I think it does say with real lemon on it somewhere.
Somewhere.
No, it just says crushed 5% lemons. And it has 0.5 stars on the health star rating.
That's how you know it's good.
It's got half a star. You know what the interesting thing is, right? Do you know how the health star system works?
I have a hair on my tongue right now. I got it. How the health star rating system works? I have no idea. But do they pay to get them?
Okay. No. So it's a voluntary thing that you could choose to go into.
Okay.
But it doesn't compare, it doesn't tell you how healthy something is for you. It tells you how healthy this particular product is compared to the same product of its peers.
Oh. So if it was
So,
like petrol, you might make a petrol
Yeah.
that's healthier for people to drink than another one. And you can have
Yeah,
5
and that
stars?
would get a 3-star. Yeah. So like Nutri-Grain has like 1 star, I think.
Because there are healthier cereals.
Because Whitbix.
But
Because
does that
Whitbix
mean
has
Weet-Bix
5
has
stars.
5? Wow.
Yeah, Whitbix has 5 stars.
Yeah, I guess because otherwise the only way to get 5 stars would be if you had like a bowl that had like salad and meat and I don't know.
No, that wouldn't either.
Why not?
Okay, so I say Whitbix has 5 stars. I think it has 4.5.
Okay.
Keep in mind, a bottle of water has 4 stars, or 4.5 stars.
Well, that's probably because of all the fluoride and chlorine.
But no water has a 5-star rating. I don't think anything has a 5-star rating.
Mineral water should be a 5-star rating.
You think filtered water would have a 5-star rating?
No, mineral water. I mean, I think reverse osmosis filtered water could have a 5-star rating because it doesn't have anything ruining it, but it doesn't have the minerals. So mineral water would have a higher rating. Pure mineral water.
Maybe I'm going to look up what has 5-star health star rating in Australia.
Get out Aussie. Oh, do they have that in the US? Probably not.
They do not.
Everything would be a 0, right? 99.9% high fructose corn syrup.
So you go to the website, right?
Uh-huh.
References, uptake, calculating history. So you go to the website for 5-star, right? Health star rating system, their official website. There is no list. Resources. Fact sheets, resources. Is there any? No, that's just fact sheets. There is no like sheet that tells you like the highest rated stuff on their website.
Huh.
So I'll go to Reddit.
Rico says people in the US are still scared of MSG in Asian food but don't realize it's in almost all chips.
Okay, so fun fact, MSG, completely harmless.
I've heard people saying that. I'm not convinced, but I've heard people saying that, and I agree it's possible.
I mean, every single study Only one study ever said that MSG was bad for you, and the guy posting it was like heavily racist to Asians.
Well, yeah, that's what I've been hearing, is that it was a racist thing.
Yes.
MSG is generally considered safe to eat in normal amounts.
To be fair, it's just salt.
But isn't it? It's a different kind of salt, no? Monosodium.
It's a
glutamate?
naturally occurring salt in meat, for example.
Oh, well, then it must be good. Why do
It's not
people
just
think
salt, but it's a salt. It's like a sodium-based thing.
got a bad reputation in the 60s when Chinese-American doctor... Oh, so he was Chinese-American. Wrote a letter to New England Journal explaining that he got sick after consuming Chinese food. There could be many reasons for that. It doesn't have to be MSG. Consuming either alcohol, sodium, or MSG. Sparks a host of misinformation. Yeah, because I feel like there's a lot of like 2-minute noodles that say that they're MSG free.
If I see one that says MSG free, I don't buy it because it means it's going to taste like crap.
Dang it. The crunchy ones, not fries. Yeah.
We have MSG in our cupboard.
In Australia, we would either say hot chips for fries or chips for a bag of what the English call crisps.
Do you know why MSG was... Well, I mean, he discovered it, but do you know why he invented it? Like, why it was spread?
The rumor? Or the claim?
MSG was created because this, like, Asian guy was trying to find an ingredient that would make vegetable-based soups taste like they had meat in them.
Oh, without actually having meat.
Yeah, because meat was in short supply. So, like, if I can make something that tastes like meat, people will be able to eat bulkier, vegetable-heavy stuff without it tasting like shit.
Good. Meat do be tasting good.
And that's how we discovered MSG. But also, like, there's like other ways to get umami like really cheaply, like anchovies.
Anchovies.
Like, anchovies are very
anchovies, the
savory.
Italian MSG, and it's so
They
true.
do. Do you know I put some in my spaghetti bolognese the other night and it actually worked really well?
I don't think I'd put it. In bolognese, I would either use pancetta or bacon.
Well, no, you don't use it for the meaty bit. It just dissolves. It just turns into nothing.
Yeah. It does. I know that when you put anchovies in a pasta sauce, they dissolve. But I would not want an anchovy flavor in my bolognese. Just make
it. Doesn't taste like anchovy.
You could do a spaghetti al tono.
Yeah, but it doesn't taste like anchovy though.
Well, when I put anchovy in my pasta, I put a lot because I freaking love the taste of anchovy. So I just wouldn't put it in bolognese, and then I would put it in like a spaghetti al tono.
Next time you make spaghetti bolognese, I want you to just try like 1, maybe 2 anchovy fillets if they're like a small fillet. No, the really small ones. Like maybe just 2 of those.
I mean, I do love anchovy.
Because it won't taste like anchovy. It will taste like
goodness,
like a savory meat.
Yeah, okay, I'll do it. You've convinced me. I'll try it. Then you making me
Yeah,
want to make
because that
bolognese
came from
again.
my Italian head chef.
What's that?
My Italian head chef. I said that I cooked like spaghetti, and she was like, "How you cook spaghetti?" I went, "Here," and she went, "No, put anchovies."
In bolognese?
Yeah.
Wow.
And lo and behold, she was correct.
It's pretty good with bacon.
I find bacon is too, like, the mince we get is already quite fatty, right? Because it's like cheapo mince.
I've never eaten a bolognese and gone, you know what, this is too fatty.
We got some really cheap mince the other week, and it was very fatty.
It shouldn't be more than like 20% fat.
It was bad. Like,
usually, was it from the supermarket?
Yeah.
Did it say the fat to meat ratio?
It was a 1-star mince.
That doesn't really mean anything. But what was
I know it doesn't, but the shelf had 1-star mince, 2-star mince, 3-star mince, 4-star mince, and 5, and we went to the bottom.
Did it say how much fat to meat?
Well, I mean, I wasn't exactly looking particularly heavy. I was like, this is mince. Who cares?
I mean, I always
So
just
it's
get the
bought it.
cheapest mints, and it's generally 18% fat. And I've never made a bolognese. And I put a lot of bacon in my bolognese, like 100 to 200 grams.
This was Audi, I believe.
And I've never eaten my bolognese and gone, you know what? There's too much fat in here.
If
But
you
I'm
like it
also
with
not concerned
bacon,
about fat. I don't think it's a bad thing.
Have you tried bolognese mince?
Yeah. Half pork, half beef. Yeah, that's what I use.
So you've already got pork in there.
Yeah, but bacon tastes like
Yeah.
bacon.
It sure does. But I don't put bacon in it. I do put mushrooms.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Mushrooms and I cut up the onion so fine that the onion dissolves.
I like the onion finely diced, but I think mushrooms is
Incredibly
just
finely diced.
politically insane. That's not bolognese in my book.
It tastes good though, so I don't care. Like I'm fine with it.
I just don't see bolognese needing mushrooms. So
You
rich.
liked it. You liked it.
When did I eat it?
You ate it at my house as a child.
Oh, so you mean before I knew how to cook or I had ever eaten real bolognese? I liked it?
Yeah. But then also that wasn't the bolognese I cook now. That was my mother's bolognese.
Dude,
which
I was probably just
like
ecstatic to receive food.
have food. Yeah. What did you eat?
I don't know.
Did you just like eat stuff from the cupboard? Like, did your parents not cook at all?
No. My dad cooked. My dad cooked quite a bit. But I did eat a lot of like SPC tin spaghetti with just like grated tasty cheese on it. I just whacked the spaghetti.
You know that stuff made me puke as a kid, and now I will eat the hell out of it.
Do you think it made you puke or something else made you puke?
No, it was that. Like I couldn't eat tin spaghetti at all from any brand.
I was so into it.
And it wasn't like I eat it and then I'm sick. Like no, it was the smell and the taste of it made me puke.
It was the first cooking I unlocked IRL. It was like, oh, I put a tin of spaghetti in a bowl, put it in the microwave for 2 minutes, grate some cheese and put it on top. And I have a meal.
Out comes food.
Yeah. Yo,
My mother
Rico
eats
family
tin
says I
spaghetti
love
cold.
tin spaghetti cold, and I feel like a lot of people do, but I've always microwaved it, and when I have it cold, I'm just like, nah, bro, that ain't it. But I feel like a lot of people like it cold.
Do you find it's better when you have it in the pot?
I haven't ever done it in a pot. I haven't consumed tin spaghetti for, I don't know, probably like 20 years or something. Not 20 years.
Because it's not very good for you, and it's also like not that cheap anymore.
I'm trying to think. I would have stopped having it in high school. I would have stopped eating tin spaghetti when I discovered mee goreng. I got addicted to that in high school. So probably like not since I was like 15. So 13 years maybe.
Have you had gin ramen spicy?
Pretty sure, and it messed me up big time.
Oh, you didn't like it?
My anus didn't like it.
Oh, well, have you tried gin ramen mild?
No, but it's probably still very spicy, right? Because the regular one's insane.
The gin ramen spicy. Yeah.
Inhumanly spicy. Like it's like
I love
humans
it.
are meant to eat this. Was my reaction?
I eat it a lot. Like, that's my go-to, and I buy it in like a big pack.
There you go.
My partner loves it too.
Well, I just
Actually.
eat sausages, bacon, cheese, and I think I'm gonna have to stop having the protein shakes because they've been messing up my gut big time.
Yeah,
a
they'll
shame.
do that. There's a lot of soy too, right?
I know there's no soy. They use some like seaweed extract, which is apparently fine for most people, but for like people like me that have like an irritable bowel, apparently it's really irritating and causes inflammation. Apple MacBook
You
says
should be careful.
Apple MacBook says I love a pack of crisps. Late response: I've been doing dungeons on Destiny. Hell yeah, bro. Wait, does that mean you're from the UK, Apple MacBook?
I don't. Well, no, they're made in California, mate.
The actual laptop.
Yeah.
They're designed in California. Hey, he's from the UK. Doesn't that mean it's like
From the UK.
very late?
Yes.
That's impressive. Oh, it's 4:48 a.m. Apple MacBook. 4:48
Go to bed.
a.m. I mean, I'm not usually one to tell people to go to bed when they're watching my Twitch stream.
But it's 4:48 a.m.
That is late. What time did you wake up?
Maybe he works night shift.
It's possible.
I work night shift.
True, you sure do. What time do you end up going to sleep when you work night shift?
Midnight. Maybe 1.
That's not that bad. That was kind of my sleeping schedule until I started streaming. I would go to sleep midnight or 1. And then, lo and behold, streaming just kept pushing it back later and later and later.
That's fair.
And then we did I think I did like 3 streams where I would start at around 2, 3 a.m. But then I found I was getting most of my viewers after like 9:30 a.m. anyway, so that's why we started at 9 today.
That's pretty fair.
But I feel like everyone ended up showing up at like 10. But there's definitely a downside to like constantly changing the time of the stream. Because like no one's got a new.
Oh yeah, I'm sure there's like I'm sure there is an optimal time for you.
Yeah, I mean this seems to be a good time. I might just like I started at 9 today. I might start at 10 tomorrow. See how that goes.
So I found a clan in game. I don't know if I told you this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm joining a clan. Like I don't normally join clans. Like I was in a clan, but I was only in a clan because like a friend was like, "Hey, you should join this," and whatever. And then I joined it for him, and then I like didn't ever talk in the clan chat. I wasn't interested.
It wasn't Ku Klux, was it?
No, I think they were called Cosmosis or something. I can't remember.
Vincent.
Anyway, I
Kane.
just left.
Welcome back, Vincent Kane. Missed you, bud. He says,
I'm gonna go clan here.
OMG, Lenny's.
So, I joined a clan. The name of this clan is Dadscape.
Dadscape. Are you allowed to be in
Yeah.
it yet? Does your kid not have
Yeah,
to be
the
born?
clan is for like upcoming and like active parents of like dads of RuneScape.
Are mums allowed?
I assume so.
Well, it is called Dadscape.
I'm gonna be honest, the
not
the
called
female
Parents.
population. The female population of RuneScape's quite low, mate. I don't think it appeals much.
Well, it's going to be increased by 1 at some point, right? We're going to get Darkspark Flame.
Yeah, that's true.
Do you know when you want to do that? She said it was going to be tomorrow, but it sounds like that's your anniversary. It's not going to be tomorrow.
Yeah. Not tomorrow, but same. Well, I think that the Dadscape clan isn't like exclusively for parents. They say they're like, for people with a real life to deal with.
Oh, I mean, that makes sense.
But like a lot of dads, right? Because it started with like a dad who like made it and then invited others in.
True.
So I'm joining. You have to be like a guest in it for like a week, and then you like can join it. And I'm going to because I think it's pretty nice. I like who's there at the moment.
Yeah.
Also, like I've been thinking about this a while with like people because I've had discussions with people where they're like, "Oh, do you even count as a dad?" I'm like, I don't know. When does dad count? Because you have to do parenting weird stuff.
You're an expectant father.
Expectant father, but like, I don't know whether dadhood like begins straight away because like you everything sort of does change a bit like when you know it's on the way.
Yeah, but I feel like it changes even more when it's born. Everyone talks about like the moment the child is born and like the first time you hold the child as being like the moment. So I would say that's when you're officially a dad.
Oh, for sure.
And
But I
you're
think
saying to
I think
yourself, I'm a dad now, and like having trouble believing it.
Yes, I think that's more my thing is that I'm having trouble believing that that's a thing that's coming.
True.
And joining said groups like this, I think helps.
Recon Family says, I'm in broke squad. We're all broke.
Oh yeah, Broke Squad. I actually think I've heard of Broke Squad.
There you go. Maybe I should join Broke Squad. I guess you have to leave. I'd like to not be in Broke Squad at some point in time, but currently am. Currently am broke. And on that topic, if anyone would like to subscribe or give any bits or cheers, that would be...
If anyone would like to give me lots of money.
I like the way that Emilio's live does it. He just goes, any gifters? Any gifters? Any biddies?
I'm, if Elon Musk happens to be watching and wants to throw $1 million for publicity reasons.
I mean, I think if Elon Musk has to pay other people to play his video games for him, I don't think he's watching anyone else play video games.
I think that he can pay me $1 million to play RuneScape for him.
Yes. Same. The creator of Broke Squad has like 2.3 trillion GP, lol. But the idea is that you're broke IRL, no?
Yeah, I thought that was the whole thing, is that you're broke in real life.
And I could join Broke Squad IRL.
To be fair, if you had 2 trillion RuneScape gold or something like that, you would sell it, because RuneScape gold is worth real life money. But it is against the rules to sell it, so you would lose your account. Like, you would be banned.
I was watching something where someone was saying that, like, people had used their RuneScape gold to pay their medical bills or, like, get through college and become doctors. I was like, what?
Yeah.
That's kind of based.
It is, like, heavily against the rules to trade gold for real life money.
But I'm assuming
you will
if
get
people
banned.
get away, you get banned. I would happily
If it's
get
in large
banned.
quantity, yes.
How much money would I have to get banned? I mean, I'd definitely get banned for like $1 billion.
Yeah, there's an entire country that's made millions on RuneScape. Not even a joke.
I wonder what the ratio is.
I know what the ratio is.
What is
It's
it?
about 75 cents per million gold.
So you'd need a lot of millions of gold. There you go.
Let's see, 1,000.
It's 20 cents according to Vincent Kane. It's pretty rough. I wouldn't be surprised if it's gone
That's
down.
US.
Oh, true. Wow, is our currency really that bad?
It's not that bad, but then last time I looked, it was 75 cents, but that was a couple years ago, you know.
And I saw USD's up at the moment.
Yeah, it's been a couple years since I looked. When I last looked, it was 75 cents Australian per million.
There you go.
So it'll be about 40. Also depends who you buy it from and where and in what quantity.
True.
Like, it's black market deals, right? Like, if you buy in bulk, you get a cheaper price because they want to move that product.
True. I would be willing to get to an amount of money where it was like significant.
$1 trillion is 1,000 million, correct? No, $1 trillion is 1,000 billion.
A trillion, yeah. An American trillion is 1,000 billion.
Yeah, hang on. So 1,000 million. So that would be 100,000 million? Is that correct? Yes.
What's 100,000 million? 100,000 trillion is a what?
1 trillion is
100.
1 trillion is a million millions.
What? So there's American trillion and there's not American trillion. American trillion is 1,000 million, and the other trillion is a million. But I feel
So
like
1 million million is the distinct. According to Wikipedia, there's 2 different definitions. A trillion or American is 1 million million.
I thought American was 1,000 million. Vincent.
This is now the meaning both American and British English. 10 to the 18th power long scale trillion, which is not what we use in RuneScape. We use the British American 1 million million.
Hang on. British American, and what's the other one?
A million is like 10 to the 12th or 18th power or something ridiculous. Like, it doesn't even fit on a scale. Like, it's...
I don't even know what you're talking about. I thought Vincent Kane says 1 million is 1 trillion. Mr.
A
Soup
trillion
TV.
RuneScape gold.
Mr. Soup TV, how's it going in the haunted studio? I think I asked you this last time, Mr. Soup. Are you a ghost, or are you just a guy in a haunted studio? Also, everyone should check out Mr. Soup TV, by the way. He's been playing Kingdom Hearts 3. Mr. Soup TV, and before that he was playing... What was he playing before that? He was playing A Nice Day for Fishing. Mr. Soup TV. Mr. Soup TV! You're not a ghost? You're just a regular guy? The ghosts, however, do help me avoid certain ATO related things. Huh? Wait, you don't pay your taxes because there's ghosts in your... Wait, did I even do it right? Mr. Soup TV. Oh, VT! My bad. Can I undo that? I wrote
just so you
TV
know,
instead of VT.
I've done the math. 1 trillion RuneScape gold is worth 350,000 Australian dollars.
Can I undo now subbing Mr. Soup TV? Yeah, no, please sub Mr. Soup VT. Also, if you're in the process of subbing, there's this little channel called Thievecast. So how did...
So, fun fact, Jared.
Yep.
The gold buying sites, all of them, which we definitely never visit. I never buy fucking gold because, frankly, my account's too precious to me anyway. And you can just buy bonds. But as far as I'm aware,
about buying gold in real life, but no. Of course.
No.
Yep.
Let's say 1,000 million. So 1,000 million is well, that's a billion. So 1 million is what we're looking for.
Okay, I think I'm realizing that I had no idea what I was talking about. I think that's what I'm realizing.
RuneScape gold, right?
GP.
Keep in mind, yeah, GP. Keep in mind that the gold selling websites don't even have 1 trillion gold in their stock.
GP selling websites.
No, the GP selling websites don't have 1 trillion gold in their stock. So this guy has more gold than all of the gold buying websites. That's ridiculous.
That's kind of
He is an economy.
Wait, and if he sold all that GP, how much Australian? How many Australian?
350,000 Australian gold.
That could have bought a house back in the day.
It's sad that we have to put back in the day.
He doesn't have that much gold on the account, says Recon.
Well, he wouldn't be able to have that much gold on the account because there's a maximum amount of gold and there's a maximum amount of platinum tokens. So I think he'd be unable to even have that much on one account to begin with, unless he invested entirely in third age pickaxes.
Mr. Soup VT says, "Okay, peep, I got to lurk as I need to do some drawing, but I shall enjoy the show. It's great background noise. Thank you, Mr. Soup VT."
So Vincent Kane said that he'd have to sell his gold to one of those websites. The thing is, the websites also wouldn't buy that gold because he'd have too much. he'd get them all banned. He'd have to move it in small amounts, like money laundering in real life. You wouldn't just be able to like throw $1 trillion gold in one trade, right? Like,
Yeah, they'd probably notice that.
they'd probably notice all of it.
I'm curious, Mr. Soup VT, just before you go hard on the lurk, I really do want to see some of your drawing at some point. Are you doing digital stuff? Are you doing stuff for your stream? Are you drawing just for the sake of drawing? Are you working on a project? I would love to
Is he
know.
playing the long con and he wants to do like drawings for your stream?
Very funny. Were you here when we had that one guy say like, hey,
yeah.
I'm this guy, and I said, hey, this guy, are you about to ask me if I want art for my channel? And then he just said, bye.
It's not a legal recon. I meant if he wanted to keep his account. Like, if he didn't want to get banned from Jagex, like, he'd have to pull some dodginess. But the thing is, I was talking to Mod Matt K, who used to be a developer. He was like head developer for old school RuneScape for a while. He retired. And he said that he personally didn't care about people selling gold or buying gold.
Yeah, why don't they want people doing that?
Well, they don't want the gold to be. Well, they don't want the gold to be considered a legal currency under UK law, because then there's like all sorts of things that come with that.
It does seem like the UK has a lot of laws. Sounds like maybe they need to trip out, to chill out, and get a bit more Texan over there.
Well, no, to be fair, in 2011, the credit card companies contacted Jagex and said, we're going to cut you off because people keep stealing credit cards to buy RuneScape gold.
Oh, wow.
To launder the money.
Okay, well, that's bad. You don't want that happening. Money laundering through RuneScape.
You really don't. And the UK said, if you don't, a UK judge has basically said, look, if you don't cut this out, we're gonna classify you as a legal bank. Like,
Recon family was cut off from his mum's credit card. Lol.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's kind of wild. I never did the using my parents' credit card to do anything. Like, I remember the closest I ever came, and it doesn't really count because I asked my mum. I remember seeing when I first got Steam on my computer, I saw that Terraria was on sale for like $7.50, and I think The Witcher 2 Enhanced Edition was on sale for $7.50. And I was like, Mom, Terraria and The Witcher 2, they're on sale both for $7.50, so I could get both for like $15. Can I use your credit card to do
less
that?
than the price of just one.
And she said yes.
Like, yeah. The thing is, I was never, the closest I ever came was Adventure Quest, original Adventure Quest. I wanted Guardianship, and I was like, if I use my parents' bank card, I'm going to get in trouble.
Yes.
So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to randomly guess numbers into the credit card form until it lets me, which is so much worse.
Is it?
So much worse.
Can they get you if you do it that way?
I don't know. I was like 9. I don't think they could get me for it anyway.
Recon family asks how old I am. Recon, can you guess how old
48. He's 48.
48.
Yeah, he is 48. You can tell because of his receding hairline.
My receding hairline.
Yeah.
Recon family says I'm guessing like 27. That's a pretty good guess, Recon. I'm missing the days when everyone used to guess that I was 20, but I am 28. People are now accurately guessing my age, and I'm guessing I must actually be starting to age now.
I'm not, apparently, because I still get told that I'm 18.
There you go.
Yeah, all the time. I'll send someone a photo of me and they'll be like, yeah, that's not you. I'm like, yeah, no, it is. Like, that's me. I imagine that will stop pretty soon.
One day.
Oh, I'm going to have a child, so presumably I'm just going to melt.
Recon says, I was going to say, because RuneScape was the state-of-the-art game when I was a kid to buy membership on sale, lol.
Yeah, I was like, no, I'll get in trouble for stealing my mum's credit card, but I won't get in trouble for like stealing some random bloke's credit card from like,
I mean, did you
like
ever
guessing the numbers.
Did you ever get in trouble?
Well, no, because you'd never get. You'd have to be incredibly lucky to guess.
Oh wait, so
Like, all correct.
you never actually did guess someone's credit card?
No, it would be near impossible to do that.
Well, that's what I was thinking, but the way you told the story made it sound like you put in random numbers and you actually got someone's credit card. But you tried to do that and it never worked.
Yeah, I tried for like 2 hours.
2 hours well
And then,
spent, I say. And then you stole your friend's credit card.
No, I never did, because I knew what would happen if I did that.
Oh, you just wasted all your own money on Adventure Quest.
Yeah, when I was older, because I was like 9 when I tried this crap.
Do you care to tell the chat how much money you spent on Adventure Quest?
$14,000 Australian. You know what the crazy part was?
Oh yeah, that's
that was
not
in
the crazy
2012.
Yeah,
that was in 2012
So
when
adjusted
the
for
Australian
inflation.
dollar was worth. No, that's when the Australian dollar was worth 110 US cents.
Our money was worth more than US money in 2012?
Yep.
I don't even remember
It was
that.
worth $1.10 US cents. So I used to go down to Woolworths and buy the Adventure Quest World's membership cards, and I used to redeem those.
Why was our money worth more than US money?
I can't remember why.
Why was Australian...
I'm glad it was though, because I remember the membership was like $35 if I paid through the website, but if I went to Woolworths, it was like 20.
I wouldn't be so ashamed to be an Australian if our dollar was worth more than the US dollar.
It was a solid 6 months too. Like it wasn't a small amount of time. And yeah, it was about $14,000, give or take. I sold the account for $430 in the end.
Increased demand for Australian dollars, lol. More positive economic outlook for Australia relative to other countries.
I think we had a mining boom, and we also rode the financial
GFC
crisis
well,
without going into
that's
the
true.
recession.
We did get through the GFC quite well. But yeah, we kind of just have mining and housing. It's kind of a bit sad. And so that's why the house prices just
None
go
of
up
that.
like crazy.
Albanese's trying to fix that.
Is he fixing it though?
It seems to be.
What's
His project made in Australia, like.
Oh yeah? Wait, is he going to make Australia great again? And we're going to have manufacturing in Australia?
Yeah, manufacturing renewables.
There you go. There you go. I bet Friendly Geordies is happy. Bit off topic, but do you know who Akash Singh is? No.
Is he dead?
American
that's who I think it
comedian
is.
and actor.
Oh, no.
Known for his
I don't know
flagrant
who that is.
podcast with Andrew Schultz. Well, I know who Andrew Schultz is. Bring back Apu. I think
Bring
yes.
back Apu. Yeah,
We
he
should-
wanted to bring back the Simpsons guy.
We should
That's
bring
right.
back Apu, I think.
Apu wasn't even, like, offensive to anyone. That's the weird part.
I mean, someone must have been offended for them to get rid of him, no?
Yeah, a white guy. Like, a white guy complained and said, this is really offensive, so they got rid of him, and then all the Indians were like, dude, that's like the only guy we've got on The Simpsons.
It do be like that. We definitely did hit a point where everything was too woke. Hopefully we can...
Depends what.
some kind of balance.
Depends what that even means, because that doesn't even mean anything anymore.
Well, I think it definitely means taking Apu off The Simpsons because you think he's offensive.
I think what it means now is anything I don't like happening is too woke.
I don't think it's that broad.
I think a lot of right wing people it is. I think for a lot of right wing people they're like, this thing is too woke because I don't like it. It's like
It has become a meme for sure.
Yeah.
Woke. My dad uses it now. It's crazy. He didn't know what woke was like a month ago, and then I saw him, I don't know, a few weeks ago, and he was just calling everything woke. Nah, too woke.
Yeah,
woke.
because your dad's like 50.
Do we trust Vincent? Actually, could you check out Vincent Kane's link?
Mm-hmm.
Deleted until you watch it?
Yeah.
YouTube not safe anymore. Yes, YouTube is not safe. We've had links submitted to the stream. Why is their view count gone up? Do we get rated? We've had links sent in through YouTube, and they've had unsavory material in the videos, shall we say.
It's safe.
The link's safe?
Seems to be, yes. I'm not into his stand-up, but it seems to be safe.
Is it not funny?
I don't think so.
I guess we'll find out.
How are you guys? How are you guys? This is a really uncomfortable seat, man. I'm sorry about that. Twisting your thick ass neck around like that, trying to look at me. That shit is a problem, dude. I mean, this is a big motherfucker. That's uncomfortable, dude. Even your laugh is manlier than anything I've ever done in my life. This laugh is... You see that shit is crazy. What do you do for a living, man? TSA. What does he do at TSA?
He's a professional broker.
You know they have them U.S. Marshals? You can do that?
They don't fit in the seat.
You don't fit in this seat either. That can stop you. Hey, what's up, late guys? How are we? Where are you coming from, yo? Yo, you the most intimidating motherfucker I remember the list in my life. Man said famous Bernardino. I was like, sure.
That means I fit in every circle, bro.
You fit in everything?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not finding it that funny. My standards for comedy are pretty high. I'm somewhat of a comedy nerd. Like, I think for me, it's like Norm Macdonald, Mark Normand. That's kind of the good. Shane Gillis.
I figured out why that solo doesn't taste like amazing either.
Why?
Because you can taste the caffeine.
What
Like,
does
it
it
doesn't
even mean to
cover the
taste caffeine? I feel like the only thing with caffeine in it that I've consumed, I mean, the only things, I guess, would be coffee and tea. I don't know. What does caffeine taste like?
Bitter. It just tastes bitter.
Well, yeah, I guess coffee and tea are kind of bitter. That checks
Yeah.
out.
This has a bit of a bittery sort of aftertaste.
Fair.
It's not bad. It's just,
Chocolate has caffeine. Chocolate's a bit bitter, that's true. And I have tasted it. Mark Norman and Shane Gillis both sound familiar. I know who Norm is. I think they're probably the three best stand-ups. Greatest of all time. The goats. I like Jimmy Carr. I do really like Jimmy Carr. I've watched multiple of his specials. I have a lot of respect for Jimmy Carr and Anthony Jeselnik. I think anyone that can write jokes, like one-liner jokes that are that pithy, that concise, I have immense respect for comedians like that. And when I was doing stand-up regularly, I was kind of heading in that direction a bit. I do have an appreciation for how funny people can be without being edgy. I've said this on the stream before, but I feel like I do like I find myself often laughing at edgy jokes, but I do find I'm more impressed when someone, the funnier they can be without being edgy, is like really impressive. And Jimmy Carr is pretty edgy. So is Anthony Jeselnik. They kind of lean to the side where some of the jokes I feel like they're just 10 out of 10 on the edgy scale and not actually that funny. Edgy is fine as long as it's not malicious. Yeah, I can't think of any comedians that I think are actually being malicious. But I just think when it comes to comedy, it's easier to get laughs by being edgy. And I'm very impressed when people get big laughs without being edgy. I don't even think I was... The jokes of my own that I liked the most were like that too. They actually weren't edgy, but they were really funny. In my humble estimation of myself. But it's nice. It is nice if you can not offend people and everyone can just have a good time. But I'm not gonna lie, I did some pretty edgy jokes too. I watched a lot of Jimmy Carr and Anthony Jeselnik and I went, oh, wait. You mean I can just make fun of people and get laughs? I'm not against it. I'm not against edgy comedy. I enjoy it. It's just a matter of what I respect in terms of the art form. And it's not that I don't respect it at all. To me, it's just an extra level of impressive. But I mean, a lot of the time the funniest jokes are edgy. Life's good, man. It's a beautiful sunny day here in Australia. Gorgeous sunny day. Clear blue sky. Clear blue skies. Do you miss stand-up? Well, how long ago?
Back.
It's probably only been a few weeks since I stopped doing stand-up. And I only did it for 3 or 4 weeks, I think.
Would you even say you quit, or you just haven't gone back yet?
Literally, the only reason I'm not doing stand-up and I'm streaming on Twitch is I've been streaming on Twitch for like we're coming up to 3 months. I've made about $100, and I haven't made a cent from stand-up. And I would say streaming is easier, and I've made more money. So I don't know who's out there that wants to work harder and make no money. I love stand-up.
I mean,
but yeah,
we're talking no money.
I've made it $0 from stand-up.
Yeah, that's a problem. But if we're talking low money, some people would work for low money to do what they love.
That's what streaming is for me. I'm making very low money. I mean, $100 for like almost 3 months of streaming, like 6 to 14 hours, 7 days a week.
I mean, that is basically no money.
Yeah, but it's not actually no money, you know?
It's not actually none. It's just... Oh, did you see that? Did I tell you that Leon has made their first, like, they've crossed over the payment threshold?
You did mention that.
No.
It's pretty based. Is Leon going to stream more regularly?
I don't know. Probably not, if we're being real.
Yeah, because baby.
Yeah, like, we might be a bit fucking busy this week.
Yeah, true. But I feel like streaming is kind of a good job when you're a parent, because you can be home. You can be kind of more present than a lot of other jobs, I feel like.
So there's a decent... There's like a chance that I become a stay-at-home father and Leon works.
What would Leon do?
Well, Leon worked in catering for the airport, and they earned more than me.
Huh.
So it would make very little sense. So, like, if they get that job back, like, it'd make very little sense for me to keep working.
So Leon just left because of getting pregnant?
No, it was for other reasons, but, like,
Does Leon
they
want to
could
go?
get a job like that again.
Right, okay. Yeah, I mean,
So, like,
the way the world is today and the kind of expectation that every household is like a 2-income household, I would not
It's a
blame you
2-income
guys.
household right until you need healthcare. Not healthcare, childcare. Because for a lot of people,
Exactly.
childcare, it makes no sense. You'd be better off not working and taking the Sunlink.
Well, I think that's better. I think one of the parents should be home with the kids, raising the kids and looking after them. And
Yeah,
I think
honestly
if one of you is
agree.
going to make more money than the other, and that's going to be an overall benefit for the family, I think that's good.
So if Leon did that, I might stream like RuneScape or something.
You might become a streamer?
I'd have nothing else to do.
Wow, Mr. Privacy is going to become a streamer.
I'd be a VTuber.
Be a VTuber.
Yeah.
What would your...
My face
Childcare is
would not be
stupidly
okay.
expensive, Vincent Kane, that is true. What would you say, old school?
My face would never be on camera.
What would your VTuber have big naturals?
Probably not. Although
Probably not.
people would pay more. So maybe.
I feel like there's cool things. Like if you had a VTuber, you could have like sub goals where literally the neck on the shirt comes down when you hit certain sub goals.
I mean, yeah, but like ultimately, I'm a dude, so
You are a dude, but you know there's VTubers where there's a dude talking, but the VTuber is like a attractive anime girl. I find it weird and
Oh, I know.
off-putting, but it exists. No, you make more money on more innocent VTuber with the occasional slip up. Interesting.
you gotta be, yeah. You have to play the game. You can't just like, that's where Belle Delphine went wrong. She
I
went
think she
full on
ruined it.
porn.
As soon as she went like OnlyFans and doing actually porn, she ruined the whole thing. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I found Belle Delphine really attractive and was like, watching videos about her and stuff, and was like, oh, geez, she's very attractive. I want a girlfriend like that.
I mean,
And then as soon
I
as
feel like I have a very based opinion that I think Finster was more attractive personally, but that's just me.
Finster, what's that?
Yeah,
What's Finster?
Finster is a trans girl.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And then as soon as I saw the Belle Delphine porn, basically, I lost all interest completely. It ruined the whole thing.
The mistake was what people were hanging around for.
Absolutely. And like innocence, I feel like. She almost had a bit of an innocent vibe.
I think it was more like, maybe I'll get to see what this vagina looks like, but I haven't, so I'm going to stick around and like...
Something like that.
I want to be the first to see it. And then like, they saw it and went, well, I'm not paying for vagina, I can get that anywhere.
It is a bit like that, isn't it?
Yeah. The mystique is worth more than the actual thing.
Mystique is huge. Mystique is a lot. So what would your VTuber be?
He-Man, I don't know.
Recon Family says she crashed out. She did crash out, right? Wasn't there something with like a raccoon? Did she steal someone's raccoon or someone stole her raccoon or something? Probably perfect time while she was on top. Not crashed. She was on top and she you can crash out though.
Oh yes.
She did crash out in the past.
She, as far as I am aware, she's making money.
That doesn't
Still.
surprise me, but she's not like. I feel like she was almost the #1 celebrity on the internet. on the.
She was like the #1 person on Earth.
It just didn't last.
Songs were written.
Hang on, crashed as in getting all her cash. Oh, cash. Oh yeah,
I mean,
I'm not that good at
out.
reading. She cashed out. She cashed out. Yes, she did also crash out.
She took the bag.
She took the bag. I think but she could have milked it a lot longer. I think probably the best thing she could have done was be a streamer. Was she a streamer?
Yeah.
And she was a streamer. I didn't even know that because back then I didn't even look at Twitch. I just used to watch YouTube.
I think you were a bit busy on shrooms.
Was I on shrooms? I don't think I was at that point.
I think you were on shrooms at the time.
No, that was like 20. Wasn't it like 2020?
Did shrooms help you find God?
I don't think so. I think.
Or did God help you get off shrooms?
I think it's all a lot more complicated than that, but I think drugs are generally a distraction from real spirituality. They're kind of a fake spirituality.
I can respect that. I can respect that they turn your brain to mush.
Yeah, she peaked around 2019, 2020. So I wasn't Christian yet, but I don't think I was doing drugs. I had a real phase of just like sobriety and video games before I became a Christian.
You went hard on retro games and realized none of your friends liked retro games.
Did I?
Yeah, I remember you messaging me going like, all my friends like aren't into my stuff anymore because I've like gotten into what you were into.
I don't remember saying this at all.
Oh, you did. You like messaged me at some point. You were like, "Oh man, like I'm getting really into retro games, and like none of my friends are into retro games." You were, and like when you messaged me was when I was selling all my retro games.
Oh, I do
So,
remember
like,
you selling all your retro games. When did I say this to you?
I think it was back when we first got back in contact again.
As in my 21st birthday? I remember picking you up for my 21st birthday.
No, it was like after we got back in contact after that, because after your birthday,
then we didn't. For a
you
while?
messaged me when I got home and went, we shouldn't be friends because we don't share interests anymore.
I did do that, hey. And
yeah,
then,
and I was like, okay.
And then it was like 20. It was when I got COVID in 2021 when we reconnected.
I think so, yes.
Yeah. It's all true. It's all true. I don't remember saying that my friends went into retro games though.
Yeah, you were saying like, oh, the people I was like hanging out with aren't into that stuff, so I was like, okay, fair enough.
Recon says, love the occasional shroom day with my dad, lol. Apple MacBook says, yo, why did Simpsons get rid of a poo? Because there was the height of wokeness, and they thought I think the idea of the issue was that it was a white guy voicing an Indian guy, and that it was like a stereotypical voice, and he worked at the Quickie Mart or whatever. It's funny, there's a local comedian here who's quite funny, and his name's Marty, and he hosts our local comedy open mic, and he got up there like a couple of months ago, and he just had these notes in his phone. He didn't actually have prepared jokes because he was just emceeing. He had notes in his phone, and he was like, one of these notes in my phone just says, Indian people, what's wrong with being useful? Because I guess I think there was more to it. It was something about like, why do they work at every like petrol station or whatever, every 7-Eleven? But I do feel like there's this thing where like white people are more likely to be like, think a job is beneath them or something.
They're like, brown people, right?
But that wasn't the joke at all. And I thought
no, but I feel like that used to be the joke.
Yeah, maybe. But I feel like the joke was good because it was actually giving
Was the
them
joke
props.
good because people thought the joke was going to be brown people and it wasn't?
I think so. And there was almost this reaction of like people were worried that the joke was racist. There was a little bit of like a ooh. But then when you think about it,
yeah,
it's actually giving them props. I feel like. So I thought it was a good joke. It's like got multiple.
So there's something
levels.
I have noticed. I don't want to be controversial here, but I'm gonna be.
Okay.
Right. So you know how my father works in trucking, my stepfather,
Mm-hmm.
and my previous stepfather also worked in trucking,
Yes.
and I'm thinking about working in trucking.
Yes.
Right. So working in that industry, there has been a very high proportion of immigrants coming in from India and getting trucking jobs. Presumably because they pay well.
Yeah.
And no one else wants to do them.
Yes.
The unfortunate thing is that however they're getting their licenses, like however they're getting the truck licenses, isn't regulated enough.
Are they getting the licenses in India and then coming over?
Yeah. And the HR license, this is just what I've heard. The HR license in India is motorcycle, not heavy rigid.
Oh. Oh, so they're getting a license that says HR on it, but it means a motorcycle.
Yeah, and then over here it means heavy rigid.
Look. You said it would be
But then
controversial. I
also-
don't feel like you're saying anything racist. You're just talking about a thing that
I'm not done
happens.
yet.
Oh. As long as it's not against TOS, bro.
It won't be against TOS. However, I think that the people coming through and getting the licenses, because they still have to do a test, right?
Yeah.
Whoever's giving them the licenses is being way too lenient and just giving them licenses despite their complete uselessness.
Even on a
Because
motorbike.
there's been... No, like getting their truck licenses, because they still have to sit the test.
Here in Australia.
Yeah, they just get to skip the, like, car license part.
Okay.
So whoever's like letting them through isn't doing their job properly, because almost every, like, you've seen the news reports, right? Of like this, truck driver runs over a car and drives 10 kilometers with it under his trailer.
I haven't seen any. I don't look at the news, dude. I play RuneScape.
Okay. Well, the connections in the trucking industry, they're not happy because a lot of people are getting injured and a lot of people are doing really dumb shit.
Okay, that's not good. So it
And then-
doesn't
and
sound like
because of
this
that-
is racist at all. It just sounds like there's someone giving people licenses too easily.
But because of that, the racism in the trucking industry has exploded.
Oh, okay, of course. People are using that
Because
as
there's
an
a
excuse
connection.
to be racist. Yeah.
There is a connection.
Well, I don't think.
And the
we-
other thing too,
I'm still waiting for the
is that-
controversial.
yeah. So, have you heard about the truck shitting incidents?
Truck pooping incident.
Yes, incidents. There's been many.
People pooping in the truck while they're driving.
People. So in the truck, there is a hatch that you can lift up to get access to the engine.
Uh oh. Cutting a hole
Yeah.
in their seats has been Kane.
It's pretty damn it's pretty damn close. They're lifting up the hatch while they're driving and then shitting on the engine so they don't have to stop.
I mean, is it their own truck?
No,
Right. They're ruining someone else's
and
truck.
it's all Indians doing it.
Man, RuneScape's
So,
a really
like-
good game.
It is a good game. So unfortunately, the mechanics dropped the truck company and said we wouldn't fix your trucks anymore because the engines are coming in covered in human feces.
That's fair. I wouldn't work on a truck where the engine was covered in human feces.
So now there is calls in the truck industry to ban immigrant Indian drivers from white drivers. My controversial take is that we probably shouldn't ban them, but they should be retested. And
I
trucking licenses should be
like fishing
retested
in
at a higher
RuneScape.
rate. Yeah. I also like fishing in RuneScape. But I think truck drivers should be retested.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
And the standards should be raised because
Will,
that's
will that stop
ridiculous.
them? Will that stop them from pooing on the engine though?
Probably not. But the fact that it's a thing that's happening, I'm like, I don't know how to defend this. Like without, like I don't know how to You know, like, how do you tell the people in that industry that it's not all Indians?
So Vincent Kane says, so Trump did something useful in the States that pertains to this. Too long didn't read.
I've heard about
you
what
must
he's
speak
done.
and write English fluently to get a license.
Yes.
Does speaking and writing English fluently mean you won't boo on a truck engine?
I don't know, but I also know that what Trump did was kind of stupid because he retroactively applied it to everyone's licenses.
Yeah, okay.
So all the immigrant truckers that already have a job and fill all the jobs like can't drive trucks anymore. So all the trucks are sitting with like no one to drive them.
Yeah, he has a thing. He doesn't seem to mind having negative impacts in the now. He doesn't seem to be too
Yeah,
worried
he
about
really
that.
doesn't. The thing is, when you do that, and you do it a lot, like one fuck up like that, your economy can handle. Like 30 fuck ups like that, your economy sort of starts to crumble.
Look, the US dollar's going up. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, the US dollar and the stock market's based on speculation and doesn't make any real sense, from my understanding. And impacts on stock markets are like A, arbitrary, B, based on what's going to happen in the future, and also take a while to apply inversely, which is weird. Like, look at Tesla stocks, man. Tesla doesn't sell any cars. And the stock's gone up. Like, you figure that out.
But that's not true because I see Teslas all over the place.
Their sales are like ridiculously down.
Well, yeah, because
They've
people are
reported that.
worried that their Teslas are going to get vandalized. I don't think that's happening here, but it seems pretty bad in the States. And it's like, isn't it like liberal left-leaning people that have electric cars in the first place? Actually, US
And they
dollar
don't
is
like
down.
Elon Musk.
Oh, okay. So it might that's my bad because I just look at how it is compared to the Australian dollar, not.
But you know, the Australian dollar's up.
But when I looked at my iPhone this morning, the US dollar was way up compared to Australian.
Something may have happened overnight then, because last night our dollar actually went up like a bunch.
I don't know where my phone is though. Also, I'm not a financial guy, so I could just be wrong, you know?
I'm also not a financial guy, and all I know is that the stock market makes no fucking sense whatsoever.
I saw a green line going up. It's gone down to 0.04 euro in the last 2 months. Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
I mean, I literally...
Also-
my results is probably from the past day. It's probably gone up in the last day. And
I think also like Europe Tesla sales are down like 80% or something absolutely insane.
That doesn't surprise me.
Like to a level of insanity that like people don't. Yeah, like it's more than just people being afraid of vandalism.
What do you mean?
Left-wing people don't like Elon Musk.
Yeah, they don't. And I think
And they
that's
are also
totally
the
part
only
of it.
ones buying.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're not buying EVs.
that checks out.
Like they're still buying EVs. They're just not buying his.
Yeah, that checks out. The last
definitely.
day
You
it's
see,
gone
the
down
Chinese company went up?
0.002 euro. Yeah, look, man. I mean, also, I can just be wrong, and that's fine. And I'm wrong, and I'm sorry, and I don't know where my phone is.
I'm not saying like I wasn't having a go at you for being wrong.
Oh, I was
Just,
saying,
find it
I
interesting.
was saying to Recon.
Oh yeah. No, I'm wrong all the time, man. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Let's look at the Tony Hawk thing.
Yeah, I'm not. It's not a big deal to me. I just thought I should. It's very important for people to be able to say that they're wrong. I think.
Probably. I say double down forever. Don't do that. Your life will be very sad if you do that.
The Tony Hawk thing? What was that? That was
The Tony Hawk.
Jacob said that Tony Hawk doesn't skate anymore, and then I googled if he skated anymore, and I pulled up a video from like yesterday of him skating.
The thing is, I have this very vivid memory of watching a documentary with him saying I can't skate anymore because my knees are fucked.
That could 100% be true, and he just means that he can't do. I mean, in 1999 he quit doing the X Games. I think he quit right after
Yeah.
the 99 X Games, so he couldn't do that kind of skating anymore.
I don't even know if he can ollie anymore, man. Like you saw that video where he like tried to do an ollie sort of, and like
He was being pretty
couldn't.
chill.
Yeah. To be fair, I think when you hit like, how old is he? Like 56?
He's got to be kind of old. He looks pretty old on that Xbox Direct.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm going to stream the Nintendo Direct tonight at 11 o'clock, by the way. If you want to be there for that.
I'll probably be home for that.
Tony Hawk Age. So how many? If it's
I not only will be home for that,
yeah.
But Leon will also be home for that, and we'll both be awake because we'll both want to watch the Nintendo Direct.
Does Leon want to be on the stream for that or no? There's no pressure
know.
whatsoever. He's 57.
I knew he was up there. Like, I knew Tony Hawk was always a bit, you know. He was getting a bit old. It never really clicked to me how old he was. Also, like, skating is not a young man's game. It's not a young man's game at all.
It is not.
Sorry, it is a young man's game, not the other way around.
Yes, this is a young man's game.
Yeah, if you're 50, you're not going to be doing 720 flips.
Probably not. It's a lot higher stakes. You don't recover from those injuries as quickly.
He did one like 5 years ago. You see his video about that?
No.
Tony Hawk released a video saying my last 720 ever.
Oh, there you go.
And he did that. And that was a cool video.
That's pretty based.
And it took him a lot of tries to do it too. Like, he couldn't just do it.
Wait, so in the Direct will be in 8 hours, I guess.
I think so, yes. Something like that.
I'm keen to see this Donkey Kong Bonanza because my theory is that it's the Mario Odyssey team and then it's going to be a Mario Odyssey size game. But some people think this is going to be a small game and we're going to get Mario Odyssey 2 and it's not that far away. So I think this is
I think we're going to get a Smash Bros.
You think we're going to get a Smash Bros?
Yeah, I do.
I think we'll get Smash Bros Ultimate for Switch 2. Well, I guess that already exists.
Yeah. No, I think we will have at least some sort of update for either a new Smash Bros or new updates for the Smash Bros we already have, because they just this week they released the new GameCube controller for Switch 2.
But what can they even do?
Just add more characters, man.
But they have all the characters. Who would they add?
Just add Goku. Everyone's been memeing about adding Goku for like...
But I'm pretty sure the rule is they will only add video game characters, and that's why there's no Goku. Everyone's wanted Goku
I know that's
since
the rule,
like,
but...
the beginning.
Yeah, I think that's why. Fine, just do it. Just add him, finally. Just be like, whatever,
I would
he's
love
fucking
that.
Goku.
I would play as Goku if they did that.
Yeah.
Vincent says,
Do you think
what's
they'd even
that?
do it
Breath
properly,
of the
though?
Wild 2? That's what Tears of the Kingdom is.
That is what Tears of the Kingdom is. Tears of the Kingdom is not as good.
I agree. Recon Family says it's about time for a new Smash Bros. I mean, it's time, but with the last Smash Bros, how do you top that? What's that? Breath of the Wild 3?
It's
gonna be a
time
while.
for a new F-Zero.
I would love a new F-Zero.
We haven't had an F-Zero in so long, and
true.
I remember they asked Miyamoto, like, when's the next F-Zero coming? And he's like, when there's technology that's worth, like, making a new one for.
That's fair. They did make a Breath of the Wild 2. Hyrule Warriors 2 was Breath of the Wild 2. Good one, Recon. Didn't we just get F-Zero 100? Yeah, but that's not a new F-Zero game. That's F-Zero with a bunch of players. That's like saying, oh, we're not going to get Mario Odyssey 2 because we got Mario 35.
Yeah, right. Like, I think there's some games that don't need updating, by the way.
Like what?
Breath of the Wild? I don't think Breath of the Wild needed anything, personally.
But they have to keep making Zelda games.
Yeah, but I don't think the Switch 2 version of Breath of the Wild needed that extra gimmick they threw on top.
What extra gimmick?
They did something with like the map and like a
Oh,
phone
you
app.
can look at the map on your phone. I think that actually makes a lot of sense because the game was originally developed for the Wii U. So the game, and that's why you have the Sheikah Slate, and the game was actually designed so that you'd be looking at the map while you played it. And so I think that's
Have you
why
played
they
the
made
Wii U
frame.
version?
I've played it on a PC.
So, I traded in my Wii U recently.
Yep.
To a game shop.
But you were saying that's the best way to play DS games. The only way to play
It was,
DS
but
games.
then it was.
But then?
The Steam Deck came out.
But it doesn't have 2 screens.
Doesn't need 2 screens.
But that was your whole point. I was saying I love playing DS games on my actual DSi XL and then emulating them on my M1 Mac Mini. And you were like, no,
Yeah,
you
no,
need
but
2 screens.
the
You have to
Steam
play with
Deck-
2 screens.
But the Steam Deck can have 2 screens. Like,
Vincent says side by side is so much better than top and bottom. I mean, the way I play DS games is I have the top screen. I mean, it depends on the game, but usually I'm playing Pokemon. So the important stuff's on the top screen. I have the top screen pretty much almost taking up the whole screen. And then because it's not a 16:9 screen, there's enough room to have a little screen for the bottom screen next to it.
this would be portably with the Steam Deck. But no, I mean that because the Steam Deck, you can plug it into a dock and have both screens on at the same time.
Oh, so you can do 2 screens.
Yeah.
True.
And the screen on the Steam Deck is touchscreen.
Okay. Fair.
So you can do the thing I wanted to do on the Wii U, but better.
Why is it better?
Well, the Wii U is like, it's a pain in the ass to get the games on there.
Okay. True.
Yeah, you have to convince the Wii U that it's actually a copy of Brain Training.
That's insane.
Yeah, because that's the only DS game that was on the Wii U. It's Brain Training.
Of all the games. Vincent says that's cool, but kills the portability, which is true, and which is why I play my DS games on a DS. Crazy
That's
idea.
true, but that's why I say the Steam Deck can do what the Wii U does better, because you can just unplug it from the dock and have it the way Jared has it.
The side by side, yeah.
Yeah, as portably, so you can have both. So the Steam Deck for me is the ultimate emulation machine.
It's just so big though.
It's not that
DS
bad, man. You
fits
get
in my
very
pocket.
used to it.
You're not putting your Steam Deck in your pocket though, are you?
I mean, no, but also I'm a grown-ass man, so like, where am I going that I need like the game in my pocket?
I'm a grown-ass man. I mean, it's funny. I think for me, I think portable consoles were better when they went in your pocket, because you could put it in your pocket and not even think about it and live your life. And then, oh, I'm waiting in a line, or I'm waiting at a bus stop, I'm waiting at a doctor's office, and it's just in your pocket. You didn't have to think about it. You whip it out, you play it. These days, it feels like if you have a Switch or a Steam Deck, you have to like have it in a backpack or something. Yeah, if you're deciding to take it with you, it's like a big commitment. And I think,
I mean, I guess so.
it's not the same.
I just throw it in my car.
Yeah, I'm just not doing that.
For camping, but I realize that anything I'm doing where I'm leaving the house, like, I don't have time to open a portable game anyway.
Yeah, I'm a bit the same. I don't actually really game outside of the house.
Yeah, so for me, it's like, well, I don't care about it being that portable anyway, so I may as well have the good one.
I like the Switch form factor though, because I like to play it in bed with my 2 Joy-Cons in my hands, taken off the Switch.
I find the Steam Deck incredibly comfortable. Bedtime gaming.
But you can't take the controllers off it.
No.
So it's
But it has a
not as
touchpad.
comfortable. Vincent Kane says, still got a working PSP Go. That's pretty base. I hope you've hacked it and you can just play whatever you want.
Yeah, me too.
Recon Family says, why have that when I can play RuneScape on my phone? Yeah, I'm yet to try that. Recon's a real one.
So RuneScape on your phone?
Not good?
I have a Fold, so I have the best case scenario for playing RuneScape on your phone.
Okay.
Because I can open it anytime.
Okay.
I still find RuneScape on mobile too limiting. And I'll only use it if I'm fishing or something.
Oh, so I could fish. I could do the only thing I do in
It's
this game.
still not ideal. Keep in mind you have no plugins.
Yeah, okay. That's probably not that big a deal though, right? Great for AFK.
It's great for it's great for AFK, but like I find that my character already needs to be in the spot to AFK already when I log in, and it needs to already have like all the stuff, and I don't want to click to move very much.
I mean, I don't know. You could click on a skills necklace and then click on the fishing guild, no?
Yeah, but I view it as like we don't need, like, whenever I log into RuneScape on my phone, I go, oh, this is a huge pain in the ass and it's clunky and fiddly and the controls aren't that great, and then I just log out.
Vincent says, of course, 256 gigabyte SD card in my go-to. Recon Family says, you can set your settings to where the phone won't turn off for like 25 minutes of AFK. Ooh.
If I've got 25 minutes, I've got time to pull out my Steam Deck.
Fair. I do like portable gaming. It's a cool thing. I'm curious, Vincent Kane, if you have other portable devices that you use, or it's just your old PSP Go. I've got like a Switch OLED, a Switch Lite, a DSi XL. I've got the...
Don't go back to the DS Lite. It's aged poorly.
Yeah, I do like that it's smaller though. I kind of... Because the DSi XL has the IPS screens, but I actually wish I had those IPS screens in the form factor of the DSi.
The DS Lite has the worst D-pad ever.
I mean the DS Lite. I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with the DS Lite D-pad.
You don't think the D-pad sucks?
I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I played like the Mega Man Mega Man ZX. Played through that whole thing with that D-pad.
Its battery life's not that great.
I don't think I've ever had an issue with the battery life. Yo, what up, my glip glops? Yo, thanks for the raid. What the heck? Elimist raid. Thanks for the raid, Elimist. Appreciate you.
I am a lot more excited what's going to happen in the future with OLED on DS Lite.
You just got a follow from Elimist?
Oh, that's nice.
Elimist, who told you about me? Who got you to raid me? How'd you find me? What a legendary...
Was it Steve Owen? I don't think it was Steve Owen.
Steve Owen? Why are you talking about
I don't think Steve Owen. I don't think Steve Owen told him to raid you.
Yeah, no. Why would you even say that?
I don't know.
He's trying to break my
the
heart
first
all
name
over
that came
again.
to my head.
Yeah, that's fair. I can see that being the first name that comes to your head. Elimist. What a guy. Maybe he just did a raid and run, which is perfectly fine. I'll take it.
You're not hearing crinkling sounds, are you?
A little bit.
Ooh, okay.
Why?
Sorry then.
It's not terrible.
Oh, I'm doing some cleaning while we're talking.
Oh, cleaning the house. That's a good thing to do.
Is it only while I'm talking?
I'm not hearing it at all at the moment. Maybe I think I heard a tiny bit just now.
Okay, so the noise filtering is doing its job.
If it annoys people, it's doing its job.
The noise filtering is doing its job.
I thought you were saying that you were trying to annoy people. Very confused. Well, that was cool to get raided. That was fun. But I guess...
Your first time getting raided, right?
Was that?
This is your first time getting raided, right?
No, I've been raided... I'm trying to think. I've been raided by Soren Ashburn. Definitely have been raided by someone else. Oh yeah, I've been raided by Emilio's Live. That's how I found him. That's how I found Emilio's Live.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I think that was my first raid. Welcome to the show. We're just catching fish in RuneScape and talking about Nintendo stuff and handheld consoles. So what did Vincent say? Whoa. I need to catch up on chat. I got so distracted by the raid. Recon says, I play it for 8 hours a day while I work. True. Homie's AFKing his skills while he's at work. Curious what you do for work, Recon, as well. That you're able to do that. Vincent Kane says, Go and the Vita. I don't care much for anything else. If I can find a Switch for a good price, I'll buy it, but otherwise, meh. As in a Switch 1? Because the Switch is a bit big. I can see why you would stick with a PSP and a Vita. I can see why you would do that.
I think the Switch Lite is a lot more pocketable.
It is, but the screen, it's not that great. A truck broker. What's a truck broker? You sell people trucks. You go to the shipping companies and you go, these are the trucks you want. You want the Isuzu. Sell
My father
loads
drove
of-
an Isuzu.
You sell to loads of truckers. Based. That sounds pretty cool. And you can just AFK on RuneScape while you do that. Pretty cool. Yeah, it's the funny thing about handheld consoles is to me it feels like there's never a perfect one. And I know, Jacob, that for you it's the Steam Deck, and the Steam Deck is perfect and it's the second coming of Jesus, but it's very big.
It's not perfect.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's not perfect.
What don't you like about it?
The battery life could be better.
Facts.
It's pretty poor. I only get about 2 hours out of it, tops.
That sucks. Balls.
Yeah, it's really, really low.
Dude, I feel like Game
They
Boy
did fix
was
that
just
with the
bad.
OLED model.
Game Boy could go for hours and hours, dude.
The OLED model is a lot better. I think it's like 5 or 6 hours.
5 or 6 is a lot better than 2. Vincent Kane says that's abysmal, which it is.
Yeah, it's a bit low. It's a lot lower than I would want.
Yeah, bro. But see, when you have that giant freaking computer, of course it's not going to last that long. I feel like handhelds should be handhelds. Make handhelds handhelds.
That's when I'm playing, like, I get 2 hours of battery life when I'm playing, like, The Witcher 3.
Yeah.
Which, like, you know, I don't think the DS is going to be playing Witcher 3 anytime soon.
The Switch can. And I'm sure the Switch lasts a lot longer playing The Witcher 3. And
No.
No?
No.
No?
It's about the same. So you get Switch battery life, but with better graphics. However, the other thing I don't like about it very much is that the shoulder buttons are a bit squishy. I'd like them to be a bit clickier.
Yeah?
There are mods to help with that.
Yeah, apparently 2 hours and 20 minutes at 75% brightness. That's pretty bad.
And I said I'm only getting about 2 hours, so yeah, that sounds about right.
Yikey des. I don't really play my Switch and feel like it doesn't last long enough, but I don't really play The Witcher. I usually end up playing Legend of Heroes Trails from Zero.
RuneScape on Steam Deck, I get 4 hours.
That's pretty good. Right?
That's okay.
And yours is not an
I'd still
OLED.
like more. Mine is not an OLED. Mine's the original model.
True. So you got it like back when it came out.
Yeah, the storage situation. I think personally the 64 gig model should not have even been sold.
Why?
It's not enough storage. 64 gigabytes? No.
Oh, that's the lowest one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which one did you get?
I got the 64 gigabytes because I was like, oh, it's fine. It's got expandable storage.
It does.
So you can put like a micro SD card in it.
Yeah.
So I went, oh, that'll be fine. I bought a 1 terabyte micro SD card.
Uh-huh.
And yeah, it is fine, apart from the fact that when you install a game, it puts all the compatibility layers and files onto the SteamOS on the hard drive.
That's bad.
And all the updates go on there, so it slowly bloats itself.
That's very bad.
And when you uninstall a game, it doesn't take that away.
Yeah, I feel like expanded storage always seems to find a way of not being as good as the onboard storage.
So if you buy a 64 gig OLED, if you buy a 64 gig Steam Deck, you really need to buy a hard drive too and install that.
Vincent Kane says I get around 18 hours on my Vita still. What do you play on your Vita, by the way? Yo, you could be playing Legend of Heroes Trails from Zero on the Vita. That's a Vita game.
Yeah, but I don't think the Vita's playing The Witcher 3 anytime soon.
Yeah, but do you need to play The Witcher 3 on a handheld though? Like I think we've made the mistake of turning handhelds into home consoles. I strongly believe that handhelds should be handhelds. I could play Witcher 3 through Moonlight. Yeah,
okay, but I
ain't
get
the
5
same.
hours of Fallout New Vegas.
Yeah, I don't know.
I get 4 to 5 hours of Fallout New Vegas because it can run at 3 watts with Fallout New Vegas on.
Recon says, I miss my old Zelda and Spyro handheld games. I mean, is it not the people that used to make the Zelda handheld games that are doing the, like, Link's Awakening remake and the Zelda Echoes of Wisdom? Is that
I
not
believe they also did the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon remake.
True. I mean, Capcom used to make Zelda handheld games. Apparently they were good.
They did Minish Cap, I think.
Minish Cap, yeah. Minish Capcom.
And Minish Cap is considered one of the best ones. So
Capcom's pretty based, man.
Was pretty based.
I mean, they're the Resident Evil people, no? They make the Resident Evil games everyone loves.
Was really based because Capcom went to shit.
But like Resident Evil 4 remake, everyone said that was like one of the best games.
Wasn't handled by Capcom. It was published by Capcom.
Who made it?
I don't know, but I remember it not being Capcom. I could be wrong, but I remember it not being Capcom. I remember it being like just handed off to someone.
RE4 remake. Capcom. Developed and published by Capcom.
There you go.
Dude, Capcom's
in that case,
based.
I was wrong.
Although they don't really
I don't know, they've done a lot of really
Mega Man.
bad stuff.
They don't really do Mega Man anymore. Vincent Kane says, I've just been playing Zelda Randomizer and Super Mario World Kaizo. Dude, I used to play Pokemon Emerald Kaizo. That game's freaking hard, bro. Otherwise, it'll be Dragon Quest Builders, Dead or Alive. Wait, these are the games that you're playing on the Vita? You can play Dragon Quest Builders on the Vita? Was that originally on the Vita? Dead or Alive, Risk of Rain, and whatever RPG I come across. Probably 10k plus games to choose from. Wow. Dragon Quest Builders 2 was such an amazing game. I love it so much. Someone was recommending that game last stream because Dante was saying that he likes building games. Dragon Quest Builders was on PS3, Vita, and PS4. I didn't even know that. I don't think I knew that Dragon Quest Builders existed until the second one came out for Switch. I didn't realize the first one was on Vita. That's kind of wild.
I was super not into Dragon Quest, by the way. Dragon Quest Builders.
I played the demo, I think, for Dragon Quest Builders 2, and I was like, oh yeah, this is alright, but I didn't feel like dropping however much money it was. Was not feeling it at the time. Vincent Kane, I think you should play Legend of Heroes Trails from Zero if you like turn-based games. Yeah, I don't know if you caught me saying that, Vincent, because we had an ad come up, but I was just saying I think if you like turn-based games at all, yeah, you should play Legend of Heroes Trails from Zero. I really like that JRPG. Dragon Quest Builders was, Recon says Dragon Quest Builders 2 was such an amazing game. I love it so much. I loved it that it had a story and it was Minecraft with a goal. True. I didn't play it for 1 second past the story. Fair. Vincent says I could. There's a trillion Tales and Trails games. Well, if you want to get into the Trails series, Trails from Zero is the starting point that everyone recommends. It's really good, and I think it's a prequel to like the first one. It's like the beginning of the timeline, so it's the best place to jump in. And there's literally nothing that I feel like I don't understand or I'm missing out on by not having played any other Trails games. Recon Family says, But yeah, I like that game. I almost wish I didn't get like halfway through it on the Switch, because if I hadn't done that, I would play it on stream. And I don't have a capture card, and I don't know. I could just play through it again on stream. I'm not entirely opposed to that. But I need my throat to be feeling good to voice act all those anime characters.
I feel like your voice hasn't been too bad.
Oh, it's just sore. I don't think it sounds that different. I mean, when I started, people said I sounded like I was sick because I just woke up, but I don't think it sounds that different.
You don't sound that different to me.
Yeah, I feel like you can't really stream those dialogue-heavy games that aren't voice acted and just not read it out.
Yeah, say not.
But I kind of could go for a JRPG. I could go for a JRPG that's less intense than Clair Obscur. Like the parrying in that is really intense. Kind of hard to stream that for hours at a time. I think that's pretty much the only reason I haven't gone back to it. The story is really good in Clair Obscur Expedition 33. Yeah, I don't know what I even have JRPG wise. Other than Legend of Heroes Trails from Zero. Legend of Heroes. I wonder how long of a break I should have between this and the Nintendo stream.
I don't know. I feel like if you get to a certain point, you shouldn't have a break because, like, you'd be only gone for like 2 hours.
I could use a nap, to be honest. I feel kind of tired, and I could use like a
maybe you could have a nap.
I could cook a meal, but I just don't know. So what? We're like 8 hours away from it.
Yeah. Do I need to move that closer? I need to move the TV further out.
You just talking to yourself?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no, you're not allowed to do that.
Yeah, it's bad. Have you ever watched Smokey and the Bandit?
Do people watch Smokey and the Bandit?
Have you ever seen it?
No, I've heard of it though. Is that a western?
Maybe you should. No.
No?
No.
Sounds like a western to me.
He drives a sports car, so.
Oh. Is that where the smoke comes from?
Yeah.
Okay. I like the music at the Fishing Guild.
Wait. Does it make you want to fish?
It's making me fish. It sounds good.
Then I'll call that a success.
I think it
Good
has been a
music.
success. I kind of was getting to the point where I was sick of fishing at the last place.
Every time you get sick of a spot, it tends to sort of move you to a different spot.
Kind of perfect.
Of course, that wears off when you get to like 80s and 90s.
I was going to say, maybe the people that say that I'm going to be addicted to this game for the rest of my life and I won't need to play any other game, maybe they're right.
I mean, I always come back to it, so.
Yeah, I think I do still want to play other games as well.
I do, in fact, play other games as well.
I love you, RuneScape. I just think that we should see other games.
You'll be back.
I'll come crawling back.
You will, and you'll pay that membership fee.
Yeah, I was thinking, should I just smash the game as much as I can while I have the membership fee, and then when I don't, try playing something else?
I mean, I feel like you should, at this point, almost buy a year.
I don't know if I'm ready to commit to that. It's a lot of commitment.
It is, but it's also cheaper for the year.
Yeah, I just don't... I don't know if I'm going to play RuneScape for a year, though.
Here's what RuneScape gets you, man. If you buy a membership, your price is factored in. Like, it's locked in. So any price change
Yeah, true.
doesn't affect you.
Like Game Pass.
Yeah. So, like, there's people still paying $5 a month from, like, way back in the day.
Recon says it's once you start bossing and getting big drops, you won't ever want to stop.
I can agree with that.
I mean, I stopped Destiny and I stopped the Division.
No,
No.
Vincent, that's not the strat.
Real strat is to buy black market gold and buy bonds for membership.
No, that's not the strat.
Buying...
That's how you get banned.
You buy black market gold with real money?
Yeah. That is how you get banned.
Vincent says lol, not anymore anyway.
Yeah, no, that is not. No.
He's having a laugh. It's a possibility. You know, if Legend of Heroes Trails from Zero was voice acted, I feel like that would be my game right now. Voice acting it is the only thing holding me back. Bonds used to be 4 million. Now they hover around 14 to 15 million.
Yeah. Everyone complains about the price of bonds going up, and then they also like hang shit on anyone that buys bonds. This is how the market works, my friend. You need people to buy bonds for there to be bonds.
Yes, I definitely understand.
You know, it's like people complaining about the price of bananas, but then they don't want to hire immigrants to pick their bananas.
Yes. I have no idea.
I want $45 an hour to pick bananas for you, Jared. But I also want the price of bananas to be $1 each at the shopping center.
45 seems like
That's
a
not
lot.
how that works.
I'm sure you'd do it for 30.
No, I wouldn't.
You wouldn't?
Hell no. My back would give up in like 5 minutes.
Can I ask what you get paid at your current job?
Yeah, 24.
So you wouldn't pick bananas for 30?
No,
Wow.
because I'd only be able to do it for like an hour tops, maybe.
You have a week back?
I do, yes.
Huge debuff. Huge
Happened in
debuff.
the construction job, that unsafe construction job I was talking about.
True. Not
They were
about
like,
it.
hey, you want to go, like, you should go pick rebar out of that concrete. And then I grabbed, like, a piece of rebar and yanked it really hard.
Uh-huh.
And it was still connected to a huge chunk of concrete buried.
Oh.
And my shoulder just went pop, crack. No more lifting anything.
Why didn't you just sort of like grab it and like gradually try and lift it?
Because there was, with the rebar, you have to, like, yank it a bit to get it loose. Even when it's not connected to any other concrete.
Yikey des
And it's
me.
supposed to be crushed up, right, with an excavator, like all the concrete.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, they wouldn't write it down on paperwork, so there's no evidence that this happened. So I get no money from, you know.
Wait, they just refused to acknowledge that it happened?
Yeah.
That's very dodgy. I'm pretty sure you could go after
There's
them.
no evidence of it.
There's no evidence.
They have no cameras on site, probably for that reason.
Gee, that's extremely dodgy, man.
Yeah, I was getting paid 36 an hour though.
Yeah, I used to get 45 an hour to do clean gutters and repair roofs, and that I got a really sore back from doing that. But getting $45 an hour was very based.
Okay, but it's worth it when you're like 18.
Yeah, I
When
think
you
I
hit-
could have done
when you
that
hit,
job
like,
a lot longer
26.
if I wasn't doing it for like 12 hours a day, 5 days a week.
Someone at the construction job, because I was still working after that happened, right? Like I kept going back.
Hmm.
And someone at the construction job one day, like one of just the regular guys, walked up and said, you know, your back hurts. And I went, yeah.
Hmm.
And he went, do you think this job is worth it? And I went, well, you know, it pays the bills. And he turned around and said, you know, when you're 33,
Hmm.
you want to be able to, like, fuck your wife.
Wow. You do remember we
You wanna,
tried
like-
to do swearing, right?
Sorry, man. That's how he put it, though. He's like, do you want to be able to do that with your wife? And also, like, if you have a kid, do you want to be able to, like, pick him up?
Yeah. I mean, those things are important.
And he's like, maybe stop lifting concrete bags. I'm like, yeah. Fair point.
Yeah.
I quit.
Do be like that. Wait, but he was doing the job, but his back was fine?
He was doing a different job.
Oh, what was his job?
He was driving one of the trucks because he used to do my job.
True.
And then went, nah. And his back was screwed, so it was like a, hey, my back's terrible. Don't have a
Don't
back
do
like
it.
mine.
Yeah, I'm good on him, man. He saved your
Yeah.
spine. And it sounds like you still have
He
a
was
bad
blind.
spine, even though you left.
Look, I have bad days.
Yeah, okay.
I have good days and bad days. And also, I have like this weird issue anyway that's been going on where like all of my joints hurt.
That's bad. It sounds like
Yeah.
inflammation.
Yeah.
Sounds like you should do the carnivore diet. Eliminate all inflammation, all inflammatory foods.
I have talked to a doctor. It is not inflammation.
What is it?
They don't know what it is, but they know it's not that. Because I went on a bunch of different diets to try and fix it.
Did you do carnivore?
I did something very similar to carnivore.
What was it?
I did no dairy, mostly meat, a little bit of veg on the side.
Sounds like a paleo keto thing. But
Yeah, something
a lot
like
of
that.
people find that they don't eliminate all inflammation until they go carnivore.
But also, they think it's just wear from like lifting concrete bags
You're
all the
just
time.
worn out. Yeah,
And
I
standing.
don't really trust doctors. from my experience, they're wrong. The experiences I've had, they've been wrong 99% of the time.
But also, like, I would stand there for 8 hours a day sanding, like, machinery.
That's pretty rough.
With a power sander by hand.
But you saved all that money and you put it all in Bitcoin and you bought multiple houses. So it was worth it, right?
No.
No?
No, but you know what? It was worth it.
Yeah? Why?
Because I got a credit card.
You got a credit card?
I did. I got a credit card. I spent all my money. And then I lost the job.
What did you spend all the money on?
Just living, doing fun stuff.
Yeah.
And then I had that credit card, right?
Uh-huh.
And I used that credit card to go on dates with Leon.
Okay.
And pay for fuel.
Okay.
And to go camping.
And then did you get in debt because you did it on a credit card?
Yep. Would I do it again? Yes.
Wow. Okay.
No credit card, no Leon, no trial.
Maybe this is why I'm single. Because I would.
I'm not saying the credit card was a good idea. I'm just saying, as it just happened to turn out that the credit card meant that I could still see Leon, and Leon became something a lot bigger.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
It's like someone asked me, like, do you regret leaving the construction job? And I went, no, because if I had stayed at the construction job, I wouldn't have Leon.
Yeah, that's fair.
So I'm like, things happen because they are supposed to happen that way.
I do generally believe that, but somehow I believe that, but I also believe that we need to be frugal and responsible with our resources.
Yeah, for sure.
And not get into
I just got
debt.
very lucky.
Yeah.
But also, I could sit here and look at it as in, like, I've got $5,000 of debt, or I could sit here and look at it and go, it was worth it.
Yeah, that's true. When you're in this situation,
Yeah.
the only thing you have control over is how you react to it.
Yep, I choose to react in a good way, a positive way.
Yeah. Fair shake.
Or at least semi-positively. Do I have anyone on today? Do I have anyone on today at work? I hope I do, because otherwise it's going to suck.
As in, it could be you on your own.
It is me on my own.
In the kitchen.
Yeah, well, the chefs are there, but it's like me doing all the, like, prep stuff by myself.
Kitchen hand. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. I'm also leaving this job soon.
How come?
Doesn't pay enough. I don't get enough hours.
Are you're like applying to other stuff?
Yeah. Also, like, my the sink is really low and my back is really bad and I'm really poor.
That sucks. That
yeah. For like dirty dishes and stuff, they like pile it up in a big pot,
Uh-huh.
and then I have to pick up and carry the giant pot full of steel to the sink.
Yeah, that's not good. Have you told them about your back and that's not good for your back?
Yeah.
They
They don't give a shit.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds like it's time to move on as soon as you find something else.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I mean, that's the reason I left the roofing job. Was my back. That's what the reason I left dental assisting as well. There was the leaning into looking into people's mouths all day would give me a really sore back, and I'd be sore when I got home, and I'd be sore like that night, and I'd go to sleep, and then I'd wake up and my back wouldn't be sore the next morning. But then there was a day, it was a Friday, so I remember I came home and my back was sore, went to sleep, woke up, my back was sore, went to sleep Saturday night, woke up Sunday, my back was still sore, got to the end of Sunday night and my back was still sore, and that's when I decided I couldn't keep doing the job.
I'm sort of in a similar situation where the kitchen hand job, I would come home exhausted, wake up, and it'd be pretty okay, and I go to work.
Yeah.
I'm now at the point where I'm going to bed exhausted, waking up, and I'm still kind of, a bit stiff.
Yeah, that's not good.
And I generally take that as a sign that things aren't going well.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like, my arms really hurt, and especially my hands at the moment. My hands are like super stiff and numb.
That's not good. That ain't good
So
at all.
I'm taking that as a sign.
Yeah. Sounds like a bit of a sign.
There was like this young kitchen hand that like started pretty recently.
Yeah.
And he was like, I'm going to be the favorite. Like, I'm going to lift all this stuff up. And I can carry 3 boxes of chips at the same time. And I'm like, you do that, man. I don't care.
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to carry 1 chip box at a time.
Yeah.
I did respond with, I did actually repeat the same words. I went, when you're 30,
do you want to be able
maybe
to
don't do this.
Stoop your wife?
Yeah. Do you have a girlfriend? Do you want to keep like loving your girlfriend? Maybe don't do this. That's the best way to put it without swearing.
I said stoop.
I mean, that works too, I guess. But like, yeah. You want to get to a point where you like can't even walk up a flight of stairs anymore? Like, come on.
Yeah, that's not a good time.
Plus, like, my parents earlier, like 6 months earlier, before I got this job, well, it's more like 9 months now, they were like, oh, I've applied to all these, like, physical labor jobs. And I'm like, yeah, that's great. Guess what I can't do? Yeah, but they were like, oh, it's not that bad, you just do these, like, they gave me that, like, cold storage, like, stacking in a warehouse job.
Yeah, okay.
And it's like, lift 220 kilo boxes an hour. It's like, I got like 4 days in and went, yeah, I can't do this.
Yeah. That does
Like,
happen.
physically, nah.
We're not
But they
18
kept
years
applying.
old anymore.
Yeah, and they kept being like, oh, you could do like picking on a farm. I'm like, again, like, no, not really. So, I think they got the hint this time because I was like, I'm looking for new work, and they're like, oh, well, we applied to this like delivery job. I'm like, oh, thank God, you've got the hint.
Wait, so your parents apply to jobs for you?
I apply for jobs myself, but for some reason they just also want to. I don't know. They like to be helpful.
That's kind of based. I mean, I find applying for jobs kind of annoying. If someone else was doing it for me, that'd be kind of good, as long as they were picking the right ones, I guess.
Yeah, it's like they have my resume, so like I don't care if they apply for jobs for me.
True. Have you been...
And like they probably want me earning more money, so I get the fuck out of that house.
Oh, true. That's very true, isn't it?
Yeah, they're probably like, man, just get out.
Have you been playing anything other than RuneScape?
Not really.
Yo, Mr. Wolf is back. I guess we've streamed long enough for Wolf to come back in the house.
Yeah, I played Oblivion a while ago, but I haven't played Oblivion in a bit.
Yeah, same. I spent my first like month just streaming Oblivion.
My Game Pass ran out, and I was like,
True.
I don't think I want to keep playing this. I think I'm done.
It's kind of, it feels almost a little bit sad. I kind of miss when I used to actually finish games.
I finished Oblivion, that's the thing.
See, I didn't. And I was convinced that I was going to finish the remaster. I like to
No, I
think
didn't finish
will.
the main story.
I'd like to think that I'd finish it. I don't know.
I didn't finish the main story. I finished like the interesting side quests. And I'm like, well, that's that done.
I'm curious, chat. I know that Mr. Wolf, I'm pretty sure Wolf will watch no matter what I play, but everyone else, are you just here for RuneScape? Would you watch if I played a different game?
I think you're a RuneScape streamer now, man.
Permanently?
That's welcome to Jagex Prison.
Jagex Prison. I don't want to get jagged off.
The other one they call it is Pokemon Prison or Poke Prison.
You know, I think I'd be willing to be in Poke Prison.
You say that, but like, I've talked to Pokemon streamers where they're like, man, Pokemon has been going downhill for a while, and there's
Oh, I
only
would
so
just
many
play the
videos
old
you can
ones.
make about Pokemon Emerald.
I would just play the old games. I can make my own ROMs too.
I mean, yeah. They were saying you can do that for a while, but eventually, you run out of interesting things to do.
Vincent Kane says, I'm playing Call of Duty, your background noise. Which sounds like a bad thing, but I take that as a compliment. I'm basically your podcast, your live podcast of the future.
I suppose so.
And I like that. And I like that means I could kind of play anything. I'm pretty sure Vincent found me because I was playing RuneScape. So I think people find me, but I think sometimes I hang around.
Maybe. I personally, but in my humble opinion, think you're a RuneScape streamer now.
But is that just because you want me to play RuneScape though? Do you think you might have a conflict of interest?
I might have a conflict of interest, but also I go through RuneScape phases.
So when you stop being in a RuneScape phase, are you going to tell me that I don't need to be a RuneScape streamer? And you're going to tell me that
No, I don't think so.
Okay. I do feel for streamers that get stuck with particular games. Like Emilio was a WoW streamer. And he kind of built his whole base on WoW. And now the vast majority of his audience don't watch him because he's not playing WoW. I feel like that would kind of suck.
I feel like it's almost inevitable.
It depends, because I think it's possible to build an audience. I think it's probably just a lot slower to build an audience if you're jumping between games all the time.
Yeah, and I think people get into their groove, they get their thing, and they go, "Man, I'm lucky to have this thing. Let's not ruin it."
Yeah, but it does seem like after years and years and years of streaming just WoW, people go, "Oh, I want to actually be able to play other games and do other things on stream." And it's like,
I think once you have a hardcore, dedicated audience, they'll stick around.
But his audience didn't, though.
I think he got unlucky. That's unfortunate.
I don't think it's unlucky though. I think there's a lot of streamers that get big on a game, and then everyone leaves when they do anything else.
You know what? I think you might be right, because Yogscast. Remember Yogscast?
I remember you sending me a link to a Yogscast video one time.
Yogscast, were really big on Minecraft.
Mm-hmm.
They made 11 million subscribers or something.
Wowza.
Wow, and I think it was 11 million or something. And now I'm going to look up Yogscast. They now have 7 million.
That's only a 4 million drop. I thought you were going to say they had 2 million.
Alright, but right. When they're at their peak,
yeah,
the Yogscast Diggy Diggy Hole, 71 million views.
Wow.
The recent uploads, 32,000 views, 83,000 views, 62,000 views, 37,000 views. It's bad.
People really want what they want, don't they?
Yeah. The last video to even crack 100,000 was a month ago.
Wowza.
And that was 109,000,
I'm curious, Vincent Kane. I'm curious which Call of Duty you're playing. Are you playing Black Ops 6? Are you playing Warzone? Are you multiplayer? You can answer whenever you like. Don't feel like you have to throw the controller at the wall to respond to me right now, but I'm somewhat of a Call of Duty fan myself. I'm a bit of a zombies guy. Love me some Kino de Toten. Kino de Toten.
So,
Yep.
I think once you hit like 40,000 views, are you even making money anymore?
Once you hit 40,000 views. I don't know.
Like if you go from like 2 or 3 million views to like 40,000 every video, like
It depends on so many things. It depends, are you only making money from Google AdSense? Are you doing sponsorships? Are you selling merch?
the sponsors care when you only have 20,000 views on your last video.
I don't know. Oh, Modern Warfare 3 Zombies. There you go. That's the... Are you doing the big open world thing? I remember seeing the gameplay of the Modern Warfare 3 Zombies and they had that big open world zombies thing. I thought it looked kind of interesting.
Perspective, right? That channel has 4.5 billion video views,
Wow.
and they're down to 20k.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. It's a big fall off.
Yeah, especially when their Wikipedia says, like their Wikipedia page hasn't been updated. So it says, now, years later, with over 20 million subscribers, you don't have that much anymore, mate. It's a shame.
Vincent Kane says, yep, it's why you're not muted. Would you sit there with the stream muted though? Or just not watching?
They don't count as a viewer if the audio is turned to 0.
Actually?
Yeah. So if you're like lurking someone, you turn the volume to like 1, not 0.
There you go.
Yeah, it doesn't count you as watching it if you set it to nothing.
I think that's good. Because you kind of don't want fake views. It's not a vibe.
Yeah, probably. But if you want to help someone out, like...
Yeah. But is that really helping them out though? I feel like...
I think if they're like incredibly close to breaking like affiliate.
I just don't know. If that actually helps someone. Because I think if
I don't know, I did it to you when you got affiliate.
I thought you were actually watching.
I was, but my other 2 accounts just had you turned down.
Wait. For real? Because that whole time I thought other people were watching. You just didn't tell me?
No, I didn't tell you. But like, now you have like 9 or 10 people.
True. That's kind
So
of
like,
crazy.
had you not passed the affiliate barrier.
So did you not tell me because you thought I wouldn't stream if I realized I was streaming to no one? That's kind of genius, I feel like.
I am a good friend.
I guess so. That's kind of crazy.
I am a crazy person.
Although, to be fair, White Gold was always there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I miss White Gold. He used to be there.
Well, you stopped playing Oblivion's the problem.
I thought White Gold said to me, I will be there no matter what you play.
A lot of people say that, but then you play something else and they go, oh man, I really didn't want this though.
I think he doesn't like RuneScape. I think we lost him when I started playing RuneScape.
Yeah.
So
you gained a lot more than you lost.
No. 1 is a bigger number than 9. Oh, probably 8.
That's true. 1 is a bigger number than 9.
I do think the break I had yesterday did wonders. I mean, I streamed for like 6 hours instead of the 14 that I did the day before.
So I bought Leon a pencil.
A pencil?
I did. I bought Leon a pencil.
Okay.
A Blackwing.
A black wing?
Yeah, Blackwing.
What is that?
They are the pencils used by Disney animators back in the day.
Based?
They have a rectangular eraser on the top.
Huh.
And it is replaceable.
Oh, that's good. Because I
So
always
it's in like a little caddy.
I always find I use up the eraser before the pencil.
Yeah, so if I put this in, does it hold it like this? Yeah, so you can like it like once you run out of eraser, you just slowly pull it back up,
So
and you have new inserts that you can put in.
maybe that's what I should get. Although I don't draw anymore. I used to draw all the time. Before I decided to be a streamer, I was going to be a comic book writer and artist.
So Blackwings are quite long for a pencil.
I like a long pencil. And no,
Yeah.
Wolf, I'm only talking about pencils.
I got a firm. I got it in firm, not like medium or soft.
As in that's how dense the graphite is?
Yeah, I don't know why I got a firm, because the firm's probably not like the best for drawing, and they do a lot of drawing, but I feel like it would also last longer, so if they like it, I'll get them a soft.
Yeah, soft sounds good.
But then the side of the pencil has written on the side of the pencil, half the pressure, twice the speed.
Okie doke.
Which is what Disney animators used to say about the pencils and why they use them.
Oh. Yeah, I feel like not having to push down hard is a huge buff.
Yeah. So I'm really excited to try this pencil.
How much was it?
$6 a pencil.
Huh. But you haven't
It's
used
not like
it yet.
ridiculous.
But it's
I have not used it yet.
I mean, I don't know what I paid, but I get like boxes of them for like a few dollars. But the quality's pretty
It's a Leon
good.
pencil, but Leon has said I can try it to see if I like it.
Yeah.
We share pretty much everything at this point, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Including money.
There you go. Including debt?
Yeah. They have more debt than me.
Oh, based. Leon's moving up in the world.
Yeah. Okay, so for a 12-pack of Blackwing 602 pencils,
Uh-huh.
it's $50 Australian.
Seems like a lot.
That's for 12.
It is cheaper than me getting a new mic arm, though. The one that I want. The one that I want. Mr. Wolf says 6-hour stream is still crazy. It's funny, I don't think it's crazy. I don't mind streaming for a long time. I feel like I feel the effects when I stop. Like when I stopped early yesterday, I went for a walk. I went for a bush walk and I was like, whoa. I was like, what am I doing with my life? But when I'm streaming, I'm having a good time. So the key is to never stop streaming, and then I'll never feel bad about it.
Yeah. So do you do any drawing even?
Not at the moment. I could easily get back into it though.
There's this guy who said his high school art teacher in 1974 wouldn't let them use anything less than Blackwings.
Fair.
And he's been using them for his entire life.
It might get me back into drawing. I mean, sometimes I drop hobbies, and then if you get like quality tools, I fall back in love with the hobby.
But then this guy has said that Blackwing, like the company, went out of business and a different company's taken it up.
Okay. Are they as good?
And it's like not as good, but still very good.
Okay, to be like that.
Nothing like the original 602. So apparently original 602s are like very sought after.
I generally don't swear on the stream, but there is a term called shitflation, and I don't really know.
Oh, you mean shitification and shitification?
Well, they're two different things. Like in shitification, it's just everything getting worse, and then shitflation. Wolf is shocked. Is making the product worse instead of increasing the price, like shrinkflation, where the product gets smaller instead of increasing the price. But it sounds like shitflation has hit the Blackwing pencils, but they're still better than the other stuff.
I mean, it could also be a case of like biasy of the artists being like, my pencils were better in my day.
I'm sure they were better though. I feel like just about everything did used to be better. I can't think of a product that's better now than it used to be.
Phones.
Well, the rate of improvement is definitely less, but I guess that's a different thing. Yeah, look,
Although in saying that,
okay.
I still don't think there's been a phone as good as the Samsung Note 8.
I remember people used to use those, I think it was like the Galaxy S5, and people would they'd use a Galaxy S5, it would die or they'd lose it, and they'd just get another Galaxy S5.
Yes.
No matter how many years went by.
I had a Galaxy S5.
Wolf says, other than like if stuff is machined or laser cut. Vincent says, where's my headphone jack and SD card? Facts, bro. My AirPods Max died, and so I've gone back to AirPods Pro, and they die after like 2 hours or something stupid like that. So then they die, and then I'm like, if I just had a headphone jack, I could use regular headphones. And I have the adapter, but I lose that all the time and stuff. So
My
annoying.
partner doesn't care about the lack of headphone jack, unfortunately.
Look, I didn't care when I had AirPods Max because those headphones used to last all day, but they just randomly died on me. After
You know
like
what
3 years.
probably wouldn't have randomly died on you?
HD 600s?
No, any sort of traditional wired headphone.
Well, yeah, wired headphones don't seem to die.
They just sort of go forever.
But, as usual, Apple created the problem of needing wireless headphones, and they'll sell you the solution, and the solution will die after 3 years.
Yeah, but you can still get wired headphones.
And use an adapter. I do like having wireless headphones. It's quite useful.
I don't care much, apart from my one set of wireless. Like my earmuffs. Because I have Bluetooth safety earmuffs.
I don't know, man. I kind of really would like to have like a new pair of like Sony XM50s or something. But I should probably get a mic on before I do that. Ideally, I want both.
I feel like furniture is where the quality has really gone down.
Yeah, furniture is trash now. Like craftsmanship used to be a real thing. I feel like that's just gone downhill over time. Apple MacBook says, how's the fishing/cooking going? The fishing and the cooking is going very well. I'm loving doing it at the Fishing Guild. I like the music. I like the vibe. I feel like I'm in the right place, you know? The fish on the wall. I feel like I'm right where I belong.
I feel like there's no one that makes good furniture anymore except for like single craftsmen now, and they're quite expensive.
It do be like that.
some guy was selling like handmade coffee tables at like a market I went to, and they were like $900.
Yeah. I mean, that's what you pay for good furniture. Mr. Wolf says, I wear earbuds when I watch Twitch, and I can usually watch for like 6 to 7 hours before charging them. Which buds are you using? I mean, I have the original AirPods Pro from like, I think I got mine in 2020. So I'm sure the battery's gotten worse over time. I don't remember the battery being this bad. Apple MacBook says, nice. I've never fished here ever. What's your fishing level, MacBook? Galaxy Buds 2 Pro.
And that's because people do temporas, Jared.
Oh, weird. Why would you do that?
They do temporas or monkfish or anglerfish, but you can't do anglerfish yet.
Oh, these Galaxy Buds 2 Pro look pretty cool. They're $350 here. At that point, I would just
Have you used them?
XM50s. Well, MacBook says
I have
99.
indeed used them.
You got 99 fishing.
Oh, yeah, you probably didn't do it here because I wouldn't do it here.
How many 99s do you have, MacBook?
You know, I met someone who's still using a Galaxy S5.
Based? Does it still do everything? I'm sure that there must be apps that you can't get because you're just on too old a version of Android, right?
He doesn't seem to notice anything.
Huh.
It's not waterproof, so it's bad.
True. Yeah, I remember when being waterproof was like a selling point. I remember when I had the Xperia... Was it the Xperia X10? No, I think it was the Xperia Z. Sony Xperia Z. And the whole marketing was like all about it being waterproof. That was a really sexy phone.
Never mind, the Samsung S5 is waterproof.
Wolf says, here's the thing. I don't buy tech for ages, then I buy like the best I can get. That's what I do too. I mean, that's why I had AirPods Max, because I thought AirPods Max would be the best. And then they died after 3 years. MacBook says 12.
Like it can burn you.
12 that he can think of. But some are split between RuneScape 3 and old school RuneScape.
Ew, gross, RuneScape 3.
It's funny. I feel like everyone I talk to is like, ew, RuneScape 3. I've never actually even looked at RuneScape 3. Wolf says I do research though. I do research too, my brother. And my research usually consists of like Googling best wireless headphones and then going on YouTube and searching best wireless headphones and then asking ChatGPT and Grok best wireless headphones.
Oddly, I think me and Linus Tech Tips happen to agree on quite a lot about what we care about in technology.
He's really good.
Purely,
like if he has a video,
purely
about it, I'm gonna watch
because me and Linus both had the same phone, and we both have the same opinion that that phone was like the best ever.
The Note 8.
Yeah, well, mine was the Note 8, his was the Note 9, basically the same phone.
Yeah, I don't think you guys are alone in that. People really love the old Notes.
Yeah.
MacBook says
even the Fold.
Most people dislike RuneScape 3 are people that never had the chance to get a FAT or any holiday rare. Wolf says...
I don't think...
Yeah, go.
I don't think having material wealth automatically makes the game better.
But I can understand. It's like people... I feel like people that don't like Destiny have never had a good loot drop. And I could see...
But those holiday rares and P-hats, they were a one-time thing that you got for free at the start of the game.
P-hats, right.
Having a party hat makes RS3 a lot better. Why? because you can wear it in front of people.
Wolf says, I watch review videos, look at specs and all that. Yeah, I feel like Linus is one of the best. Linus, and my favorite, especially if it's like phones, is MKBHD. I think he's amazing.
You know my problem with that? The whole instant swag of having a party hat. My response to that is, why do you have that? Because, like, the game kind of sucks. So, like, maybe sell the, like, expensive thing in the game and, like, not play the game anymore and play a different game. There's also that. But also, you can't do anything with it, right? Like, it's worth... In perspective, Jared, it's worth, like... I think it's like 150 billion gold or something freaking ridiculous. It's worth a lot of in-game wealth.
That's kind of based.
But you can't do anything with it.
Hmm.
Right? It's like if you stole the Mona Lisa, Jared. What are you going to do with it? If I give you the Mona Lisa, what are you going to do? Put it up, put it in your house?
If I could wear the Mona
Like,
Lisa.
you can't, well, you can't sell it. Because no one's going to buy it. And if you did, like, what would you... You wouldn't have the swag anymore, right? Like, you wouldn't have the fancy rare item if you sell the fancy rare item for the money it's worth.
It's true.
So, it is pointless. And I don't think having it makes RuneScape 3 all of a sudden a better game. Like...
I mean, he likes his body hat. I think people can like games for various reasons. I mean, one of the things I loved in the Division 2 was I had, like... My guy looked like a cop. And for some reason I liked that. I'm not even like hugely pro police or like would want to be a policeman, but I just really loved the way my character looked, and sometimes that's just enough to enjoy a game.
You know, there's something there's a certain type of player in RuneScape as well, old school RuneScape. We laugh at them because there'll be people standing in RuneScape. And they'll have a twisted bow. Now, or full bandos, right? Like full high-end armor. They'll be wearing the best armor in the game. Worth a lot of money.
Yep.
And then they'll be wearing a highwayman cape. Because they can't. You know, they haven't done a fire cape. So they haven't played the game.
Because they haven't 99'd anything?
Well, not that they haven't 99'd anything. They haven't, like, done anything with that melee gear that requires skill. Or that takes time.
Okay. But I think my point
like,
stands that people can enjoy things for vastly different reasons. And I think if MacBook enjoys RuneScape 3 more because he has a party hat, I'm not going to hate on that.
I mean... Sure, I mean, you can like the game. I don't think you're liking the game. I think you're just liking being rich. Like, I think
but that could be what he likes about. That can be what he likes about the game, no?
Okay, here's my response to that though. You could just sell the party hat, transfer the wealth to OSRS, and buy a third age pickaxe, which has the same appeal in this game
I don't know,
as that party hat.
I don't know. But Mr. Wolf on the technology front, he says especially the battery size, and I feel like there's almost not enough emphasis on battery life these days. I don't know. I do like that everyone's not obsessed with phones being thin anymore. It used to be more about how thin the phone was than how long the battery life was, and I'm glad we've gotten away from that.
You know, even the Note 8, I look at the Note 8 was getting a bit thin.
Yeah.
But also, the Fold. The Fold is a really cool phone. I like it a lot. It still doesn't have everything that I want. Well, sure. But it still doesn't have everything I want.
Like headphone jack?
Headphone jack. And expandable storage.
Thanks.
And no camera bump.
I've never been bothered by the camera bump.
But also, for some reason, still has a, like, keyhole in the screen for the camera. Which the Note 8 did not.
Yeah, I think that sort of under-display camera thing, I think it's pretty hard to pull off.
But the under-display camera thing exists on the Fold when you open it.
I thought you just said
Like
it
on the
didn't,
big screen.
but it has the pinhole when
On
it's
the-
closed.
Yeah, so on the outer screen, it's got the pinhole.
It'd probably be a pretty expensive phone if it had 2 under-screen cameras.
Yeah, but then I don't. The under-screen camera, like when I zoom in, honestly,
Looks
unless
bad.
I'm really looking at it, I don't see it.
Yeah. But the thing is, with the under-screen camera, the photos are generally blurrier, right? Because it's taking a photo through a pixel matrix.
Sure, here's the thing. Why do I even have a camera on the end of the display?
Yeah, it probably doesn't need one, because you can take your selfies with it folded up.
Yeah, like why do I need?
You know what? Video calls. If I was video calling something, someone, I would want the phone unfolded, but for them to be able to see me. I think that's a good reason.
Oh, but you can do that.
Huh?
The outer display when you video call people can still show you. Like you could have it like
But
that, so you can use the rear camera.
I would want it unfolded using the big display on a video call.
Wouldn't you rather want the better camera that's on the back?
But what if I want to be able to look at the person? Or that
Well, you can do that too, because when
you
it's
could be video calling a whole family. It'd be nice that it's
yeah, like when it's open.
Screen. Yeah.
Like when it's open, you can turn it the other way around, and the front screen still works with the nice camera pointed at you.
Yeah, but I want to look at the big screen.
It seems like a very niche thing though that doesn't warrant like ruining your big screen.
Is it ruined?
I think it's like expensive enough a phone, and the form factor is so it like has such an emphasis on the big screen that you wouldn't want to compromise the big screen in any way to begin with.
Is it even that noticeable? I feel like it's not that noticeable.
It's not, but I know it's there.
I think you're being a weirdo, bro. I think what I'm saying makes sense, and you're being like, I can almost notice that there's a camera there.
I mean, you really have to look at it to see it, but also like, it just seems unnecessary.
Well, I think I've laid out the perfect use case for it.
Considering that your phone doesn't fold open and you have video calls just fine.
If I had a phone that folded open, I'd want to use the big screen. If I was going to video call someone, especially if I was like at home and I was going to video call them for a long time, I'd want to use the big screen.
I think that's the only possible use case it would have.
You could stream on Twitch with that thing. You could have a game playing on one side of the screen and a YouTube video going on the other side and be streaming to Twitch.
Have you seen how I play RuneScape on this thing?
No.
Hang on, I'll send it to you. Where's Peepcast?
Apple MacBook says, Peep, have you watched Black Mirror? I was watching along with some other streamer and it's crazy. I've definitely seen the first episode where they get the Prime Minister of the UK to make love to a pig. I've probably seen like maybe 2 or 3 episodes, but it's a very dark show. It's a dark, depressing show, and so that makes me not really want to watch it.
So I have 3 things open at once when I'm playing RuneScape.
You have Discord open. You're looking at a
YouTube. Yeah, it's a YouTube video.
And then you're playing the game.
And you can change the size of everything depending on what you want to look at. Or
You could be video calling someone while you're doing that.
I don't think the under-screen camera works while you're using the screen.
Doesn't it just make that part of the screen black?
I think so. Yeah, but I don't think it does its like under-screen thing while it's.
Yeah, it's not using those pixels on the screen.
I'll find out. I'm just gonna rotate.
Wolf says real.
Where is it?
My country is done for. I agree with you, Wolf. I think your country is done for. I hope they can turn it around in the UK. That would be good.
It gives you a border top and bottom.
Oh, it's a top and bottom. It's like blacking out two large areas of the phone instead of just like a pinhole for the camera.
That's what I'm using the camera app. Like it's put a border there. I just wanted to see whether it blanked it out.
But you could be on a call with someone in Discord, no? And be
Maybe
playing RuneScape. Watching
yeah,
YouTube.
it looked like it's not gonna like shut off the screen or anything.
Wolf says, "Do you like books, Peep?" It's funny because I was talking about reading yesterday. I can't even remember why. I think I was watching a YouTube video and the guy was saying, "I like reading." I really like reading. I really like reading, but I don't do it. Was what I said. Yes, on yesterday's stream. Like if I make the time, we used to do a book club, my Bible study when during the school holidays where we took a break from Bible study, we would do book club. And I loved it because I'd get up in the morning and I'd either open up my book, I'd go and sit in the sun and I'd just read all day. When I do read, it's a 10 out of 10. That's I don't know if I said that now, but I definitely said that on yesterday's stream. It's really true. A good book is freaking amazing. I don't know if I have one at the moment though. Like
well, man,
other than the Bible.
The new Fold 7 is being like released.
There you go.
I've got the Fold 5.
Are you happy with it?
I am happy with the Fold 5. I won't be getting a Fold again.
Why is that?
It is just missing too many features.
Like what?
They got rid of the iris scanner, like under the screen, which I used to use all the time.
Wait, how do you unlock
Apparently there's a reason for that.
a phone that's not an iPhone?
Fingerprint scanner, which is in the power button.
I used to love that actually. What was my? I think I had a Galaxy S10, and the fingerprint scanner was really reliable. I don't know if it. I would say probably not as reliable as Face ID, but like
Okay,
maybe.
I now know why there's a camera under the screen.
Why?
For the face scan when you open it up to unlock it. Because we have that too. We have Face ID.
You guys have Face ID?
Yeah.
When did that happen?
It's not called Face ID, but we've had that since the Note 10.
I have no idea when that came out.
2017?
When did Apple get Face ID? I have no idea. But yeah, Wolf's kind of right about he had the 10 Plus. He really liked the scanner. I gotta say, like the fingerprint scanner on the Galaxy 10 would fail sometimes, but generally, like the second time, it would just work.
The Note had it in a better spot.
Raya Mira, thanks for the first time chat. Raya Mira says, "Is this your first time playing RuneScape ever?" Yes. So I'm 3 weeks into my first time playing it. I mean, to be fair, when I was about 8 years old, my babysitter set up RuneScape for me on a computer at my mum's work, and I did the tutorial, and it didn't do it for me when I was 8 years old, but now I like it. And thank you for the warm welcome to the beautiful home that is the
Note 8
RuneScape
and 9,
community.
the fingerprint scanner was on the back of the phone on the Note 8 and 9.
Yeah, I remember that because I had the 9.
Yeah, and it would just it would fall exactly where your finger was when you picked it up.
Yeah, I liked that. The LGs had that first. I remember the LG G4 had that, where it was right on the back of the phone where you would keep your finger. I thought that was based. I don't even know why they felt the need to put it under the screen.
The Fold doesn't, or the Fold 5 anyway, doesn't have it under the screen. They put it on the power button.
Because I always felt the screen one was less reliable than the one on the back of the phone. And I didn't see anything wrong with it just being on the back of the phone.
Now, the Note 8 and the Note 9 had two little cameras on the top that would read your irises
Okay.
to unlock the phone.
Is that any different to Face ID?
Yeah, because it'd work when you're wearing a mask.
True. Those 2020 innovations.
Yeah. And they got rid of it.
See, Wolf says that the scanner on the Galaxy S10 Plus even worked when your hands were soaking. I don't know if that was my experience.
Yeah, that's true.
Wolf says, when did Apple get Face ID? They probably claimed to be the first a few years after Samsung. They do that with most things, but I think they did Face ID first. With the iPhone.
The world's first folding iPhone. Whoa.
I mean, when they do the first folding iPhone, it will be the first folding iPhone.
Yeah.
Rayamira says, I've been playing since I was 8, but I never stopped. So we're like the opposite to each other. Wolf says,
It annoys me that Samsung
to a game is respected.
It annoys me that Samsung still calls the inner screen glass. They say it's folding glass.
But it's not glass, right?
No, it's plastic.
Wolf says, all the games I used to play, I burned out on. Rayamira says, dedication or a sickness? Wolf says, little bit of both is still okay.
I think it's RuneScape, so a little bit of both.
Fishing is just so nice.
Also, they're getting rid of the S Pen.
From the Note?
Yeah.
So what makes the Note different to the Ultra if the Note doesn't have a pen?
At this point, I assume nothing.
But they still make the Note and the Ultra?
I believe the Note is gone, and it's just
Note's
the Ultra.
replaced by the Ultra.
Yeah, but also they're getting rid of the S Pen from the Fold, because the Fold had S Pen.
I mean, I feel like people would say a lot. Fishing level is now the funny number.
Amazing.
I still need to cook them.
Oh.
Yeah?
You need 76 fishing to catch shark. I thought it was 70.
There you go. Shout out to...
That's a weird level.
Fallout game. I am using RuneLite. Ray Amira says, I love new players though. They're wholesome. What does that say about the old players? I mean, I just genuinely enjoy the game. I don't feel like it's an addiction or a problem or a sickness at this point in time. Wolf says, Peep definitely falls under the category of wholesome. Thank you, Wolf. We call them Game Awards.
If Samsung release an S10, but like it worked with modern, like 5G, would you buy it?
No way.
You wouldn't?
I don't like Samsung.
If they released a Note 8 or a Note 9 and it worked with modern,
no, I don't like.
things,
I don't
I'd
like
buy
their
it.
software. I find Samsung software really.
When was the last time you
ugly.
used it?
Would have been my S10.
It's a lot different since the S10 days.
That's okay, but I'm gonna have to see something amazing for it to not be for it to
I mean,
be
people
better
are
looking than
upset because
iOS.
they've made it too much like iOS.
I mean, iOS is gorgeous. Say what you want, it's the best looking mobile operating system.
Saying people are upset because they just copied iOS.
Yeah, I know. So
So,
what's the latest, or what, like new Samsung? What would I even search to see what it looks like?
Samsung Fold 6, I guess is the newest one.
But I want to see like the operating system rather than the phone.
Is it going to show you the operating system? It does show you the operating. Well, Samsung new operating system, I guess. One UI?
One UI. I remember One UI. Oh, it looks a lot like iOS. It's still like a lot.
It sure does. I think it's One UI 8. I can't remember what we're up to. But like, I do know that I don't like it.
Wait, why am I looking at a picture of an iPhone? Oh, it's a different window.
Oh, One UI 7 is the latest one.
Whoa, 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 whoa. We got some chats. Vincent Kane says, I don't use my S Pen ever. That's what I was thinking. I feel like what I hear from most people is that they don't use the S Pen, so I can see why they got rid of it. And Apple MacBook says, Peep, did you play many games during your youth? I did. I started with Super Mario Bros. On the Game Boy Color when I was 4 years old, and from the second that I got the Fire Flower in Super Mario Bros. On the Game Boy Color, I was hooked. That was it. There was no coming back from that.
I only played 400 trillion hours of Pokemon.
Yeah, I freaking love Pokemon as well.
Mostly in school.
I like Pokemon Yellow, I like Pokemon Gold, I like Fire Red. They're probably my faves.
Distracted him from the fact that our teacher like smashed a desk with a cricket bat.
We did have, well, yes. Wait, was he your teacher too?
He was, yeah.
At the same time?
Yeah, no. Yes.
Wait, we were in the same class?
Yes, he was.
In year, that was year 6, right?
Yes.
We were in the same class?
Year 5.
No, I think you must have had him in year 5 and I had him in year 6. Actually, was he ever actually my teacher? I had detention with him. I don't know if he... No, he was my teacher in year 6. So you must have had him in year 5 and I had him in year 6 because I don't think we were in the same class.
There's probably a reason for that.
Us not being in the same class.
Yeah, they probably... they probably went, fine, no, you go somewhere else.
They probably said, this kid has a history of hitting this kid in the head with a frozen juice popper.
No, I think it was more these two when they're in the same fucking area, like, don't shut up.
What? Well...
Like, every time these two are within like 5 feet of each other, nothing gets done, ever, so you go into different classes.
Except... Pokemon get caught and traded.
Yeah. No, we still had recess and lunchtime. I think they were like, yeah, let's limit that to like twice a day. I believe for year 6 I had oh god, what was her name?
I had Mrs. Bones. Did you have Miss Coot?
No, I did. It was indeed Miss Coot.
She was.
That was it. I had Miss Coot.
She was awful.
She was something.
She was something. She was vindictive.
You could tell that she used to like kids.
I think you could tell that she was bitter because she was obviously single and getting to the age where it could be too late for her.
I mean, there were definitely photos of her at a happier time, yeah. Like, if you looked at because the school library had all of the school yearbook photos for, like, every year.
I never looked at that.
No, I did, because I was like, how long's Miss Coot been here? And it's like, oh my god, Miss Coot's been here since she was, like, 20 years old.
I didn't know that. I assumed she was relatively new. Because I guess I never saw her when I was in the earlier years at school.
She was like super skinny in 2004.
Dude, she probably could have got some though. I feel like she wouldn't have been bad looking without the weight.
I mean, my memory of Miss Coot is like of actual looks is, I mean, it's faded. You know, I don't have any.
I can picture her in my mind. I feel like if she was 20 and skinny, I could see her.
She was.
I could see her doing all right.
But I did notice that she was Miss Coot for like a long time.
She sure was. Welcome back from the ads.
Yeah,
folks.
welcome back from the ad. We're talking about our mostly not that great teachers.
It's true. You can always not have ads by subscribing. I have the ads set as low as I possibly can. We only get 30 seconds every hour, but that still annoys you. You can always subscribe.
I am trying to find out. Well, that's interesting. That's interesting indeed. I couldn't find Miss Coot.
Uh-huh.
Right? But I did find a Stephen Coot.
Uh-huh.
Who is the principal of the Blue Mountains Grammar School.
Oh, there you go.
I don't think that they are related in any way. I don't think they're married or anything.
Probably not.
And I don't... Man, do you know how hard it was to find any information on Mr. Pity?
I bet it was hard.
Yeah, because I think like 3 or 4 years ago, I was like, I kind of want to know what happened to him. Like, is he alive?
Yeah.
Like, I want to find him. And then I couldn't find like anything about him.
I just saw him walking around one of the suburbs around here one day, and we just didn't acknowledge each other.
I feel like he wouldn't even remember who you are.
He looked at me. I think I'm pretty memorable. I'm not gonna lie. As a student, I think I was enough of a troublemaker that I think teachers would remember me.
I think there's a lot of troublemakers.
I would go as far as to say I was iconic.
You were iconic to the school. You were the best they ever had in terms of causing issues.
Wolf said, I put like 5 folders on my home screen. Banish the rest to the next few screens so I can see my wallpaper. Yeah, I have no... my home screen is empty for that reason. I think it just looks so much better. It took 2 lessons...
What the hell have they done?
What?
Wentworth Falls...
Oh, can we not...
Primary?
Can we not be specific? I was feeling weird about saying names.
Oh, fair enough. We'll be less. I don't want to lie, man. I'm pretty sure that that particular teacher is not around anymore.
The lady.
I've got a feeling.
Wait, what makes you say that?
I don't know. She sort of disappeared. Also, like Mr. Pity. Like, I'm pretty sure Mr. Pity wouldn't be around anymore.
He'd have to be retired by now.
He was old when we were in school.
That's true. He didn't look that
and
much
we were
older
in
when I
school.
saw him.
When did you see him?
Maybe a couple of years ago?
Oh, so you saw him recently?
Yeah, I guess relatively.
I straight up thought he was dead. I'm not gonna lie.
You just assume if someone was old in the past, they must be dead now.
I mean, I thought more of a case of like, hey, you know, it's getting pretty close to like, what the heck? Dude, guess who still works at the school and was old when we were in school?
Mr. Myers?
No, Mrs. Bones.
Yeah, that checks out.
Mrs. Bones was really old when we were at school, though.
You say really old. I reckon she was like 60.
That was 20 years ago.
Was that 20 years ago? I guess it was. So she's 80.
Yeah, it was.
Maybe she must have been younger than
old.
60. She must have been younger than that. No way you're still teaching.
She
at 80.
looked 60.
Yeah, I bet she didn't age well.
I can't imagine what she looks like now.
Probably just bones.
Mrs. or Miss Coot is not on the list of like staff members.
Yeah.
I think she was 35 or 40 or something.
I thought she was like in her 20s, bro.
No,
she was a
she
lot
was in her
younger than
20s
the other
like when she
teachers.
started. She was a lot younger than the other teachers, but she was still like nearing middle age.
I don't know about that.
Which I think goes back to your whole like time's running out thing. So
Yeah,
we're
maybe
better.
30s. I mean, time's kind of running out. I feel like as a lady, if you're wanting to have kids and you're 30, you've got like
The
maybe
clock's ticking,
yeah, the clock's ticking. Yeah.
which would make her at minimum. Well, let's say she was 30. That makes her like 50.
I gotta catch up on chat. It took 2 lessons in a level psychology for me to be moved across the room from my friend Fax permanently. Transitioned. I was the sort that got in trouble, but teachers didn't hate me. That was me. I swear my teachers liked me, but I got in trouble, and that's why I think I'm iconic and they remember me. Damn, let Mrs. Burns retire.
Yeah.
Vincent Kane says, I was always in trouble at school. In year 8, the maths and science teacher hooked up in classroom and got caught, got married, had a kid, got divorced. Then year after, the physical education teacher got arrested for the obvious thing. Womp womp. Wolf says, you got like 10 years as a woman from 30 for your chances start. No, they start going down around
I
30,
thought it was like 25 or something even.
They start going down.
Yeah. It's like every year after 25 or something, your chances slowly go down. Here's a fun fact for you. Do you know our reaction
down
times?
in the early 30s and accelerating after 35.
Do you know our reaction time starts going down at 25 onwards?
It does. You don't see a lot of old esports guys.
No. Apparently, like, it's not very noticeable, obviously, but like from 25. I feel like once you're 30, though, as someone who's approaching 30, that kids become less appealing because you don't want to be the dude who's like 50 with a 10-year-old.
I think having kids younger is better. I'm pro having kids young.
Yeah.
You can be there for them.
You still want to be able to like run with them and stuff.
Exactly. Wolf says, to be honest, most women are probably good until late 30s. It's just decreasing, and it's different for every woman, right?
Also, this woman wasn't good in 30s.
I didn't say it.
You didn't say it. Someone had to. Look, she was large.
And in charge.
Yeah, she was large, but that obviously also affects your chances of having kids.
That's true. That's true.
And also affects your chances of getting someone to have kids with in the first place.
That's true. I feel like we're taking a little bit of a mean turn here.
Maybe.
Oh. Hang on, what just happened? Did Dante... Oh,
Yeah, he
raided
got
with
raided.
a viewer count of 8. Hell yeah, brother. Thanks for the raid, Dante.
Oh yeah, what a conversation for them to raid
Yeah.
into.
So, RuneScape is cool. Cool game. Just doing some fishing.
Well, you don't want to talk about our 80-year-old fat teacher.
It's not my number one. Oh, true. You're so right. You're so right, Wolf. How could I possibly forget?
And special thanks to Dante.
It's cool, man. I have to go get ready for work.
Oh, that's all good. Maybe with this viewer count, we could make it all the way to 11 p.m., which for us, what is that, like 5.5 hours away, and then we can watch the Nintendo Direct together.
Direct. Yeah, well, I'll be going to work, but yes.
That's fair. You do have to go to work. So you're heading off now?
Yeah.
Fair shake. Peepers. Wait, Dante, you've never raided anyone before? You have.
See you when I get back, man.
All right. See you when you get back, my dude. See you for the Nintendo Direct. Almost an 8-hour stream. First time raiding me. True. Yeah, I was like, how did Homie get to 1.1k followers without raiding anyone until now? It is your first time raiding me. It's true. Well, welcome to Dante and his crew. I hope you're all doing very well. And I'm doing a bit of fishing. And Interstellis hit us with the first message. Surprise. It definitely is a surprise. I didn't see it coming. I did not see it coming. I did not. And I wasn't even... I don't know if I was planning to have a long stream today, but here we are. Here we are, bro. Gotta put on a show. Gotta put on the peep show, right? I jump scared my stream with my face cam a couple of times. You got a face cam, Dante? Based? First, you did the face reveal, bro. Man, I'm kind of disappointed I wasn't there for that. I might have to watch the VOD. Do you leave your VODs up? Can I play the VOD on my stream? Can I be like, this is Dante? For real, Dante face reveal. I guess I have to search it because you're not live. It takes a day to post, unfortunately. Wait, you don't just let Twitch... Because Twitch leaves it there instantly. You edit it. That's kind of a lot of effort, editing the VOD. You like to post them after 24 hours. Why would you... Why would you leave it 24 hours? I edit it depending on if I say something bad. Facts. I might have to start doing that. I feel like that could be a thing that I do at some point. I think if he said something bad, he's probably not going to repeat it right here and right now, right? It's probably not the move. Not the ideal maneuver if you said something bad enough to edit it out of your VOD. Nothing in this one, but it's to save my ass. He secretly talks stuff about us. I don't think so, man. I think I get a very distinct impression Dante's a very good... Oh, I was talking about you. Wait. Do you guys know each other or are you just messing around? That's not a secret. At least someone was. Actually, not true. I gave Peepcast a shout out. Facts. You would do that because you're a bloody legend, mate. You would. Chat's getting a bit big on the screen. It's good. It feels good. Just messing around with Vincent. Wait, but do you know each other? No. You are just messing around. Just messing around. Just messing, no stressing. Only from my stream. True. Facts. Straight facts. Is anyone else keen for this Nintendo Direct about Donkey Kong Bonanza? He's a cool guy, though. I do get the distinct impression that Vincent Kane is a cool guy. Are we excited for this Nintendo Direct? I mean, as it stands, I feel like I don't have any reason to get a Switch 2. I wonder if this Direct could be the turning of the tide. This Direct in 5 hours. and 20 minutes. Is that maths? I think it's 6 hours and 20 minutes. I don't know if I'm going to go for 6 hours and 20 minutes. But I do feel like if I take a break, we're going to have less people watching the direct. What should I do, chat? I just keep munching on cheese. Gotta munch the cheese, though. I took the world's smallest bite ever. Also, there's a piece on the floor, and I ran over it with my chair. And it's like mushed into the ground now. Floor cheese. I could be the next Asmongold. I could get famous for eating floor cheese. If you need to get sleep, I probably would sleep after the direct, right? I'm sure it won't be that long. $1 steak. How long will Nintendo Direct be? Watch the $1 steak on stream. Well, why do I always go to the bank instead of cooking? It's only going to be 15 minutes long. So I think it almost seems like there's no point in taking a break if I'm going to come back for a... Hang on. I think I have to just keep streaming because I'm not going to come back from a break for a 15-minute thing. Chat, do we want to watch Asmongold $1 steak? $1 steak. Thought I just meant bathroom break. Oh no, I was thinking like I could stop streaming for like a few hours and then come back for it, but I didn't realize it was only going to be 15 minutes. It's $2 steak. So how I cook my $2 steak, I guess.
Sup, boys?
Sup, boys? He knows who his audience is. Sup, boys? Sup, boys? He knows who he's talking to. What the? My bad. Here we go.
So I've wanted to do this for a while. A lot of people have asked for it, and we're finally going to do it. Today, I'm going to show you all how I cook a steak. I know how to cook one meal, a steak. And today, you're going to learn how...
I reckon if there's one meal to know how to cook, I reckon it's a steak. It's good for you. Lots of B vitamins.
to do the same thing.
And iron?
Now, I would say that steak is the most important meal of the day.
Facts.
Usually whenever I get up around 2 to 3 p.m., I start the day off, I eat 1 to 4 cookies, maybe
nice.
Some gummy lifesavers.
Hell yeah.
Maybe go down to, I don't know, McDonald's to get some food. And then towards the end of the night, and this is about where we're at now, it's about, looks like a little past 1 a.m.
What a guy.
And so this is prime steak time.
What a guy.
I'd like to show you guys how I actually do it. Now, I don't like to get the good steaks. Now, the reason for that is not because I don't like the good steaks. It's because I don't want to like the good steaks.
Oh,
the
smart.
fact is that I've been using these steaks. I've been getting these steaks now for...
I kind of like that this guy's a millionaire and still lives like he's on the verge of being homeless.
I don't know, probably fucking 10 years, and my mom always made them for me. And these are these steaks right here. You guys can see I've got them in a bag. And this whole bag, it had 4 steaks in it, and it was, how much money was it? This thing's all fucked up. What does it say? Oh my god, what a piece of shit. Okay, I'm gonna have to open this, which is alright, because, you know, we're gonna have to need to do that for the steaks. So, I'll show you guys how much my steaks are, and this is a meal I usually make for myself multiple times.
This is high quality content, man.
$7. So it was $7 for 4 steaks here. And I get these.
That's
as
pretty
I said,
much
all the
$2,
time.
a
They're
bit more than
delicious.
$2.
I have no complaints. I have no problems. I like to keep things simple. I like to keep things cheap. So next thing is you're gonna.
I swear, if he literally just had like 1 sirloin steak, he wouldn't be able to go back.
Need a well, you're gonna need a pan. The thing is that I have about 20 pans in my house. 19 of them are dirty. Well, actually 20 of them are dirty. I'm about to have to clean number 19 or number 20 here.
Facts.
And I really just clean and use the same pan over and over. I don't think you're going to want to see this.
So he could throw out 19 of the pans and have 1 pan that he cleans and uses every time. That's how I do it. I have 1 cast iron pan that I use every time, and I just clean it every time. Wolf says it's a high stakes game. Bad pun. Very true, says Dante.
But basically, I had this problem with my sink, and basically the sink
is full of dishes.
Wouldn't fucking like drain. The sink was
bro.
black of like water, and that was a fucking
Gross.
problem for like 2 months. And so I got a liquid plumber, and I fixed that. And so now it's not a problem, but it was. And but anyway, so let's go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead.
You also
and clean
seem
this. So you
noticeably
see right
cleaner
here,
though.
there's
Oh
this
yeah,
little
dude,
flop.
I'm not on Asmon's level. There's a reason that he gets more viewers than me.
I don't know why they're here. It's just some fucking bullshit. And so the first thing you do, like obviously I hate washing dishes.
I think that's Jesus on the wall back there. I'm guessing that's still there from when his mom was around. How old is the video? 2 years ago?
I only use paper plates and plastic utensils. I think that sometimes I have to use a real fork and knife for this. There is no silverware that is clean in the house.
Less like Marvel Loki. Oh right, because I look like Marvel Loki. Bro has the horse calendar. Let's go.
That was not. I don't really do that. And there was a lot of dirty silverware. And then every 2 months or so, I have this like kind of. I'm trying to think of like what to put it. It's like a midlife crisis. Or it's like a mid-month crisis because it happens all the time. And basically, what I do is I clean up like 3 things in the house.
Hell
and,
yeah.
You know, maybe I don't drink soda for like 5 hours.
Based.
And I think to myself, like, I'm going to turn my life around. And I feel such an overwhelming sense of pride and accomplishment. I figure that, you know what, I've earned myself a little bit of a break.
This is me. This is me exactly. I only did a 6-hour stream yesterday, and I like went for a bushwalk in the sun, and I was like, this is me now. I'm turning my life around. And here we are. 7 hours and 45 minutes into today's stream.
Crack open another cold one and, you know, throw the garbage back on the floor. And so that's generally how things go. The handle of the pan, it's like falling off. You can...
Dude, when that happens to my pans, I can't handle it.
Screw it back in, and I tried to screw it back in with a kitchen knife. But I need a screwdriver, but it's been like a pain in the ass for like the past 6 months. And it's just been fucking...
See, that's where he and I are different. I would just fix it. I would just fix the pan. I would just get the Phillips screwdriver out and fix the pan handle.
Annoying. The screwdriver's up in the garage. And anyway, so number 1, we have the pan. Now also we have to have, as with any good steak, what do you eat with the steak? Great
Potatoes?
question. You eat a potato. Now,
My man.
I only, as I said, I only make this meal. I do this all the time. You have one potato. Now, okay, give me a minute. I gotta. This is really annoying. Now I've got to clean a fucking fork too. All the forks are dirty because I was eating steaks with them. I tried doing it with a plastic fork, and the plastic fork melted.
What?
Melted onto the pan, and so that was really kind of unfortunate.
That's
and
crazy.
So we don't use plastic forks to make steaks anymore. This is some fork my mom ordered. It was some overpriced thing at on eBay. I think this, this like whole set was like $100. So we're gonna get our money's worth out of it. So next thing you do is you want to.
Do you guys know about how I don't know if everyone is like has had a phase of like being an Asman fan, but apparently, once he becomes like a millionaire and his mom's still alive, she just becomes a total hoarder and just buys stuff. And he didn't even really mind, and he just let her do it because it made her happy. I do think there's something kind of sweet about that.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the potato. So the potato, this is how I cook a potato, is I take the fork and I stab the shit out of the potato. This is what my mom told me to do because
That's
she
aggressive.
didn't want to have to fucking put it in the oven. And I stab the fuck out of the potato, and I put the bitch in the
This is high culture. This is gourmet.
microwave. I thought it was going to be bad too, but it wasn't. I put this bitch in for 8.5 minutes.
Whoa, I've never put anything
you
in for
need
8.5
butter.
minutes in a microwave.
Put butter on the pan. I don't even know why you do that. I just see other people doing it.
It helps the heat transfer, dude. The heat transfers from the pan to the butter to the steak directly. Because otherwise you have air that's in between the steak and the pan. Eight minutes 36 is wild in a microwave. That is wild.
I really have no idea. It doesn't matter. Yeah, well, anyway, let's go ahead. I'll just put it over here. And I'll just put the butter. I mean, you guys can fucking believe that I put the butter on the pan, right? Like, I don't have to fucking bring you guys over here. You can believe that? Alright, good. So anyway, you put the butter on the pan, and you turn the pan on. And so, usually leave it...
Wolf says it depends on the wattage, and I've had different microwaves that have different power levels, let's say. But I would never freaking put any of them on for 8 minutes and 30.
On for like maybe a couple like 30 seconds, a minute or so, and then we're gonna go ahead and get back into the steak situation. So I have 3 things that I put on my steaks. Let's go ahead and talk about it. So this is Worcestershire sauce. The reason why I do this is because my dad does this.
That's good sauce.
They were out of the Kraft Worcestershire sauce, which is like literally like way cheaper. So I had to buy this shit. It's all the same. Who gives a fuck? And so also
This guy is not a master of the culinary arts. Shock and horror.
Steak seasoning. Salt Lake is a place here in Austin. I went there one time for some fucking thing. And
We can do the water drinking one next. I have seen it.
it was pretty good, so I decided to get the steak seasoning. Steak seasoning is pretty good, and also we get lemon pepper. And so those 3 things, those are that's the steak ingredients. So now, as you can see,
I feel like part of the appeal with Asmongold is that he makes you feel so much better about yourself. Like, I'm sitting here almost 8 hours into the stream, living off nothing except cheese slices, and I feel like I'm just so much better off than him.
I was gonna say, as you can see, you can't see it because I'm too lazy. I don't want to put it over here. But yeah, there's like fucking butter in like the pan and shit, right? And so every time that I cook a steak, so like, you know how like women take pictures of like their food. You know, like you go on Instagram and it's like some girl, she's taking a picture of her food again. I'm a man. I don't do that. But I do take pictures of every single steak that I cook. I cook the exact same steak every single time, and I take a picture of it at the end. That way I remember how good it was. So let's begin.
Hell yeah, brother.
We've got a steak right here.
Asman's not having a salad. I don't need to have a salad.
This is a good one. Oh yeah. So it's not a big one. This is a nice little small meal. I'm about 6'3" or so, and I don't know if we want to double up on steaks today or not. This is definitely a smaller size steak. It's fine. If I'm hungry later on, I'll just eat another cookie. And so this is, yeah, we'll just go ahead and go with this steak right here. I stab the steak a little bit, get a little, that way I get this shit in there on the steak. So I'm gonna go ahead and take you guys, I'm gonna move you a little bit over here. And so you gotta shake this bitch up, right? And the reason you do that is because on the back of the bottle it says to do it. And so next thing, go ahead and open this up, and I'll show you guys what we're doing here. We get this.
Dude, stainless steel pan. That's respect, dude. A lot of people are out here using Teflon and stuff. Stainless steel is the next best thing after cast iron.
Oh, I'm fucking up. So you guys messed me up. I gotta do these first. I think the seasoning's better. Now it's cooking, and now I'm getting stressed out. Oh fuck. Okay, all right. So I put this on the steak. There we go. All right, good. Oh my god, it's okay. All right. So then we get the lemon pepper, and
lemon pepper, dude.
Izzy taught me how to make a steak, but I don't know if she'll like my own little things I put on.
Who's Izzy? Only problem with cast iron is you gotta season it and shouldn't wash it with soap. Yeah, but it's the best pan.
So did I shake this one? I don't remember. Okay, so anyway, we'll put this on. I don't think I shook it. So then, there you go. There's the steak. Oh, wow. What a good steak.
I'm not gonna lie. I want to eat this.
And so, then after that, obviously, you got to turn the bitch over. And so, what you do there is you turn it. Oh, shit. So you turn it. Fuck. Okay. All right. No, we're good.
This is making me really hungry.
We're good. So I might keep this one down just for a minute. Now, sometimes we're going to go for, I usually put a little bit more of this right here. And we got, oh, that's the wrong one. We're going to get a little bit more on there. And I know some people are going to think that I only eat my steaks medium, sorry, not medium rare. I get steaks medium to medium well at restaurants.
I'm a medium rare, even to like rare kind of guy. I even had a phase where I liked them blue, which is like basically not cooked, just seared on the outside, but I think they're more tender, like medium rare.
But at home, I only cook steaks well done. The reason for that is because I'm paranoid. I don't want to eat something that's bad. Oh man, that's a good ass fucking steak, man. And so anyway, you get it in a pan, you get all those sauces on it, and you just really have yourself a good time. I'll have to take a picture of this one after the video. And so anyway, let me put this back on and talk a little bit more about some of the things that I do. How are we doing? Yeah, we're doing good. And so anyway,
Wolf says, my dad had a steak in France that looked like they held it over a candle for 30 seconds. Yeah, that's a blue steak. And they're kind of into that in France. And it's kind of can be good, I'm not going to lie.
So
if you do it right.
Basically, I take the steak and I just put it back on the pan up and down. I gotta shit. Okay, so I'll probably have to like, it's probably too hot. Just another, it's happens sometimes. Oh wow, what a steak. And so, a minute. One time I tried to make something else that wasn't a steak. Now I only make steaks.
Mm-hmm.
I'll put this back in the refrigerator.
What an absolute
guy. The only thing
guy.
I have in the refrigerator is cake.
It's definitely making me want steak too.
I get cakes at the grocery store and I eat them. So the steak's pretty much fucking done at this point. The good thing about these steaks is that I get them and I cook them about the same time that the potato is getting microwaved. So this is a good quick meal. Now, usually I eat steaks about 6 times a week, with like one day being Chipotle.
True.
Actually, that's not true. Maybe 2 days being Chipotle. Some days that I do have Chipotle and a steak at the same time. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, so I'm a pretty tall guy. I'm like 140, 145. I'm getting a little...
140, 145. What's that in feet? Why is the American talking in centimeters? .6'3", that is tall. That's base.
Fat, to be honest. I don't eat a lot of food, basically. I'm not a big food eater. So this might not seem like a big meal to you, but to me, this is delicious and it's great.
Speak for yourself, brother.
The reason why I like steaks so much is because of the fact that I just think that they taste really good. I'm actually really glad that they're easy to make, because if they weren't easy to make, I would never eat them. Until I like it. Well, sometimes they'll take me out.
That is one of the best things about steak, is like, you can cook it in like 2 minutes.
For like a business dinner, and you order like a $200 steak and it's on the company card, so fuck them. But besides that, I mean, we're talking about $7 steak packs on a daily basis. Usually I go to the grocery store, I get steaks, I get potatoes, I get cookies. Oh yeah, there's these new Dr. Peppers that have like real sugar in them. They're pretty good.
I think he's great. I know a lot of people hate him. I think he's amazing.
So I get those two, and that's about all I get at the grocery store. Sometimes I get the I was like this. Let me see if I can show you guys. Do I have any? Yeah, I do. So this is also one of my special snacks. Basically, I have Best Buy April 2022. Okay, so we're gonna throw these away. Anyway, so yeah.
So he doesn't eat stuff out of use by. That's kind of impressive.
These are like yogurt things, and it has like strawberry and blueberry, and it's frozen. I've never seen the movie.
I used to eat stuff like that when I was a kid.
Anyway, let's go ahead and just put this back. So the steak is pretty much done. So if you want to take a look, I'll show you the steak. This looks like a good ass fucking steak. So you take a look at this.
That's
look
so
at it.
overcooked. I can tell.
See it's like steaming. It's emanating power out from its edges. So you have that's.
There's like no juice in that. That's so overcooked. That's so like well done.
This is gonna be a delicious steak. I can't wait to eat this one. So I was watching an anime, and I saw it because I got Crunchyroll because I wanted to watch Fist of the North Star, and you know, I'm a big JoJo fan, and heard it was inspired by that. Oh fuck.
You're so right, Wolf. He may as well have boiled it. It would absolutely be like the soul of a shoe.
So anyway, I had that, and so I saw this. Fucking anime. It was called My Stepmom's Daughter's My Ex.
What the heck?
And I watched the first episode. I watched the first episode as a meme.
Now he's into it. He's into it. He's into it. You can see it.
And I'm on episode 7 now.
I knew it.
Let's put this stuff away. And I try to put the stuff that I'm not using away. There's no real reason for that. It's just that it's a pain in the dick to use the microwave if there's something in the way. Yeah,
true.
That's basically about it. And so now I have paper plates right in front of me, and these are let's see. These are the high quality. You know, people ask me like, what do you do now that you you know your stream does well and you make money? Well, these paper plates, there's only like 30 of them, and it was like $5. So these are the hard, real. These are the steak paper plates. These are the paper plates I eat steak off.
Hell yeah.
So you get the paper plate.
Bro knows how to spend his millions of dollars.
Here, you put the steak right there on the plate, and then let's get the fucking potato. So you put the potato.
Renewable?
Right
I don't think so. I don't know.
And do I have a knife? Oh yeah, I need to get another knife. I'm running out of battery on my phone because I didn't charge my phone, and my phone's also running out of memory. So
Paper plates are generally pretty wasteful because I think they usually have like a wax coating on them, and they're often not recyclable.
this video is gonna have to be over kind of soon because I also want to eat the steak, and so I'm gonna just cut this bitch open real quick just so you guys can see what we're all about. And so you cut that potato open. That's a good fucking looking potato. Oh man, look at that. And so you see this right here. This is what we eat.
Hell yeah, brother.
Pretty much every day. I've never gotten sick. I've never had a
I've never gotten sick.
I've never gotten sick after eating a steak. I've never felt bad after eating a steak.
Same.
I'm a simple man. I live a simple life. I like steak and fucking potato.
Hell yeah.
And I don't care if it's a cheap steak, it's a good fucking steak, and it's good enough for me. So anyway.
So based.
Before I usually leave the kitchen area, this is the pan here.
Put water in it?
As you can see, it's dirty. So what we do is I just put water on it. And I do that because this makes it to where it's easy to get the stuff off. And then I just leave it on the counter until the next steak time, which will probably be tomorrow. So yeah.
That's exactly what I would do if I was using stainless steel. The only reason I don't do that is because I use cast iron, and you're much better off just washing it completely straight away, getting it completely dry and putting some oil on it. Let that thing soak for a bit. You know damn well that's sitting for 3 hours. I think it's sitting for 24 hours until he has the next steak, and I think if it's the day before he has Chipotle, it's sitting for like 48 hours.
I wanted to share kind of what I'm doing and kind of how I make these steaks and everything. I know a lot of people ask about it. This was a method. Izzy taught me how to make steaks.
Who's Izzy?
And she probably will not be happy with some of the little twists that I put on it. But I think I'm doing great. And I also use A1 for my steaks. I've been using A1 for a long time. This one is empty. I left it down here to remind myself to get more A1. I have 4 more.
Oh, that he had a girlfriend? What the?
And I think one of them has actually isn't. No, there's 2 of them that are empty, and then there's 2 that are not.
Yo, she's cute. I mean, I guess he's got the money, right? She's pretty cute. That's kind of crazy. Wow. Wow. I guess that's who Izzy is. Wow. Where we were. Whoa. Well, guys, I think I'm going to keep streaming. For unrelated reasons.
Yeah, because the other one is like a different kind of A1. Yeah, so anyway, I use A1 with my steak. So anyway, guys, I wanted to do this video and kind of show you all how it's done by a steak master. Thank you so much for watching.
Have to give that video a like, man.
I might do another one of these. Peace.
Peace. Oh, we're going to do the water. I always do a space, but there isn't a space. Drinks water for the first time in his life. He's kind of getting into it. Back to the Coke.
Wow. Who the fuck drinks this shit? Yeah,
Me.
just
I drink it. Everyone
Okay.
drinks it, right?
All right, we're gonna water the first one, okay, guys?
He's gonna water the first one. Wait, so is it?
And there we go.
What's he?
I think that's way enough. Maybe a little bit more. Okay, that's plenty. That's plenty. That's too much? No, it didn't drown the plant, man.
There you go. There you go. There you giggity go. That's Asman. That's what he be doing. And it makes me feel a heck of a lot better about what I'm doing. My cheese slices and my water. Who the F drinks this stuff? Me when I tried my first energy drink. It's funny, that was kind of me. I remember my first energy drink. I think it was a V. I'm pretty sure it was like 3 a.m. and my friend was staying at my place and we snuck out at 3 a.m. out of the house and went to the local service station and yeah, got a V. And then we got home. I remember drinking it and I remember being like, this tastes terrible, but I kept drinking it. And that started a high school long fascination with energy drinks. I ended up settling on Monster being my drink of choice. We also used to get the, I think was it like a tropical Rockstar? I think Monster was always my favorite, but was it tropical? Was it passion fruit? I think it was passion fruit. That was crazy. That's not what it used to look like. Definitely not what it used to look like. It was like a really purple can. I had one Monster and it tasted like ... Like poop. Just pure sweetness. That's the one. Punched. We used to drink that. Rockstar Punched. It's funny, I used to just associate these drinks with video games. That's funny because we would play Grand Theft Auto. Famously developed by Rockstar, and we'd drink this Rockstar Punched. But I would mostly go for Monster. Bad sweetness. I don't know. I used to like it. I used to really like it. I didn't even know what it tasted like. It tasted like chemicals, but in a yummy way, I feel like. I don't know if I could drink it now. I feel like it had a nice aftertaste. Like you'd take the sip would be intense, but it would settle nicely. I just drink water now, and I think I'm going to have to stop drinking the protein shakes because they've been really doing a number on my stomach, man. I don't want to go into details, but it hasn't been going great in that area. So, I guess I'm off the protein shakes and onto the cheese slices. Also, I should unmute the game. I was thinking it felt very quiet. Too quiet. Feels good. All is well in the world. Caffeine irritates the stomach. The dairy and protein does the rest. You know, it was when I started having the coffee protein shakes when I really started having trouble. I think I still have 2 in the fridge, but I don't think I want to drink them at the moment. But it's a good time to be alive. I am excited for this Donkey Kong Bonanza stream. I just hope the game looks really good. I hope it's a big game. You know, I would actually be more excited if Donkey Kong Bonanza is a Mario Odyssey size game than I would be for Mario Odyssey 2. And I know a lot of people love Mario Odyssey, and a lot of people... I feel like there's people like me out there that are just... Like, I finished it, but I don't think it was that great. I would be more keen if this Bonanza game... Although the fact that this direct is only 15 minutes makes me think maybe it is just a small game. And I will be disappointed if that's the case, but if that's the case, I can wait longer until I get a Switch 2, save money, get me that Rode PSA mic on, get me some Sony XM50s. That's what I'm looking forward to. That's going to be life-changing, having decent headphones and a mic on. Absolutely life-changing. Add a stretch and hydrate points redeem. What? Wait. So you guys would use your points to get me to stretch and hydrate? I don't know. That can't be interesting for you guys to watch me stretch, can it? There you go, stretched. We did it. And also...
I need some water.
We out here. We out here for real though. Catching them fish. Looks like the sun is set. The sun's getting real low. And I just want this Nintendo Direct, but it's like 5 hours and 45 minutes away, guys. What are we gonna do for 5 hours and 45 minutes? We're gonna catch these fish. We gonna get these fish, baby. I feel like a good redeem would be choosing what game I play. I feel like that would be a good redeem. Because, you know, everyone wants you to play a thing. Wolf would get me to play God of War. I know it. We do have a rule that I've kept so far on the stream, that if someone buys me a game, I'll play it on stream. You're darn right. I know you. It would probably annoy me with its linearity and its cutscenes, but I'd play it. I would play it, sir. I would boot it up, I would kill the enemies with the Leviathan axe. And the blades of chaos. And the fists of whoop-ass. I didn't know that was one of Kratos' weapons, the fists of whoop-ass. Is that what he used on those 3 women in God of War 3? KJ Plays 0 says, hey, how you doing, KJ Plays? How's life? What you been up to? What's been going on? Wolf says hi. As always, Wolf. Welcoming legend. Alrighty, let's cook these fish. Whoop. Oh. That was KJ Plays' voice. If you like the sound of that, go follow KJ Plays. Fine. What about me? I'm doing very well. It's actually been a really good stream. It's funny. I feel like I was having a worse time when I was like 3 hours into the stream than I am now. I think I get settled in. I think I warm up and I settle in. And I'm just feeling really into it. And I am excited for this Nintendo Direct. But if I keep looking at the clock, those 5 hours and 40 minutes are going to take a real long time to go by. So we have to ensure that we're having a good time and a lot of fun in our waiting period. Yo. Oh, hell yo. Yada da mean. Ah, Wolf's chilling out. Vibing out. We do be vibing out, though. It does be a vibe out stream. Yeah, I really want to see this Nintendo thing, hey. I'm not gonna lie to you. This is definitely me. When I want to watch the Nintendo Direct now. We do have one 30-second ad starting in 46 seconds. I have the ads turned as low as I can. But if that's still annoying, you can always subscribe. No, I don't. You don't have an ad, Mr. Wolf. You are subscribed. My man. My man's right there. Keeping me in business, keeping me alive. Yeah, I don't know. I was thinking about reacting to a video, but I just don't know. It can be hard to find good stuff. I mean, I was really into that that design guy talking about Apple. I was vibing that. I think we did only stop doing that because Jacob got back and was going to talk me through this whole fishing guild situation. Yeah, I just don't know. I don't really know. Watch a video on the Mercedes AMG 1. Wolf, I understand that you're interested in the Mercedes AMG 1. I don't know if anyone else is. I don't know that I would have much to say about it, right? I'm going to make a poll. Should I watch a video about the Mercedes AMG 1? Yes. No. Don't care. Boom. First off, are you interested? Not really. Not really. I'm not really a car guy. Poll? I mean, never mind then. Well, the poll's there. If people want to watch a guy that doesn't care about cars, watch a video about the Mercedes AMG 1. I have an open mind. It's possible for me to be interested. But I feel like there's a good chance that people watching. What this game about? Well, this is RuneScape. This is old school RuneScape, and it's kind of about whatever you want to do, right? So you have all these different skills. There's like different combat skills. Like there's attacking. There's your hit points. There's mining. You can go mining and mine stuff. There's your strength. Agility, which is like how much you can run and stuff like that. And like obstacle courses, and there's like holes that you can climb through only if your agility is high enough. Smithing, so you can make swords and stuff. Defense. Herb lore, which I guess is like alchemy. Fishing, which is what I'm focusing on, I guess. Archery. Ranged, which is stuff like archery. Thieving, which is obviously stealing stuff. Hey, the Peepcast emote. Let's go. Let's go. What else? Cooking, which is what I'm doing right now. Prayer, which gives you these prayers that you can use in combat. So like, I can use a prayer that means that I don't take any damage from melee attacks. Gonna look up an AMG 1 Nuremberg lap. Okay. Okay. Has anyone voted? No one has voted. Not even Wolf has voted. I have a feeling we get a vote to watch the AMG video from Wolf. But apparently not. Apparently Wolf's not fast. I definitely need to change that to all. MacBook said yeah in the chat. I voted no because you didn't want to see it. Well, have you voted in the poll though? Oh, hey, we got 2 votes for no and 1 for yes. I kind of always wish I could see who voted what. Wow, 3 votes for no. Wow, no one wants me to watch this AMG video. I did. I'm not sure why numbers aren't showing. What are we looking at? We got 1 vote for yes, 3 votes for no. I think it's just it has a little bit of a delay. But yeah, KJ, it's okay. I'll do it solo. Be back in about 10 minutes. Oh, that's kind of funny. You don't want to watch the video I want to watch? I'm gonna go do it on my own. So yeah, I'm fishing right now, obviously, with my harpoon. You do have an inventory. That's my harpoon. These are my fish. I don't know. There's different styles of attacking. So do you remember how I pointed out that you could level up your attack? You could level up your defense. What's the other one? Your strength. And so there are these different attacking styles that level up the different stats. So your attack actually makes you more accurate. More of your attacks actually hit the opponent. And then your slash is what increases your strength. If you do lunge, I think you level up all three equally. And block levels up your defense. Yeah, I don't know, what else is there? You can craft stuff, you can like build a house, you can make fires, you can do magic, you can attack with magic, you can teleport with magic, you can make arrows, fletching, you can chop wood, you can craft runes, which is what my chatter Not Angry does. He's trying to get his rune crafting to 99, so all these skills can go all the way up to 99. And apparently halfway to 99 is getting the skill to 92. So you can kind of imagine how long it would take to get to 99. I'm 3 weeks in and we've got fishing to 69. 92 is half of 99, says Mango. Thanks for the first time chat, Mango. Appreciate ya. Appreciate you sliding in with the facts, verifying my claims. If you chuck a follow, there's a chance that we'll see an alert that has never been seen before. 200 million XP. Hang on. Also, the skills go to 200 million XP. They just cap at the 13 million XP and 99. But 200 million would be 120. If following the same way they did the leveling system. I'm not sure I completely understand. The skills go to 200 million XP. They just cap at 13 million XP and 99. Like 99 equals 13 million XP. But you can actually go to 200 million. Do you continue to get better at the skill? If you could level past 99 and use the same formula, it would be a 120 skill at 200 million. So is it literally just tracking the XP you get and doing nothing else at that point? Yeah. So there's not... I mean, you could do it because you want to do it, but it's not going to change anything in the game. You have a friend in your clan who's 200 million XP on all skills. That's impressive. I have a friend who's 99 everything. But I don't think he's 200 million XP on all skills. That's kind of wild stuff. Wild stuff. We're cooking that tuna though. Don't mind me while I just put some moisturizer on my lips. Maxed his account 13 times. It's like he maxed his account 13 times. That's wild. as well. You have a good name, by the way, Mango. Not a lot of people out here with one-word names on Twitch. Just making that A a 4. That was a good strat. Very good strat. Do you stream? You do stream sometimes. I try to stream 6 days a week. Somewhere between 6 and 14 hours, apparently. Pretty rare. It's pretty rare for you. When was the last stream? I like your little Pepe with the Gengar hat. Gengar is very based. 452 followers though. I am Mango. I'm a BTTV emote approver. Better Twitch TV emote approver. And work on a bunch of projects. Hopefully you can find yourself at home and have fun here. Did I like your tiles? Tiles on your stream page are cool. Oh, you do have a schedule. Schedule says that you're streaming Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. my time. So you better be following the schedule, otherwise you're gonna have to delete the schedule, bro. What the heck? I'm gonna be tuning in at 8 a.m. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, and there's gonna be no stream. That's crazy. I'm guessing you get viewers with the 450 followers or whatever. You spent longer on the stream decorations than actually streaming. Yeah, it's funny like that. Your OBS is pimped out. It's funny because I feel like I haven't done a lot of the ancillary stuff. Like, I literally have 2 emotes. My OBS is pretty simple. But I just stream all the time. Yo, Wolf's back after watching his AMG 1 video. Good to have you back, Wolf. We're just chatting to Mango about how they stream kind of rarely, but their OBS is pimped out and they've got a bunch of followers. 450 something followers. It's funny how different people are, man. Was this streamable.com? Am I trusting this link? Whoa. Is this something I should just watch later? Or is this something you want me to look at now? And do you want me to look at it on the stream? It's safe, he says. That's what someone would say if it wasn't safe. Right, so this is your starting stream video. That's pretty cool. You're a fan of Temperos, I take it. Big Temperos energy. It's a good setup. Is there any particular reason you don't stream more often, Mango? It does seem like you're really set up for it. This is really good. Starting soon and be right back. Lazy. What do you do? What do you do with yourself? I'm guessing you have a regular job and then you come home from work and you don't feel like streaming. That seems pretty fair to me. What a setup though. Hey bud, if you're not going to use these starting soon and these be right back and screens, I know someone who could use them. I don't know if you know about this. Small streamer by the name of Peepcast. I don't know if you've heard of this guy. Ooh, says Wolf. Who could possibly want RuneScape themed starting soon? Oh, yo, Digimon? Based? Is that from the Digimon movie? Dude, the Digimon movie goes off. Yeah, no, that's a really good setup, dude. That's really good. I'm impressed by that. From the Digimon movie. That's a good movie, dude. That's a good movie. The Digimon movie, that was one of the first crimes I ever tried to commit as a child. I remember being probably maybe about 4 years old and trying to steal a Chupa Chup from Coles. I think I successfully stole a Chupa Chup from Coles. And then I decided to level up my crime. I didn't really plan it. These crimes were not planned. I didn't go into Coles planning to steal a Chupa Chup, but I did steal a Chupa Chup. And then later I don't know how old I was. I might have been 5 or 6 or something. I remember, well, when did the Digimon movie come out? Digimon movie release date 2000. So I'd have to be at least 3, but I was definitely older than 3. I reckon I was 5. 2000. You say 2001, it was just 2000. But it was October, the 6th of October 2000. So when was the VHS release? VHS release date. The VHS was 2001. February 2001. And yeah, my dad took me to a little place called Civic Video. And I remember wanting to get the Digimon movie. Because in Japan, that wasn't a movie. It's just 3 specials. Whoa. That's crazy. It's so good. It feels too good for it to not have a theatrical release. They stitched together to be a movie. I never would have noticed that. I never would have realized that. Like, it's a good film. Nothing about it says to me, this isn't a complete film worthy of the theatrical release. But yeah, my dad takes me to Civic Video. I remember grabbing the Digimon VHS off the shelf and going, Dad, can we please rent the Digimon movie on VHS? And Dad said no. And so I walked back to where it was on the shelf, and instead of putting it on the shelf, I put it under my shirt, under my jumper, I think. Because a t-shirt probably wouldn't actually hide it. And then we went to leave the Civic Video, and I walked through those, you know, those things they have? They have those things, those like grey detector things. And an alarm went off. I set off the alarm, and the guy was like, I can't really remember exactly how the conversation went down. The alarm went off. The alarm actually went off. And I don't remember exactly what the conversation was, but I don't know if my dad was like, oh, are we going to get in trouble now? Like, what happens now? And then I think the guy behind the desk goes, not if you just buy the VHS. So I think what happened was my dad got overcharged for the Digimon VHS. And I got to own the Digimon movie on VHS for the rest of my childhood. So yeah, I very much got rewarded for trying to steal that VHS. Thankfully, I didn't go on to lead a life of crime, but it does seem like I would have gotten the wrong lesson from that experience. I don't think I really did much stealing after that, but I did watch the Digimon movie on VHS very frequently. Thieving level would probably be 1. I've never done any thieving. I was watching someone yesterday that had a high thieving level. I think it was Rogue Family. Only stolen a pencil sharpener and a small Kinder bar in my life. I definitely have stolen a Chopper Chop. And I remember in high school I tried to steal a block of chocolate. You were young for both of those. I mean, a Kinder bar and a pencil sharpener, they definitely sound like things that you would steal as a small child. I remember being like 13 or 14 in high school, and I just fell in with a bad crowd. I fell in with the wrong crowd. And I was like, I think I said something like, oh yeah, I wish I could get some chocolate or whatever, but I don't have any money. And they were like, well, you don't need to have money to get chocolate. It was like something out of a movie. Hell no, those Kinder bars are good. I'd eat a lot of them now. I couldn't tell you the last time I've had Kinder. Might go and get a steak and Kinder bars later. Homie's inspired to get a steak by Asmongold. He's gonna get a Kinder bar. I think I'm gonna get me some toilet time. How's my inventory looking? Pretty close to being full. I might cook these fish, deposit them, start the next inventory of fishing, and then I might hit the old drop the kids off. I might take the Cleveland Browns to the Super Bowl. Actually, I work in a pub. I could buy a steak from there after your shift. You could do that. Hopefully they do good steak where you work. I'm sure you've had one there before. It must be good if you're thinking about getting one. Yes, sir. Oh, mate, they are great chefs. They're great chefs. Get a load of this. Wild stuff. Wild stuff. Wild stuff. We got one more fish. Room for one more. There's always room for one more. Hey, Nate, Jason. How you doing? I feel like I remember your name, but it's must have been a few days or something. How's life? How you been? What you been up to? Are you playing RuneScape? Or are you just twerking at me? Just twerking. Okay. I guess. Hey. What can I do? What can I say? Among Us twerking? Who's making these emotes? Amma teaser twerk. Super 23 soup twerk. Amma Among Us. PC Network Tina Dance based. Damn, how many of those are you packing? That's probably all of them. I have a sneaking suspicion if there were more twerking emotes, they would have... Oh, I haven't cooked my swordfish. Sneaking suspicion if there were more twerking emotes, he would have deployed them. Oh, Mr. Wolf. We're getting a little bit... I don't know, aquatic? Getting a bit aquatic with that one. Exotic aquatic emote. It feels wrong. Wolf, I think I'm gonna politely ask that you don't use that emote. It's just a bit much. I'm finding it very distracting as a... For every burnt fish, one push-up. What about for every subscription? Like, is it push-up? I don't really know what the maths is on that. And I wouldn't want to mess it up to where there's an amount of subscriptions I could get. I mean, I've had 5 gifted. I've heard of people getting 10 gifted. What's a reasonable amount of push-ups? I'm not even sure. How many push-ups can I do? I'm not even sure. I don't even know if I've ever done push-ups just to exhaustion. What I tend to do is I do feet elevated push-ups. I put my feet up on my couch to make the push-ups more intense. And I usually do 3 sets of 10. Gotta find out then. I mean, we could find out for a bunch of subscriptions. $10 gifted, I could do as many push-ups as I can, maybe. Sigh. Dude, you have to appreciate the hours I put in. The 14-hour stream. The 6 to 14-hour streams 6 days a week. And it's been a long time since anyone's gifted. It's been a long and lonely time. And I wouldn't have even brought it up if you guys weren't trying to get me to do push-ups. I wouldn't have even brought it up. But if you guys start asking me to do things, you guys want something from me. I don't think it's crazy that I suggest that there would be something in return. But I should probably do the maths on like how many push-ups would I do for how many subs and how many biddies. Nate's not happy. Look, I feel like people get mad when you ask for subs and biddies, but like, if I'm streaming for 6 to 14 hours, 6 days a week, and I would like this to be my main gig, I don't think I'm being unreasonable at all. I think I'm a generous guy. I do. I probably do that like once a stream, I reckon. Wink, wink. What does that mean? Wink, wink. Okay, okay. 2 subs, 20 push-ups? I think I have to consider, like... 2 subs, 20 push-ups. But if someone gifted 10, I'd have to do 100. I don't know if I could do 100. Can I do 100 push-ups? I feel like I could do 30 push-ups. If I had to guess. I reckon definitely for 10 I would do as many push-ups as I possibly could. Go to the limit. I'd push it to the limit. He's thinking. Banker. Oh, I still need to cook him. You see, I'm saving for uni, so I can't shovel out a lot of money. How much money is that? I don't even know. I don't even really keep a track of how much these things are. And then you're in different money too. So what, you'd be using British pounds? How much are subs on Twitch in British owns? £5. So 10 gifted's $50, which does seem like asking a bit. £50. So that's quite a bit. What would be more reasonable? I should also probably think about how much I would actually get though, because Twitch does like to take their slice of the pie. Streamer will get approximately $17.50 for 5 tier 1 gifted subscriptions in Great British Pounds. $17.50 for 5. Is that worth doing as many push-ups as I can? I think it's worth it. The only thing I'm concerned about is if that happens and then someone else wanted to gift subs for push-ups, I wouldn't be able to do more push-ups, but maybe I just have to come up with something else. I'll do as many as I can in a bit because I want to know now how many I can do. All right, 5 subs, Wolf, and I'll do as many push-ups as I can do in a row. I've cut my original offer in half. Maybe. 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 You think about the hours of entertainment I've provided. You think about how I got you to come out of your shell on a Discord call with a lady. And then I kept that secret from everyone and didn't mention that on the Twitch stream. You're an extrovert in real life. Wow. That's interesting that it wouldn't just like translate. I feel like my real life extrovertedness translates to my online extrovertedness. Oh, I was going to go to the bathroom when I started this fishing inventory. I'll have to do it on the next one, I guess. I have to close on my blinds as well. I could probably start doing that now, to be honest. But I don't know. It's probably better just to do it when the toilet thing is up. When it's clear that I'm not here and I'm not sort of coming back and forth. I am getting tired, but I want to see this Nintendo thing. I want to see this Donkey Kong Bonanza. I wonder if I should have a break. Everybody got choices. It's only 9 hours, bro. We're not even close to the 14 hours of the other day. Only 9 hours is crazy. Dude, once you've streamed for 14 hours, 9 hours doesn't feel like that much. You're gonna sleep in between? Oh yeah, you did get sleep. That's true. That's facts right there. To be fair though, you weren't watching long before you went to sleep. I just feel like if this Nintendo thing's only 15 minutes, it kind of doesn't warrant its own stream. It was 12:30. Well, I think this is the kind of dedication that deserves to be rewarded, no? Emilio's live. I did see that. I did see that. It's funny because I guess his audience might be mostly Australian. So he can go live at 6 PM for him. But for whatever reason, I seem to get mostly Americans. And Wolf from the UK. Wolfie boy. You gonna say hi to Emilios really quickly? He's pretty awesome, isn't he? Pretty great guy. The only thing is I just don't really care about Counter-Strike. Alright. I'm gonna actually go to the toilet this time, I swear. Alright. Toilet time. See y'all very soon.
And special thanks to Dante.
So apparently my viewers peak when I'm not here. So that's cool. I could just AFK all day. That's kind of weird, Pap, that you're not getting notifications. But I gotta say, when I used to watch Asman, I feel like a lot of people would say they weren't getting notifications. Whoa, white gold. Dude, white gold. White gold, I've spent like a week being like, I miss white gold. But I guess it's a time thing. This is your time. And I did kind of stop doing this sort of evening streams. But this is my peak viewership, so I wonder if I should start my streams at 6 p.m. ASMR? As in it's ASMR when I'm not here? And you just hear the fishing noises? Or if you want me to do actual ASMR, that's going to cost you. But we just chilling. We just hanging and dangling out here. Eating slices of cheese. I tried to do cheese-based ASMR. But apparently no one could hear it. He needs subs to pay for his crippling cheese addiction. The cheese isn't the expensive thing. The bacon I buy is quite expensive. And I was needing subs to pay for my crippling protein shake addiction, but I mean, I think I have to quit the protein shakes because it just really wasn't working out. Applegate Farms bacon? I'll look it up. It's not Applegate Farms though. Gazani? I want to say? Smokehouse? Oh, it's a lot cheaper online. Oh no, that's actually more expensive than what I pay. I think I paid just... This is the bacon I get. I think I paid just under $10 for this bacon. That's really good bacon. Gumsay Smokehouse. Handcraft wood smoked. Certified free range. This is good bacon, dude. Streaky bacon. It is legit, man. You get milk, peanut butter, and banana and blend that bish up. Oh yeah, I had to stop. I used to live on peanut butter, but it was giving me bad dandruff. Apparently, if you have way more omega-6 than omega-3s, you can get like dandruff and inflammation and stuff. So I pretty much just stopped eating peanut butter because of that. How did I miss it that bad? I just know that I have a serious need for protein. And I know that that bacon is flipping amazing. It's like delectable. It's like nothing, no other food comes close. Not even steak. And I make good steak. But I think I'm gonna have to start doing steaks again. Because I think steaks work out to be cheaper than those. No stuff. It's premium food. Yes. It is premium food. It's very good. Yeah, I don't know anything else that is even that good. I was hooked on those protein shakes, but the thing about that bacon is I eat that bacon and I feel amazing. Those protein shakes, I was addicted to them, but I feel bad from drinking them. I mean, I definitely feel worse from the coffee ones. I wonder if I could get by just not having the coffee ones. I also only realized, I think yesterday, that they're double shot. So there were 2 shots of espresso in every protein shake, which seems like a bit much. Why live? Why do people want to keep living? Bacon. I mean, this bacon in particular, it's funny, regular bacon doesn't do that much for me. It's like full of nitrates and stuff. It's not actually that good, but that bacon is definitely a reason to live. I thought my monitor was already all the way down, so that was a little bit of an aggressive lowering of the monitor. Isn't all bacon smoked? No, not all bacon is smoked. Some bacon is cured but not smoked, often referred to as green bacon, while most bacon undergoes both curing and smoking. Unsmoked bacon is a valid option, supposedly. I don't think I've ever had bacon that didn't taste smoky. Oh, I have seen it on the shelf. It's funny, I used to get the British sausage. Bacon was the one I used to get because it didn't have a particular preservative. I think it's because it didn't have sugar in it. But it would probably lower your chances of getting cancer. I'm pretty sure you get the cancer from the nitrates. Is smoking food really giving people cancer? I'm pretty sure it's the nitrates that give people cancer. And that's why I get the bacon I get, because it doesn't have nitrates in it. Nitrate free, baby. Just the way we like it. That's one of the main things I eat. The other thing is like sausages. But I think I'm going to stop eating them. I'm kind of sick of sausages, to be honest. I think I'm going to go back to steak. And I probably should eat salad, probably. I feel like salad messes me up a bit. I have a very sensitive gut. You like this butt, says Nate Jason. Not really. Not really, Nate Jason. I don't really get particularly aroused by animated panda butts. Wolf says, yes, smoking food, particularly meat, has been linked to an increased risk of cancer. The smoking process can create harmful compounds like polycyclic, I've heard of that, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, PAHs, and freaking chat jumping around. Ad break in 22 seconds. If you don't want an ad, please subscribe, but it is only 30 seconds an hour. As low as I can set them. And heterocyclic amines? They can damage DNA and lead to cancer. Wow, I didn't know about this. Wouldn't say aroused, but it's an adorable emote. There you go. Who would have thunk it? There's a lot going on here. A lot going on. Yeah, I don't know. I'm probably going to keep eating bacon. It makes me feel good. But I'll probably get into some steak. It's just going to be weird not having these protein shakes. I don't know if I'm going to have to start making one of my own. There's just not that many things you can grab straight out of the fridge and consume straight away when you're streaming. And those shakes were just so good for that. They really were. Man, I like fishing here. Such a good spot to fish. White gold, my man. Meal prep chicken breast. I just cook a bunch and put it in a container and portion out what I need every day. It's good to have you back, White Gold. I've sincerely missed you. I've been thinking about you. I don't know if it's been like a week or how long it's been, but I feel like I've been thinking about you for a week, being like, where's White Gold? You act like there's no other solution here. There are other protein sources. See, I don't really go for chicken because, again, that has more omega-6 than omega-3. And I seem to get inflammation if I have more omega-6 than omega-3. I'm a very sensitive individual when it comes to food. I just don't know what the other solution is. Like, I want things that are just ready. I mean, I could potentially try other protein shakes, but when I looked into it, AI was telling me that those Rockaby ones were the healthiest. And there is protein in cheese. Cooking stream segment. Look after yourself. I used to do a cooking stream segment. I just noticed that as soon as I moved my streaming setup to the desk, the microphone was too far away to hear me when I was cooking. And so I haven't done a cooking stream since that. I think it's been like 2 weeks or something since I've done a cooking stream. Yeah. And I have like USB extenders for my microphone that mean I can sort of put more distance on it. See, a mic arm would help for that because I could have my mic arm on like all the way to the left side of my desk, which would make it closer to the kitchen. And then I could have the mic arm reaching into the kitchen when I cook. So yet another reason to get a nice big beautiful microphone arm. But I think we're gonna have to have lots of subs before we can get a microphone arm. Digging for gold. I am digging for gold, Nate. I am digging for gold. One does not simply stream for 9.5 hours without digging for gold at some point. Set up an Amazon wish list. Yeah, I could do that, right? I feel like I had a girlfriend. I had a pretty attractive girlfriend who was a streamer, and she had an Amazon wish list. Amazon. I should probably do it. Yeah. I'm gonna make an Amazon wish list. Wait, how do you make a wish list? Oh, I'm logged in as my mom, so I could just buy the microphone arm. No, I wouldn't do that. I'm a good guy. Well, I don't know why I'm logged in as my mom. Probably because of Prime Video. That's probably why. So once I set up this Amazon wish list, you're going to get me the mic arm, right, Wolf? What are we looking at? I'm just joking, by the way. I'm joking. I'm hopefully, wishfully joking. How do you even sign out of Amazon? What the heck? But you wouldn't like it. What do you mean I wouldn't like it? The microphone arm? Oh, you were going to suggest watching Supernatural. I watched Supernatural back when it was on TV, you know? I think it was airing for the first time when I watched it. My brother liked it. Brother's 3 years older than me, and he was like, let's watch Supernatural. It happened. I don't know what to tell you. We didn't watch, like, I didn't watch every single episode. You're rewatching it? Man, I don't know, man. It's your favorite TV show. Wow. I think you're the first guy I've heard say that it's their favorite TV show. I know ladies where it's their favorite TV show. And they really like Dean and Sam quite a lot. I mean, they're very good looking guys. I'm not gonna lie. I'm as straight as an arrow, 100% straight, but they're good looking dudes.
And special thanks to
Where's my keyboard working?
And special
Like,
thanks
zero
to
on my
Dante.
numpad is like,
Do you really like it?
yo.
I didn't think you'd even care. What? Morty, no. I love it. You did the most important
5
thing.
cheers from
Bought
Teen to
something.
Bean.
What? You bought something with money. God, I love money so much, Morty.
You being sarcastic?
Merchandise, Morty. Your only purpose in life is to buy and consume merchandise, and you did it. You went into a store, an actual honest-to-God store, and you bought something. You didn't ask questions or raise ethical complaints. You just looked straight into the bleeding jaws of capitalism and said, yes, Daddy, please. And I'm so proud of you. I only wish you could have bought more. I love buying things so much, Morty.
Rick, are you... Do you need to go to the hospital?
I love you, Morty. Give Grandpa a kiss. Give Grandpa a kiss. Lips if you want. Whatever you're comfortable with. Some cultures do that. That was sweet. Thank you. I love you. You're my little buddy. Okay. Let's watch some interdimensional cable.
Thank you, Teen to Bean. Never gets old. That alert never gets old. Seriously appreciate you, Teen to Bean. I've been on here. I've been e-begging for 9 hours. No, I haven't been e-begging for 9 hours, but I have been e-begging a bit. And so it feels good. Feels good to get some cheers. Appreciate it. Appreciate you. I'll have to come say hi on your stream sometime soon. Teen to Bean. Teen to Bean. Teen to Bean.
For the first time.
Wow, Teensy Bean has 1.1k followers. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, where we were. That's Dante level. What am I doing? I'm making an Amazon wish list, right? That's what I'm doing. Oh yes, you said something about Supernatural. Yeah, but most women watch it because of those two. I watch it because they kill monsters and it's funny. True. Occasionally just throw it back viciously. I don't really understand the obsession with twerking.
And special
My
thanks to,
zero on my
special
keyboard,
thanks
right?
to Dante. And special thanks to Dante.
Something in there.
And special thanks to
It's like
Dante.
totally broken. Are you laughing because I don't understand? Oh, what's happening? Are you laughing because I don't understand the obsession with twerking? Are you laughing because what Wolf said? Or are you laughing because my keyboard's totally broken? Numlock is on. Does that mean this won't do stuff? Yeah. Definitely something deeply wrong with this zero key. Doctor, we need a new zero key for my numpad. Stat. It's just stuck. Hey, I got the key off. I think something's wrong. Is there anything in there? I think it was just on there wrong. Let's see. Oh. I think I fixed the lever on my zero key. I love this. I have a Razer Black Widow from like a long time ago. The only color is green, so that is from before every keyboard became a rainbow keyboard. Yeah, I probably played the Thank You Dante a lot of times. Because I didn't realize that the zero on the numpad is the insert button also. Oh man. Keyboard repair stream, I guess? Not what I was planning for. Also, if I do lose track of time, you guys have to let me know when it's like about to be time for the Nintendo Direct. This keyboard, dude. What is it doing? Yeah, I think it's in place. I do love my Black Widow keyboard, man. I almost feel sad thinking about the fact that someday I'm going to replace it. This has been my keyboard for a long time. Alright. Zero key is fixed. Let's go. Alright. We may get the special thanks to Dante every time that I hit 0. We'll see how it goes. Keep an eye on OBS to see if that's what happens. Okay, it's not happening. That's good. Numlock is a great thing. See, I always thought numlock would make it so that the numpad just did nothing. But I think it just means that the buttons aren't insert and arrow keys. Alright, we're into Amazon, guys. We've made it in. I don't know how to make a wish list though. I guess I would just find the item and then hit wish list on it. Alright, road PSA 1 plus. Dude, we didn't burn any. Based. I think I should get a reward for not burning any. Gee, 129 is not that bad. I was always thinking it was like 200 bucks. I don't even see like a wish list option. Add to wish list. View my list. Everdrive. I don't need an Everdrive anymore because I have one, and I don't need Dragon Ball Z on Blu-ray because I also have that. So the wish list is just the Road PSA 1. And then what are the new Sony XM50s? My bad, I keep touching the microphone. WH1000s? Wow, $450. Wow. I did spend more than that on AirPods Max though. Then they freaking died. XM5. I keep saying XM50s, they just say XM5. Dyson, what the heck? Dyson headphones? XM4s are the old ones, right? The twerking be out here. Is that RuneScape twerking? Wait, they have twerking in RuneScape? Wow, they sold the AirPods Max for $800. 800 Australian dollar dues. I think I got mine cheaper than that. I think mine were like 600, but they did die on me. They really did die on me, and it's quite a shame. Man, they make lots of headphones. I don't know if you guys know about this. I'm just scrolling through pages of headphones on JB Hi-Fi, which is like our version of Best Buy. And it too is yellow and black themed. I don't understand why there are so many different types of wireless headphones. Like if the Sony XM5s are the best ones. I mean, I guess there need to be cheap ones as well. And it's not like I have tons of money. I just always have to get the best thing. A bit like Wolf was saying earlier. He doesn't buy anything for ages and then gets the best one. And then it's good. It's nice to have nice things, you know? It's nice to have nice things. Yeah, I guess it's the Sony XM5s. Oh, it's a penguin. Looks like a RuneScape penguin. RuneScape penguin moment. Guys, do we want friendly Geordies to make us sexier in 8 minutes? Hey, give me 8 minutes, I'll make you more attractive. Better you starts today. Come on. Hear me out. Obviously, you should get out of the shower. Wait. Wait. Ooh. Now we're burning lots of them. RNG, huh? I was just gonna look at MKBHD. Who I really think MKBHD is the best tech reviewer. I really do. Oh, XM6? They're up to XM6. Well, it's got to be a XM6 then, doesn't it? Sony XM6. Wait on. Honestly, I kind of miss buying Sony stuff. I used to love my Sony. I used to get Sony phones every time. I used to have the Sony Xperia. Wow, they're $698. Wow. That's a lot of money. Well, so the mic arm's cheaper than I thought, but the headphones are more expensive than I thought. But it's going on the wish list. I'm pretty sure, I mean, it might be different because my ex-girlfriend is an attractive lady, but people used to just buy her stuff off her Amazon wish list. Oh. And oh. We about to get these fish though. Oh, they're on the list. They're on the list. Invite. Private. Public. Is that like a privacy concern though? I don't know. I call it streaming. Oh, the details don't seem to save. Something's broken about the Amazon website, man. It's kind of whacked out. It's streaming. Oop. Streaming. And then it just goes away. Terrible. Terrible website. Gone. Okay, dude. Yeah, just make the element I'm interacting with randomly disappear. I think it's every time I hit backspace. Nope. Click somewhere else. Backspace. Okay, that worked. Save the changes. Okay, we're getting somewhere. I'm gonna fish here. Hey, we've made some progress. Look at this guy. Look at this freaking guy. The ducks look like they're activating some kind of boost mode when they swim. Duck boost mode activate. So this is currently private. I can change the name to streaming. Save the changes. Okey-doke. Public. It's public. Although I was thinking of just getting my mom to get me the mic arm, because she didn't get me a birthday present. I'm getting a sore butt from sitting here for so long. But we gotta make it to the Nintendo Direct. We gotta. We've gotta make it, bro. Let's cook. Let him cook. Let me cook. Guys. He's cooking. He's actually cooking. Look at him actually freaking cook. Absolute realism. Guys, should I check out RuneScape 3? I wonder how mad old school would get if I started playing RuneScape 3. And if I decided it was better, he'd get so mad, bro. He'd be so mad. But I do look forward to teaching one of our lady friends to play this game. I think that's going to be fun. I think that's going to be a good time. And that's what we do here on the Peepcast stream. We have a good time. It's compulsory to have a good time. Absolutely compulsory, mate. Alright, get out of the way, love. Swordfish, tuna, bird swordfish. Well, at least it's only one that time. How many did we have last time? I swear I had like 3 or 4 last time. I was like, tough run, pal. Tough run, buddy. Everything. Bird to a crisp. That's not. I don't know about you guys, but I don't want my swordfish burnt to a crisp. I don't know about you. That's just not what I'm trying to do over here. It's just not really what I'm going for. It's not really what I'm looking for in a swordfish. It's not really looking for a bird swordfish. Maybe you are. Maybe you're into that kind of thing. Maybe you like your swordfish well done, but not. Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me, dude. Could not be me. It's funny when I think about how tired I was last night. I remember I was like on my computer doing like life admin stuff. I was literally like falling asleep for a bit and then like waking up. Trying to get that stuff done because I had to get it done last night. And I went to bed and I was like, bruh. I remember thinking like, I don't know if I'm gonna do anything with my life ever again. I think I'm just gonna sleep until I die. And then I woke up at like 8 a.m. And I'm not gonna lie, I felt very tired. I woke up at 8 and I did that thing where I woke up and I was like, well, I said I was gonna stream at 9 a.m. so I'm gonna stream at 9 a.m. and then I fell back to sleep. And then I woke up and then it was like 8:05 and I was like, well, I said I was gonna stream at 9 a.m. so I'm gonna get up. And then I went back to sleep. And then I woke up at like 8:15. And I was like, I said I was gonna stream at 9 a.m. and I actually got up. Third time's the charm, I think. And so I'm surprised I'm not feeling way more tired. It's actually feeling pretty good. Which is nice. I think there is something exciting about knowing that we're gonna watch this Nintendo Direct. I have anticipation. There is concern it may not live up to the anticipation. I may spend 5 hours anticipating this thing and then get disappointed. But there's only one way to find out, isn't there? Only one way to find out. I might put my jacket back on. It's cooling down. funny how that works. The sun goes away, and it starts to cool down. I haven't covered up my window properly, and there's just like a gap. It'd be very creepy if someone's face just showed up in that little gap. Well, I'm sure that won't happen. Right, guys? That's not going to happen. That would be ridiculous. That would be absolutely ridiculous. Does anyone have any video game recommendations? I kind of feel like getting into a JRPG. And I really like Legend of Heroes Trails from Zero. God of War 4. Well, just as well they never made a game called God of War 4. Because if they had, I might have to play it. So that's lucky for me, isn't it, Mr. Wolf? That they never made that game. And I think, to be fair, I think you've very firmly made your God of War 2018 recommendation. I think that recommendation has been firmly made. It's not really what I'm looking for. If you bought it for me, I'd play it. On stream, as is the rule, but otherwise, I don't know, otherwise, he is still up. My goat, my king. Dante, you're my goat and my king. My favorite stand-up comedian. You haven't even seen me do stand-up, bro. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take the compliment. But the people must know that you haven't even seen me do stand-up comedy. They have to know. I won't let you. Look, I feel like at some point in time, I think a stand-up show will get filmed. Filmed or live streamed? It's not a promise for the near future, but it seems like a possibility. You'd love to see it. Oh, thank you, Dante. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I think the main thing is like getting people on board with the idea. Because I remember I messaged a couple of my friends. I was like, "Hey guys, I was wanting when I was really into stand up, and I think I wasn't streaming regularly. Bro, when are you gonna make more redeems?" I will. I'll make redeems. I think. I don't know. I spend my time streaming, you know? I don't know. Who was it that was saying that they have like a really mint OBS setup? Probably do while streaming. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, but I think it was before I was streaming regularly. Oh, no. I mean, there's regularly and there's regularly. But I think I was I streaming every day? Maybe I was. But my focus was still stand-up. And I messaged a couple of my friends who live like in the city, and I was like, "Guys, I have an idea. We should go to stand-up comedy mic nights, open mic nights every weeknight, and we should vlog it and put it on YouTube." And they were just kind of like, "Yeah." They're just kind of like, "Oh yeah." They were kind of more like, oh, if you do stand-up comedy in Sydney, we'll come and see it. And to be fair to them, every time that I've done stand-up comedy in Sydney and I've told them, they've been there. But they just didn't seem that keen on the vlogging side of it. I don't know. Cool. Oh yeah, and before you got here, Dante, I was kind of asking for video game recommendations. I was saying, I kind of feel like playing a JRPG. And the annoying thing is I got really into Legend of Heroes Trails from Zero, but I got really into it on the Switch. And so I'm like halfway through it on the Switch and I don't really want to start from the start again on PC. But I think I might actually do it just because I like that game that much. I think I might actually start it from the start. It is kind of good enough. It's kind of worthy of that treatment. My buddy's favorite games is the JRPG. What is it? What JRPG is it? And that is nice of my friends. That is nice of my friends. There are absolute legends. Persona 4. It's funny, Persona has not really grabbed me. I think it's something about the the aspects that aren't the combat is the fact that you like live in a place and you go there every night and you hang out with your friends and stuff. It's almost like a life simulator. Like you choose to hang out with your friends and like talk to them and like get them to like you and stuff. And that's the kind of stuff that I don't do in real life. Am I really gonna like organize to hang out with friends and spend time with virtual friends when I don't even do that with my real friends in real life? I don't know, but I could see me coming around on that. It's funny, playing Clair Obscur Expedition 33, that game is, I guess the series that it's most similar to is the Persona series. And so playing that kind of made me think, oh, maybe I'll play Persona. But I kind of have a habit where like I was playing the Oblivion remaster and I was like, yeah, I'm going to finish this and then I'm going to play Skyrim. Any game rec conditions for me. I think I want a JRPG. Do you even JRPG? Oh, you want me to recommend something to you? What are you looking for, man? I mean, I can tell you that I mean, you know about Halo, so I don't need to tell you that Halo's good. But I do find there's people that have like played the multiplayer a fair bit and they haven't played the campaigns. The Halo campaigns, what vibe do you give? The Halo campaigns, especially like Halo 1 and 2 are like immaculate, but I pretty much twice a year I'll play through all the Halos in release order. And a lot of people are like, why don't you start with Reach and play them in chronological order? But I actually like to play them in release order because I just feel like Halo Combat Evolved is like the perfect game. You play the campaigns, that's good, that's good. What do I recommend? I don't really know what to recommend to you, Dante. What do I recommend to Dante? Like, I'm probably need to think more like hidden gems. Have you played Breath of the Wild? That's a good video game. The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild? High quality video game. But then that's one where you might just not have a Switch. And then it's like, do you get a Switch just for Breath of the Wild? I don't know. Especially when you're a streamer. You need to play Zelda games in general. I mean, yeah. I like the first Zelda. Don't have a Switch, true. like the first Zelda. For some reason, everyone likes Link to the Past, and it's never really grabbed me for some reason. And it's weird because you would think if Link to the Past doesn't grab me that I wouldn't get into the first Zelda. But for some reason, I played the first Zelda on PSP. I hacked my PSP, I put Zelda on there. I didn't finish it though, I got pretty far through. I'd done like, I think, are there like 8 temples, and I think I'd done like 6. And then I lost my save somehow. Ocarina of Time's one you played. I mean, Ocarina of Time, that's probably the best one after Breath of the Wild, I reckon. I really like Breath of the Wild. Paper Mario slapped on the 3DS. I've never played a Paper Mario game. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to, well, like when you recommend a game to someone, you also recommend a whole console. Like you should get one whole Nintendo Switch. And then there's the fact that that game runs at like 24 FPS, 720p on the Switch. I mean, it's often 30 FPS, but it's also often not. You're a big Mario Kart guy, but Paper Mario was the one you remember really liking. Facts, dude. Dude, maybe you should just get a Switch if you like Paper Mario. Sounds like that might do it for you. See, the thing is, the Switch 2 lets you play Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom at 1440p, 60 FPS. It's like a lot better. You like the PlayStation exclusives, though. You know, they just come to PC now, though. So the real setup is to just have a PC and a Nintendo console, I reckon. They do. It is often like a year later. You didn't. Oh, you didn't know? It is, I think at this point, it's like a year later that the PlayStation stuff comes to the PC. But I wouldn't be surprised if that period of time just keeps getting shorter and shorter. Because I think Xbox clearly doesn't care about whether you have an Xbox. You want to be able to stream them. Yeah, I mean, if you want to stream Switch, you have to have a capture card. Which is... I don't have a capture card, and I don't have the money for a capture card at the moment. I don't know. I just got paid today. But what I like to do is see how much money do I have left before I get my next paycheck. You do have a capture card somewhere. Well, that's good. So you could get a Switch. If I was in your shoes, this is just the kind of guy I am, I would just get a Switch too. You want to get the newer PlayStation for when you get GTA 6. Yeah, true. I mean, that's why I ended up with an Xbox One X, because Red Dead 2 only came out on consoles at first. Now, I guess I could get a PlayStation Pro, but that does seem like a waste of money for one game. PlayStation 5 Pro, literally just for GTA 6. Like, I guess I would play Astrobot, maybe, because people say that that's amazing. But like, is a PlayStation 5 Pro worth it for GTA 6 and Astrobot? Red Dead 2, great game. I would love to watch a playthrough. True. That'll be your mainstream game. True. Yeah, I was looking up like best games to stream, and like apparently one of the important things is like the viewer to streamer ratio. So you want to play a game where heaps of people are watching it but not that many people are streaming it. Apparently Grand Theft Auto is a good one for that. Which I wouldn't have thought. I would have thought there'd be heaps of people streaming it. But I know a lot of people play Grand Theft Auto Online still like crazy. Playthrough from you, I should solidify? So you want me to play through Red Dead 2? Specify. You want me to play through Red Dead 2? I mean, I could do that. Correct. I have been having a rule that if someone buys me a game, I'll play it on stream. But that doesn't necessarily mean I play it all the way through. So I don't know what the rule is. Do the side missions and stuff, because nobody does that. I would love to know what my playtime is on Red Dead 2, because I took my time. Dang. I'm sure we could come to an agreement for a full Red Dead 2 playthrough. I'm sure there could be some kind of agreed upon deal. Would you ever do roleplay on Red Dead 2? Like I pretend that I'm Arthur Morgan? You're a good boy. That's a good boy. You got a kind face. Oh, the roleplay servers. I mean, I could do that. I could do that. The roleplay is more alive and well on GTA 5, no? But yeah, I'm sure there's Red Dead roleplay servers. I think you'd be good in them. That's why I ask. Okay, so you're more keen for me to do like go on a roleplay server than to play through the game. It does sound pretty interesting. No, he says. No. I want to see a playthrough as well. It's a long playthrough. It's a good game. It's a good game. It's a slow game. It is a slow game. I should probably have like an amount of gifted subs or amount of biddies to do a playthrough. Maybe it should translate to the amount of hours that the game is. I don't know. It's a masterpiece. It's your favorite, probably. There is absolutely no denying that it's a masterpiece. It is just slow, though. It is good looking. It is a really good looking game. I tell you what, if you bought me a 5090, I would definitely play Red Dead 2. I don't even know if it would run that well on a 1080 Ti. I think it would. See, I love movies, and that game passes on the movies pretty great. It kind of just is a movie, right? I think I said that last stream. It's like a really long movie. But yeah, I could do a Red Dead 2 playthrough. It could happen. It's a possibility. Whoa, it's back to $90 on Steam. I think I saw the other day that it was like $22, and I was like, but I've already got it. What are your specs, Dante? I don't know your specs. I do not know your specifications. Check them out. Are they in? I'm looking at your about. This is an awesome kick butt channel. Under the about section. And Dante, I like gaming and making friends. Grew up doing theater and sports. But more than anything, I'm a massive nerd. Now tell me about you. This is the About tab. I'm looking at the About tab. I'm not seeing specs though. Share my screen? Well, I could just do this. Specs, there it is. MSI. Does that mean it's a laptop? 13th gen. Intel. Should have gone AMD. It's a PC. It's a desktop. 32 gigs of RAM. That's good. 4060 Ti. That's pretty good, man. You got a better graphics card than me. Well, I bought this PC as a pre-built so I can buy into it. This was like your entry into PC. It's funny because Intel always used to have the best CPUs, but AMD's whooping their ass right now. I got the 7800 X3D. It was the best gaming CPU at the time. It's a good one to change parts into. I don't really know what you mean. But I'm sure that's a good CPU. It's not the best. See, I have this problem where I always want the best. Always clarifying. We're about to get that Dante clarification. It is an i7 13700F. That's not a bad CPU, don't get me wrong. I just have a tendency to complain if something isn't the best. I have a bit of a problem in that way. So for pre-builds, I wanted the one where I could build onto it. Out of my research, granted, I bought it a year ago. This is the one I found. Yeah, I don't... Is that? Oh, that's your stream. Starting soon music. There you go. That song sounded very familiar. What is that? I don't know. Just listening to that song. Lol. Fun fact. You about to hit us with a fun fact? We're about to get a Dante and crew fun fact. All of my Starting Soon songs are connected to my stream titles. Huh? As in the title of your stream or the games that you play on stream? Wait, your VOD is up. What happened to your thing where you say that your VODs don't go up for 24 hours? What? There's a VOD from 7 hours ago. That song is called Crawl by Childish Gambino. That's why I know it. That's why I know this song. It's Childish Gambino about to drop it like the NASDAQ. Ah, posted it because someone said they wanted to see it. LOL. Wait, does this mean that we're watching Dante's VOD on my stream? Dude, 827 views on the previous VOD. Based. Wait, you're not showing your face for most of the stream? Do you do it at the end? I'm like scrubbing through. You're just a normal dude, man. No, Dante. You jump scare. You're a special guy. It's nice for people to have something to believe in. You know? I get excited about having a special guy watching my stream, okay? Don't erode the fantasy. Don't erode the excitement. Something to believe. I'm just being funny, dude. It's just, I don't know. It's just fun. It's just cool. I just think it's so cool that people with like 1.1k followers or like 1.14k followers are just like legends. I feel like in a lot of, I don't know, in a lot of cultures, subcultures, people that are that much more accomplished often don't have much to do with those that aren't that accomplished. And the fact that here on Twitch I already have like people with like over 1,000 followers that are absolute legends. Oh, I see a bit where you're on the webcam. Oh. This is the moment. I'm going to see Dante's face for the first time ever. In fact, this is so important. Hang on, you're going to be more accomplished than me soon. I leave, I'll be. Is that because you don't want to be here? Why do you say I'll be more accomplished than you soon? How do you know that?
What can I say, bro? Call me a Clementine because I'm a little cutie. Yo, that's kind of the bar, though. You gotta be honest. Didn't get to see the face cam. It went away too quick, bro. Put it back. I'll put it back for 2 seconds. You ready? You ready? Hold up. I got you.
Yo, that's Dante face reveal.
Start barks. I can't, bro. I'm not Asher Speed. I shouldn't do that. All right.
Hell yeah, bro.
There you go, brother.
Dante with
why
the
is
beard.
he, out of all people, telling me to put it back on? Dude knows what I look like.
Dante with the beard.
I think it's set up.
What I don't understand is why not just have it always on? Smexy man, says Wolf. Dante, I think you might have a new #1 fan. Yeah, I don't understand why you wouldn't just always have the cam on. Could you imagine if I turned my cam on for like 2 seconds and then turn it off? I don't get it. You push people up, okay? It's what you do, says Mr. Wolf. Dante looks much better than me. He does have a beard. I do feel like a young looking, not very masculine looking guy. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I kind of feel like a beard could really get me some points. I'm playing, you're both decently attractive. Wow, you really are pushing people up, Mr. Wolf. You really do push people up. It's a good quality. Good quality to have. Don't mind me while I die over here. Dante's back. We saw it. We watched it. I was just saying I don't understand why you would have your cam off for almost the whole stream. And then turn it on for like 2 seconds. You left because you didn't want to see yourself? You're a pussy. I don't get it. Are you worried you're going to get cyberbullied or something? Wolf's over here talking about how good looking you are. Share my screen? What am I sharing? Because, I mean, I got cyberbullied as a kid. Oh, bro. That sucks. That really sucks. It's kind of amazing that you still have the balls to be a streamer after that. That's like really impressive, man. You like making people laugh. I feel that, bro. I feel that. That's my man right there. Good on you for showing your face then. Huggy with a chicken nuggy? Wolf, what? What's happening? Gotta love Dante. You do gotta love Dante, it's true. Ain't no reason not to love Dante. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, you said share my screen, but I don't know what I'm sharing on the screen. Because I mean, streaming is sharing my screen. Who are you talking to? What do you mean? What do you mean, who am I talking to? I'm talking to chat? Oh, Wolf. He's just saying gotta love Dante, right, in general? Or are you confused by the huggy with a chicken nuggy? I think Wolf is trying to show you love. Yeah, I'm bigging you up, Dante, he says. No, says Dante. You can't big me up. Share my screen, what do you mean? Didn't you say share? Oh, you know what probably happened is I probably read an old chat and thought it was new. Because I know you said that a while ago. Yeah, you didn't say that again after you came back, did you? Doesn't look like it. Sometimes my Twitch chat, it randomly jumps up. Oh, yeah. What time is it in jolly old England? "10:30 a.m. I guess he had a sleep and he came back. I be accidentally rereading messages. Yeah, facts. And for Apple MacBook, who's also in jolly old England. Also a Brit. Very cool. Very cool. Jolly old England in it. I would say majority US. But I do get, I guess, between Mr. Wolf, Apple MacBook, and White Gold Historian, they are multiplying. They are multiplying, it's true. So I feel like those three are UK and then almost everyone else is US. Mostly Canadians. I don't know if I have any Canadian. I think we've had one Canadian, right? One of the RuneScape guys is Canadian? Isn't that weird? Are you saying, isn't that weird? Or are you saying, isn't that weird? You have a lot more dudes than me. I have exclusively dudes. I mean, apart from one person. Isn't that odd? You have all Canadians. Yeah, look. It'd be nice to have female viewers, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that I didn't wish that ladies watch the show, but apparently RuneScape is a very male-dominated community. Dudes don't stick around for me. You're more funny than me, so I guess I get it. No, you're pretty funny, bro. And I haven't really been hitting the jokes this stream. I've just been chilling out. We just been chilling out, Bree. The hell you mean you're both hilarious? Oh, Wolf. You really are just pumping us up today. It's funny because whenever I raid anyone, you know, I usually ask the person that I raid for like streaming advice. And they usually have really good advice. And I say, hey man, you got wisdom. I seriously appreciate that. You're killing it out here. And then their chatters, they're like top chatters, and their mods are like, don't give him a big head. He sucks. He's shit. He's the worst. And I'm like, why? Why is it always the most loyal chatters and the moderators that are like, he sucks? Dante says, no, but like you have the scripted jokes and that unscripted humor going, you know? Well, I don't think I do any scripted jokes on stream. Wolf says, here, I got some scripted humor for ya. Oh, I did do the Pennsylvania joke. Piece of bread falls over. Comedy is written, that's what I mean. The Pennsylvania bit is a joke that I wrote. They hit the second tower. Is that a joke? Well, look, I'm not gonna... You know, I try not to big myself up, but I do think the Pennsylvania joke is funny. I'm not gonna lie to you. I laughed. I laughed when you said that. I think make some more redeems. Like right now? Make redeems right now? Right now. I need right now. Alright, let's look. So the creator dashboard, right? Viewer rewards. Maybe tomorrow. Not right now, but maybe tomorrow. Hey, maybe I won't stream for 15 hours tomorrow. We're just chatting. We're just chatting. But yeah, you're right. I should do that, right? I don't know. I go through these back and forths of like, I should do more to set up my stream. And then I think, nah, screw that. I should just stream. And I do think there is definitely value in streaming. You also have done the best impression of me that I've heard, TBH. Wow. The gas up is real. The gas is up. The gas is in my ass. I mean, I can gas you down a little bit. No, I don't want to be gassed down. I don't know, Dante. You do a pretty good Dante. That's true. I don't think anyone does Dante better than Dante. You're not the best at RuneScape quests. I mean, that's just factual information. I really am not the best at RuneScape quests. Just because you don't play them. I mean, I did do a quest today. I don't know if you heard about this. It actually sent shockwaves through the RuneScape community, and even, you know, everyone on Twitter was saying he did one quest on RuneScape. And so I felt... In fact, I didn't even do a whole quest. I probably did half of a quest that I had done half of previously. Dante says, I love how the quests have become something you have to hear about. What? Because I don't do them on stream anymore. I can do a quest. Are you challenging me? You know what? Not gonna lie, this stream I've been trying pretty hard to get like subs or biddies. RuneScape is just an excuse for people to stay up fishing. I mean, kinda. I really do like fishing, I'm not gonna lie. Maybe there need to be redeems. Dude just likes talking. Me? Dante, really me? You really think I like talking? And likes having something to do between conversations. I mean, that's factual information. That is factual information. I feel like if my chat popped off enough.
Z-boy wanted more of this stuff? Then let's give it to him.
Mr. Wolf gifted Dante a subscription. That's Dante receiving his subscription. Wolf just gave him all he'll ever need. Thank you, Wolf. What a guy. What a guy. I think that twerking is the acknowledgement. Hey. The peep eyes. You gotta keep an eye out for the peep eyes. They'll get you. Bro wants a kiss. Bro wants a kiss. Sometimes I feel like I've made a bit of a habit of talking about how Soren said that he wanted to kiss me. I do think it's quite funny. But I wonder if it's going to become one of those things where he feels like he can never live it down. He's trying to buy Peep. You see this. I don't quite understand. Wolf, you're my dude already. Yeah, Wolf's pretty legendary, bro. He's pretty legendary. Very special guy. Very legendary guy. Alright. We're gonna hit the freaking stovetop. I'm like, hey, what's up, hello? What am I... I like that, Mr. Soup VT's stream just says, oops, forgot to change the stream title. Like, how does that make any sense? Is that his default go live stream title? In case he doesn't change the stream title? Or did he literally make his stream title, oops, forgot to change the stream title? Is sorta that other dude you were talking about in the call before. Soren. I will neither confirm nor deny that. In the call before. Who was I? I was as in when we had a call last night. Was that? Because I called you last night. Did I talk about Soren? What did I say? What did I say? I don't remember talking about Soren. Was that Soren? Was who Soren though? What did I say about this person? This mystery person? Yeah, whisper me, bro. Whisper me, bro. Hit me that fat. Just don't read it out loud. I'll do my best. I don't think I would have said anything bad about Soren, bro. I like to think I didn't say anything bad about anyone. does do that. I read things out loud. Yes. I mean, that's not even secret, Dante. It's not even a secret. I'm hoping for it to become a meme. Meme status. I just think it's funny. How was I supposed to know? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, now you know. Now you know. I guess you didn't know it was the same thing. Is one and the same. You sounds put off. I sounded put off on the call. I mean, it was pretty weird. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you. It was pretty weird, but now that I know Soren and I watch him stream all the time, it feels like more of a meme. I don't know. I feel like it's good to laugh about these things. It's a good time. You guess I'm right? I think I'm right on that one. Yeah, I think we were talking about flirting with chat. I think that's why we talked about that. I don't think I don't know. I think it's because my audience is 99.99% male. I don't really flirt with chat. Guys, every flirty comment I say is a joke. I know, Wolf. Wolf, we've got a whole thing that's been going on for however long, like a month maybe. But it's different for me because I do it with everyone, which I think makes it obvious that I'm being funny. I guess so. I guess I'd be more concerned about dudes getting the wrong idea with me. Unless directed at Dante, I already know. That is fair. I do have mostly women too. See, I would flirt with female viewers. I would do that. Within reason, of course. So what is, do women like Dead by Daylight? I know we've been having a bit of a gas blowing session, but I would say that you have a sexy voice, Dante. Women like Dante. No, it's because I be in other streamers' channels and they have dudes. I don't know what the... You're in other streamers' channels and they have dudes? What does that mean? I thought... Like, Dead by Daylight streamers. Oh. So it's not the game. I really think it's that you have a sexy voice. I really do think. But only women really come into me, bro. I'm telling you, it's the voice. It's the voice, it's the riz, which is why the face cam would be bad, would it? It'd let them down. Do you really think so? Oh. I guess it depends what they're picturing. See, the thing when there's no face cam, you can just picture an absolute perfect 10 out of 10. Which maybe they're doing that. Maybe they're picturing a 10 out of 10. Yeah, I don't know. I guess if you've streamed for so long with no cam, it is almost weirder to add cam than just start with it. So what kind of percentage you should have started with it? It is I do feel like feels a little weird to introduce it so late in the piece. Like you both have ideas about what I look like. I'm not going to lie, Mr. Wolf. Chances are it's completely different to how I look. Wolf, I used to picture you as like a little twink. When you said you were 18, I started picturing a little twink. And then when I heard you on Discord, I was like, he doesn't sound like a little twink. He might have a bit more bear energy. Dante says, and when I said more accomplish, I meant you have 9 people. I average 11 usually. You're going to have 20 in like a couple of weeks. Watch. Bro, that would be awesome. You weigh like 90 kilograms. That's not a lot, right? How tall are you? Is it all muscle as well? I could probably weigh 90 if I freaking worked out. I'd be happy for you. I'm not mad about it. You're funny. It's not light. It depends how tall you are though, doesn't it? If you were like 6'7", that wouldn't necessarily be overweight, right? I don't know. I don't spend a lot of time thinking about weight. Like 195 pounds. Yeah, pounds mean nothing to me. I have no idea. That's like normal weight for 6 foot and above, I think. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I don't know, man. But I think I'm like 5'9", 5'10", maybe. Okay. Is there muscle? I am short though, TBH. Yeah, short king. Dante, I think I asked big rooster though. So we good boys. Big rooster. Well, there you go. There you have it. And there you have it. Most of it is muscle, I think. Based? So you're ripped, basically. What did you say? You were 5'10"? And ripped? Dante has a funny story. I was just going to ask. I'm not ripped. But you said most of it? Most of it is muscle. So there's obviously muscle. Significant. He's yoked. I am very lean. I'm a lean machine, mate. Looks like Spider-Man physique. I probably should be a bit more muscular to be Spider-Man physique. I think I'm like 60. It's funny, for the longest time I was like always 64 kilos. And then I don't know. I've had like really bad issues with acid reflux. I don't know if you guys know about that, if you've ever experienced that. Where like I'd eat food and then like my stomach acid would come up into my throat. So I had this really long stretch where I felt like I couldn't eat much and I could only eat really specific stuff. And after that I ended up being just like 60. I guess 4 kilos isn't a huge deal, but when you are already really skinny, 4 kilos does feel like a big deal. Maybe I was always 65 or something like that. 65.2 or something like that. And I'm like 5'11". But Dante, you still haven't told me what percentage of your audience you think is ladies. I feel like it'd be nice to have an audience of ladies. He said you're more accomplished. I feel like he just didn't answer. He's thinking about it. 70 to 75% ladies. What the heck, dude? That's so many. And like Twitch has to be mostly male viewers, right? Just in general. Ladies don't usually game either. I feel like that's getting less and less true. I think they game less, right? Wolf, you're not a lady? That's gotta be odd. Twitch. Viewership. Gender. Demographics. %37% of Twitch users are women, while 63 are men. That's not as dramatic as I would have thought. Because I swear YouTube is like 90% dudes. Okay, globally 54% of YouTube users aged 18 and above are male, while 60, so that's even more close to even. Give me a character selector in a game and let me cook. Facts, bro. Facts. I feel like that was the one good thing about Starfield, was the character creator was amazing. And then everything else sucked. You can't tell me every guy goes for only male characters. I do only male characters, don't believe it. I remember being in like primary school and I had this friend that always played as female characters. And I thought it was weird. He did turn out to be gay. I don't know if that has any relationship to it. One of each. What, in every game you have a male character and a female character? And then Old School plays as a female in RuneScape. I think he likes to play as female characters. It's weird though. I feel like it either well, that makes sense for Wolf according to your theory, unless I'm mistaken about Wolf. Huh? What's the theory? Is this, you don't think Wolf's gay, do you? Because we've had this. This isn't the first time this has come up. Isn't Wolf bisexual? I don't think so. Wolf? I'm pretty sure Wolf, this is not the first time. This is not the first time that Wolf has had to declare that he's straight. Is it just because he's so nice? I think you did assume that. It's not an insult, don't worry. Back in my day, when I was in high school, it was the only insult. Things have changed. Someone else must have told me that. I don't think so, man. I think I assumed that too. Honestly, I think because he's so nice. Conflated it with Wolf. I think. Because I think old school is. And so I wonder if you got them confused. No, I honestly do think someone told me that. And now I'm misremembering. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. Welp. At least he's not offended by it. You wish you were bi. They'll just have to tell me again, lol. I'd have more options. Yeah, I remember being like 18 and hanging out at a bar with some guys. And one of the guys, we were playing pool, and one of the guys was like, he was bi. I was like, you're bi? Like, why are you bi? What's that like? What's the deal with that? He goes, well, if you become bi, you get twice as much sex, he said. And then the other guy turned to me, and I don't normally swear on stream, but this is what he said. He turned to me and he was like, yeah, you get twice as much cock. Which, I mean, mathematically, that's not how it works, right? Because, I mean, 2 times 0 is still 0. But it was quite funny. Bro, you saw my about page. You read that I did theater. Do you know how much I've heard? I don't know. I don't know. I never did the theater thing. Never went down that road. Probably should have. The F slur goes crazy. Oh, I mean, that was like the insult when I was in high school. That was the go-to insult. I think it's nice that that's not just a word that everyone blurts out all the time these days. I think that's an improvement. An improvement to society and culture. And I'm a pretty conservative guy, but I think people not throwing around slurs all the time is nice. Did you actually sleep with their mum? Because like normally if someone says that, I don't believe it, but with you. No. Wait, so this... No way. This is like someone that you did theater with that was like your age and you actually slept with their mum? 43-year-old woman. Jock dude. Jock dude? Was she hot? Indirectly, so not as cool. What do you mean indirectly? Yeah, a jock that called me the F slur. What's the indirect bit? He said it to someone else? Met his mum after I graduated at a club and she was flirting with me. What the heck? Bro. I guess I'm just not as based as you. That's crazy to sleep with someone's mom from school. That's like American Pie Stifler's mom energy. You're awkward, but you're not though. You didn't know it was his mom. Oh, bro. There you go. You were just like, hey, this 30-year-old lady. I'm guessing she was hot. Searched up after and was like, no shot. That's crazy. Dante the MILF Hunter, dude. MILF Hunter alert. MILF Hunter status. I think you should change the name of your Twitch channel to twitch.tv/MILFHunter. Why would I not give you that nickname? Your stream is mostly ladies. You don't... Yeah, I guess your female viewership probably doesn't want you to be known as the MILF Hunter. But I bet if they were all a bit older, they probably would want you to be the MILF Hunter. But they're probably like younger. He said, I bet if they're all MILFs. If only this guy knew. Wait. Your viewership is all MILFs? You have so many Twitch stories for me? Bro, it's story time, bro. Dante, do you just want to get on Discord and do Twitch MILF Hunter story time? It's 6 a.m. You're sleepy. All the more reason to do Twitch MILF Hunter story time. Bro. Promise me you'll share stories at some point. Yes, you do. You gotta do. Maybe the next tomorrow's stream could be the MILF Hunter stream. You come on a bit earlier. Oh, we could do it on a Monday when you don't stream. Why can't I call you that, bro? Is that not a huge compliment? Call me like Cool Guy Dante or something. Cool Guy Dante? Man, you didn't even like when I called you Rizla. It's like you don't want to acknowledge that you have any sway with the ladies. I just don't get it. I don't get it. Damn, peep. Dante the nice ice. I'ma whisper you something. Oh, bro. Juicy. I keep getting the juicy whispers. Cool AF and kind AF. That seems appropriate. Kind of keen for this juicy whisper though. Juicy whisper. Huh. Dante, I don't see why you couldn't just say what you said in chat. You don't know. Now I know. Well, I'm assuming because you whispered it, you don't want me to read it. You trust me. It's funny, I've never really, I don't know if you guys can tell this, I've never really tried all that hard to protect my reputation, especially after that fiasco. Yeah, fair. Look. Wolf doesn't like people trusting him. Why don't you like people trusting? I love people trusting me, bro. I think I'm worthy of trust. So when I get it, I'm like, hell yeah, bro. That's what I'm talking about. Makes it too easy to let people down. I think there's a difference between trust and expectations. I like to think I don't make a habit of breaking people's trust, but I mean, people can have expectations of you that are too high. And then it's hard to live up to them. Oy, oy. Oy, 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 oy. I should probably eat some real food at some point. I should probably do it before this Nintendo thing. It's just so much more fun to stream than it is to eat food. Eat food? Cook food, I mean. Eating food's great. I think I'm addicted to streaming though. Is that a thing? Cooking stream. Again, the microphone doesn't get close enough and you can't really hear me. Cook steak Asmongold style. It would be sausages. I kind of also don't want to just eat sausages on their own. I normally have them with bacon and I'm out of bacon. Well, I really should have gone grocery shopping today. Because I got paid today. Definitely due for a grocery shop. So, what are we replacing the protein shakes with, Wolf? You said there were so many options. Oh, we're full. We be full though. Wolf, I don't think you were listening. Chicken has too high of an omega-6 to omega-3 ratio. And I get inflammation. I get oily skin. And scalp, it's not good. You were joking. I want serious answers as to what I should be eating. And drinking in particular. I'm gonna miss my protein shakes, man. What I want is like something I can drink that just has all the nutrition I need. That's what I want. And like all good, all healthy ingredients. Oh, now I'm getting too warm. Off comes the jacotte. Le jacotte. Maybe I keep my arms in it though. It's like too cold, too hot with it, too cold without it. It's a hard life. It's a hard knock life for us. It's a hard knock life for us. Good old Twitch. We love a bit of Twitch around here. Wait. Vitch. Yo, it looks like Soup draws comic books or something. That's kind of based. We need you to come up with a cheap cooking idea and do an Asmon styled video. My ideal is to not have to cook. That would be the ideal for me. I'd rather just stream. But it seems like you guys are keen for the cooking to be the content. I could do a steak video. I would just make a steak that's actually good. Nah. He says nah. It's not allowed to be actually good. Does that ruin the whole thing if it's actually good? Do something that you're not good at cooking. Entertaining, educational that way. I'm really bad at making pad thai. It doesn't seem to matter how many times I try to make pad thai, the noodles are soggy. I don't know how to get it right. It's just never good. But I find it really depressing to put like a lot of effort into getting the ingredients and making it the food and then it sucks. I find that depressing. YouTube video title, Perfecting Pad Thai. And then you have alliteration. It's true. That is alliteration. You're not wrong. I'm starting to consider whether I should actually get food delivered because the only things I really have are cheese and sausages and I'm kind of sick of both. And I think I was making up for eating stuff that wasn't that great by drinking really tasty protein shakes with it. I feel like giving you I've given you some pretty good ideas, so I'm proud of myself. Look, it's fair. You've given me some pretty good ideas. If I was you, I think I'd be pretty proud of myself too. Cooking food though. Yeah, because if I did cook something, it would literally just be sausages. No bacon. I feel like I shouldn't have protein shakes. They seem to be bad for me. It does feel like a waste of money to get food delivered, but the idea is to have people watching when we watch this Nintendo Direct. That's the idea. Then there's the question of what to get. I'm really hungry. Do like Indian food? Spend $30, save $10. That's kind of a base deal. Oh wow, I can get burgers delivered. Oh, but they're not open. It should only show me places that are open, right? Who wants to be looking at places where they can't get the food delivered from them? There's more options than when I used to do this in the past, which is kind of cool. Available Thursday. Oh wait, are they all closed? They all say available Thursday, available Saturday, available Thursday. What the frick? So it's 8 p.m. Don't people get food at 8 p.m.? Okay, Indian is like the only option. Indian is like the only option. I guess we're doing it. Unless I look at a different app and see if there's any other options. When is Nintendo thing? Nintendo thing is at 11 for me, so it's in like 2 hours and 40. Hey, we got all the fish. Yes, 11 p.m. for me. Hmm. 17 hours ahead. That sounds right. Oh, system update in 10 minutes, guys. Hopefully this one doesn't go for 5 hours. Although I will say, when they had that 5-hour downtime, that's the most viewers I've ever had. We do be cooking the fish. You got me on the ball. Boom. Check the fish. We haven't been having our fish checks from our resident fish checker. Our resident fish checker has gone AWOL. She was here at like the start of the stream, I think. It's 'cause I'm here a lot. Gonna be honest, sorry. Oh. You think resident fish checker just won't be here 'cause you're here? Oh. I mean, you chat a lot more, and you listen to what I say. So, I mean... I appreciate that big time. Big appreciate. Definitely don't feel like you have to lurk. Oh yeah, what time is it for you, bro? Did you say it was 6 a.m. or something? Yeah, bro. There's literally no obligation for you to stay up. That kind of is weird that they would have it so early for people in the US. Like, isn't the US one of their biggest markets? I was trying to be a good viewer. You are a good viewer, bro. Yeah, wouldn't you make your direct at a time when people in the US are actually going to watch it? APP. Man, food is good though. I should start like planning what I'm gonna eat a bit more, I think. I just wish they made more good food that you didn't have to cook. I could just whip it out my fridge. I got like some John West tuna quinoa thing. That was pretty good. I could probably get more of those. And it wasn't like very expensive. It was weirdly small. But the value. I always look at the value per like 100 grams. And it was not bad. And I was using this app called Yuka that supposedly tells you if like food items from the supermarket are healthy or not. And it was saying it was healthy. And it said that about a few things, and then I would look at the ingredients and find out they had seed oils in them. As far as I'm concerned, if it has seed oils, it's not healthy. So I'm a little bit disappointed in my app. It's a little bit of a disappointment. Disappointment moment, you could say. Three places open. Pizza? Pizza or Indian? That's a hard choice, man. I think I'm gonna go with pizza. New items. Salami pizza. I think it's that chicken Creole one that's amazing. Chicken Creole. $23 is a lot of money. But I'm starving over here. $2 more to get it delivered. Peri-peri chicken. Free delivery for 90 days for $10. Hopefully I don't make a habit of doing this. This is a special occasion, right? Nintendo Direct is a special occasion. That's what I'm going to tell myself. Oi. Payment failed. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Oh. Wait, I didn't get... Oh, I must get paid tomorrow. So I'm just gonna have to starve tonight, I guess. This is not an intentional e-bag. This was just, I thought I got paid today. So I guess it's cheese and sausages. I don't feel like eating cheese and sausages. I might have a protein shake, even though I probably shouldn't.
And special thanks to Dante.
Hell yeah. I put some soup on the stove. I didn't realize I still had a soup in the fridge. The timing on that though. The timing. What the heck? We'll try again, I guess. No else fails. Hang on. Time period of... Okay, it's 15-minute downtime. But sometimes I hit play and it just works anyway. We got this. Oy, oy, oy. Wowie zowie. I think it might just not launch. It would be good if you guys could hear me in the kitchen. That would be a good thing. Man, that was kind of crazy when Old School said that he was just using his other Twitch accounts to watch my stream when I started. That was kind of crazy. Yo, game about to work? Connecting to update server? Okay, we got 2 of them happening. Just gonna close one of them. Yes, I'm sure. We only need 1 instance of RuneScape. We could do this. We could be just chatting for a second. I think. Hang on. Where are my desktop icons? Show desktop icons is on. Oh, they probably moved to my other display. Whack them right there where they belong. Right there. What is the... Yeah, that's... I feel like the stream title is a pretty good stream title. I think it's pretty good. Drops on... Eating soup. That's a good stream title. Heating soup. Heating soup. Wow. OSRS updates. And we wait for Nintendo Direct. Control C, Control V. Definitely want a Nintendo tag happening. Donkey Kong. That's probably enough of that. Probably enough of that. Now, I'll see if I can put my microphone anywhere that makes me audible while I'm in the kitchen. The other thing I can do is I can... Oh, I don't really want to take off noise suppression, though. Not really. We'll see how close we can get the microphone. Just like that, we're kitchen streaming. Hello. Yes. Welcome to the kitchen stream. I think this soup is heating up a bit. Y'all can... Oh, Mike still needs to come up. And I used to always bring my iPad to the kitchen so I could read the chat. I'm not gonna lie, actually peeling myself away from the computer has allowed me to realize how tired I am. But, I mean, I want to watch this Nintendo thing with you guys. A granddad knitted jumper. You don't even know, bro. You don't know how granddad knitted it gets. This is one of my much less granddad knitted jumpers. You got no idea. You got no idea. You don't even know, man. Yeah, I should probably move the chat. Yo. Definitely not doing an app update right now. Hell nah, bro. Hell no, not right now. Dude, I'm gonna sleep so well tonight. It's gonna be crazy, bro. You don't even know. Man, the Twitch app is a bad app. I don't know if anyone's mentioned this. Good. Good that I'm gonna sleep so well tonight? I think that is good, yes. I agree that that's good. Sometimes I stay up, so when I do sleep, it's good sleep. I mean, I'm staying up and I'm definitely gonna have good sleep. It's true. This Twitch app sucks, bro. How do you even go to your own stream? Do they even let you do it? Profile. Here we go. Okay, now I can see chat from the kitchen. Oh, okay. Everything's okay. Everything's gonna be okay. I'm just gonna do a brief breathing exercise. I think we put the cameras too much this way. We're gonna do some Tai Chi style. I mean, I could always, the way I used to do it is I used to put it up on the fridge up here. I don't know if that's better. Definitely higher up. Come on, mate. Come on, man. Bruh. Webcam refund? I think that's as good as it's gonna get. As much as I would not like it to look like a security camera footage of a murder crime scene, This is where we're at. Why are you looking at me like that? Why am I looking at you like this? I don't know, bro. I don't know. I think our soup, we just did all the setup. We did all the setup to get the kitchen stream. And I think the soup's done. It's good. It's good stuff. Pea and ham soup. Yeah, I'm going to be consuming a vegetable, so that's I should get some kind of reward for that, I think. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. You out of the mean? You out of the mean, brother? That's what it is, brother. Hell yeah. Right. Boom. You gotta get every drop of soup. I don't know if you guys know about this. You don't want to be missing soup drops. You get your soft spatula out. And you get every drop of it, mate. Especially when you're bloody scraping by in life. This is my life, mate. This is the scrape. Alright, cool. Probably put that in there. Some water. Yeah. And then I'll clean it when I need to use it. Don't you reckon? Elite tactic. Bit of water cover with hand, shake and pour. And now I'm going to move the whole setup back to where it was. But it was something to do. Sometimes you just need something to do. And also, I think it proves to me that we can still do the kitchen stream, even with the main setup being at the desk. So it wasn't a total waste of time. We're learning. I'm learning. Oh, and I'm going to mute the mic before I move it. Made that mistake of not doing that before. And we back. And we back. We're a little bit quiet, but we back. And we back, and we back. Yo, how? Yo, yeah, yo, 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 yo. We should watch something while I eat this soup. While I eat this soup. I kind of, I don't know. Mark Norman's best one-liners compilation sounds pretty good to me.
And special thanks to Dante.
Hell yeah. I should be on the freaking camera. I should be visible to the camera. Ideally. That's the ideal situation. If I come over here. Oh. Cameras. This is why I used to use the tracking camera. But it was kind of janky. Alright. I'm gonna get my headphones in. We're gonna watch Mark Norman's best one-liners, guys. It's going to be very good. My bad, homie.
So have you shot any porn since the last time you were on this show?
Yeah, I was in Miami like probably less than a month ago.
Okay, and what type of video did you make in Miami?
I did some interracial.
Whoa! So what happened? Tell us about this interracial porn.
It's like when I do it with a white guy, but it hurts a little bit more.
Oh! All right, thank you, Red Band. Okay, was there anything else different other than it hurting more? Do you guys like talk beforehand? Like, hey, take it easy on me today.
Yeah, I actually do that.
Really?
Yeah, I have like ovarian cysts. I gotta be like,
Bruh, what the hell?
I'm like,
Shane
Was
goes
that the
so
black
funny.
guy's name, Ovarian?
Yeah, I mean,
Mark Norman.
what a guy. What a guy.
How many girls finger blasted themselves to that?
Guilty.
Like, we're the same. We need to fuck.
That's why AIDS was invented.
Yeah.
Just to have a payback.
Yep.
You know, we got to win somewhere.
For your awesome fucking lifestyle,
Yeah,
boys.
exactly. Magic Johnson's still living.
Crazy.
He beat Kobe.
He
That's true.
All
He's
right,
not
unlike
wrong.
him, that joke landed. We're having fun. Suck it, Ari.
Hang on. But she got... Oh.
That's a Kobe joke that got laughs, you fucking heeb.
Stupid Ari.
Yeah, yeah, he's in that. I don't know. I wish sometimes that I had like the clothing confidence of like
Yeah.
Pam and DeLee and those
I
guys.
know, they're so sexy.
God, I'm just like, does this fit? This has never fit. That's the only thing I ever think when I put something on.
Yeah, maybe like we went to public school.
Yeah.
Every time I'm in a dressing room at like a Gap, I put something on, like a jean jacket, and I go, hey, this looks pretty good. And all I hear is 8 friends going, what the fuck do you think you're doing? You think you can pull that off, you fucking loser?
Homie really goes shopping with 8 friends? I don't think I've ever gone shopping, like clothing shopping with friends. I've never done that. I hate clothing shopping, like with a passion. It's like not a good time.
Piece of shit, or you kill yourself.
Me. You don't have 8 friends? It does seem like a lot, doesn't it? 8 friends? I probably could have 8 friends, but they're all disparate. They're all from different universes. I have to like collide my universes to have 8 friends. I have 2 to 3 really good friends. Really good friends is another thing. Basically, family.
I'm like, all right, there we go. That was a fun moment. And you put that shit right back on the hanger.
Yeah, dude.
But if you owned it, people would believe it. But it's
Yes.
you. It's in you.
That's true. The thing that doesn't fit is in me, man. The medium,
Yes.
the large, that's all in there. The
That's
extra
all in there.
small, that's all going on inside of me, man.
Right.
Whether it's a turtleneck or a fucking sheepskin vest, you know, it's all
Exactly.
inside of me.
And then that's why like ladies will gravitate to some like ill-dressed, ill-fitting weirdo because they're like, he owns it.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh yeah, that's the
It's
key,
true.
isn't it?
Yeah.
You just gotta
that
make it
guy's-
your own.
Yeah, that guy's a tire jack as a hat, but he owns it.
He owns it,
Hell
baby.
yeah,
That
brother.
guy's got a yarmulke on. Gross. But he owns
Yeah,
it.
but he owns it.
Yeah.
A hair
was a bit
wallet, that's
weird.
what I used to call it.
I would go to jail.
Yeah, I've done that before. I took a totem pole. Give this a goog. They're called totem poles or green hulks.
Tell the story.
I took one. I've told this story a few times, but I took one and I was like, I don't want to be hungover. Me and my friend are going tubing in San Antonio in the morning. There they are. Look how big that is.
That is whoa.
That's a green Hulk. And you're supposed
Whoa,
to take.
I want the one that says Xanax on it.
Oh, yeah, that's classic.
Oh, man, what the fuck do I have? I have the fucking knockoff Alorazepams.
Yeah, I dated her, black chick. But
There's things so heavy on your plate.
Right.
You don't just get to kind of like freelance through life anymore. You got to actually focus.
Yeah.
Do you want to have a kid?
I think as I get older, I kind of do. Because I see all these comics who are like 40,
Hell
late
yeah,
40s having kids, and I'm like, oh, maybe I could do that. Because I like the
Hell
little
yeah.
guy with the noogie, and I
The
tuck him
little
in,
guy
and
with
he's,
the noogie.
you know, weird and queer and cute, you know, and I get to feed him jizz or whatever.
Why
but-
would you? That doesn't make sense.
Well,
Hang on, what?
it's
Food
easy
works.
to chew.
Oh yeah.
But
Feed
it's just
him
nice.
jizz.
But
That's right. So there's tax write-off.
all right. Is that what you call an abortion?
Yeah.
All right.
See, with abortions, you can only write that off once because it's an expense one time.
Yeah.
A child keeps going.
Good
So-
point. Good point.
Yeah.
I didn't know you were Jewish.
Gonna pop up on TMZ,
Yep.
and they're gonna have framed it how they want,
Yep.
and it's gonna ruin that moment for me.
Completely.
And I just remembered. I remembered also just thinking what it was like if you were already so famous in one thing that you couldn't even try something else.
I know.
Oh, true.
And the crazy thing is,
Like Filthy Frank. with
everybody loves
Joji.
the moment. Everybody wants the moment, but a couple of queefs have to ruin it for everything,
Yeah.
and now we can't have these moments.
Yeah, Queef Latina, dude.
Yeah, that was my improv group in college. No, I'm just kidding. But it's true.
Queef Latina.
That's the name of the ep right there.
Yeah, it is, dude.
What's up, son? Look at my outfit. I'm Cali, baby.
You bought that at Ross in Indiana.
I bought that at Oakley in Oakley.
You look like Stephen Hawking's at the X Games.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like Tony Hawking.
Hey.
Teamwork. Norman and Hinchcliffe 2024.
Like, I'm with you.
You know,
See, some people say
you
Tony Hinchcliffe isn't funny, but I think he's pretty funny. I think he gets overhated. He's not like greatest of all time or anything, but I think he's overhated.
You can have coffee delivered.
I know.
You know, it's like it's a fucking amazing place to live.
It's incredible, and there's an escort in the phone book. I mean, everything you want is here. And I don't think we're as racist as we say we are. You know, it's like, well, then why is Oprah doing so well? And, you know, Jay-Z seems fine. I don't know. Maybe you're racist and you got some shit you got to deal with. I don't know. I think the more Nigerians have moved here than black people were enslaved.
Uh-huh.
That's kind of fun.
I didn't know that.
And then
That's a stat?
That's a stat. Look it
Didn't know
up
that.
there, Jew-face. And then, I don't know, I think everybody's doing pretty good.
And then I'll also be very calm at the same time.
Ooh, that is nice.
Especially because my brain is, well, yours is too. Your brain's fucked up.
We're fried.
Yeah, we're wrong.
All these pods. Not only do you have to be funny on a pod, after the pod's over, you have to worry, what the fuck did I say?
What did I say?
That's true.
You